Hey guys.
What's up, everybody? Hello and welcome to the 2022 NBA Draft Show brought to you by the Detroit Bad Boys on the Motor City Hoops YouTube channel. I'll be your host this evening, Bryce Simon, and I'm joined by the stars of the show, Steve, Sean, Laz, Jack. How's everybody doing tonight?
Nervous.
Excited.
Steve, Laz, how you guys feeling?
I feel like it's gonna be an interesting night. I don't know why. I got a weird sense.
For the Pistons or just in general? Like, is this going to be a crazy draft in general or just for Detroit?
In general, right? Like you look at the state of the free agency market, and you hear a lot of reports about how a lot of teams are treating this like free agency, right? They're treating this like their opportunity to grab the talent, the main amount of talent that they're going to get for the offseason. And so we're gonna see. It's gonna be interesting.
Steve, how you doing, my guy? You're the draft expert around Detroit Bad Boys, so we're gonna count on you a lot.
Yeah, I'm excited. And to bounce off of Lad's point about this being like free agency, I think this tells you how deep this draft is. Even when I was putting together the big board, like last year when I got to pick 40, it was like, all right, who do I look for now? Like, all right, maybe this guy. But this time it went out to like 75, I want to say, because I think Moussa Diabate, I think, was my 75, whereas last year he would have been like a surefire second rounder. So a lot of people talk about this draft not having like a superstar. But I also want to push back on that a little bit, because if we think about 2013 versus 2014 draft, 2013, everybody said the same thing. Like, I don't know who's going to go first. Is it going to be Victor Oladipo? Is it going to be Nerlens Noel? Well, there were two teams in that draft that was like, you know what, we're just going to take a swing on raw potential. One was Cleveland and one was Milwaukee, and one of them ended up being Giannis. And everybody was supposed to be looking forward to 2014 with Joel Embiid, Andrew Wiggins. Everybody was hyping him up as Maple Jordan. So I think that those two draft classes should teach people a lot about, like, don't overhype one, don't underhype one.
Absolutely. Hey, we already got it. James Edwards III just posted a GIF of someone putting on their seat. So James Edwards III is saying we better buckle up tonight. So I think it's going to, right with what Laz was saying, it's going to be a night. Guys, we're here through the whole first round. As you can see, if you drop a comment in YouTube, I know some of you are watching on Twitter, but if you drop a comment in YouTube and we can see it, we can put it up, we can talk about it. And let's keep with the Detroit Pistons, guys. Where are we feeling right now at number 5? If you had to put a significant amount of money to you on who the Pistons walk away with at number 5, Sean, you're the boss over at Detroit Bad Boys. So let's start with you. Who are the Pistons walking away with?
Well, I might be the boss. I'm also probably wrong the most. So let's make that clear. I feel like it's a Benedict Mathurin night. I just feel like he fits with Cade. He fits as a two-way player. I think he has more upside than people think. I think he's got the kind of attitude Troy Weaver might fall in love with. Maybe it's just because that's who I would pick, and I'm letting that overshadow, but I think it's Mathurin.
All right, Jack Kelly.
Man, look, my heart's telling me Ben Math, but I think I'm just going to roll with Ivy. I want some athleticism in the backcourt. I want someone who can attack the rim. So I'm hoping for Ivy, but look, it could be Keegan Murray. I mean, yourself and Amari have spoken about that on the pod. So Murray's been tied with the Pistons for the whole process. So, yeah, we'll see.
Lads, what do you got?
I feel like it's going to be Keegan Murray. I'm fine with either Keegan Murray or Benedict Mathurin. I think those are like roughly equivalent talents. It's just like a matter of fit and roster construction and everything. So yeah, well, one of those. I think like Ben Mathurin's suit is much nicer. Does that give him the edge? Right? Like who
very,
knows?
very important.
I have no style, so I never judge any prospects on that. I may not be very good at it anyway, but I definitely won't if I start going off their fit. Steve, who do you got for the Pistons at number 5?
Well, I just want to preface anything I say by in Troy we trust. I think no matter who they select, like they went through this vigorous process and they determined like, okay, if we can iron out this or that, this person's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. But I do think it ends up being Benedict Mathurin. It seemed like as the draft got closer, that was more the smoke that's been put out there. And the Keegan Murray, like Jaden Ivey stuff, I felt was kind of like what we call lying season. You know, you put out these feelers because those were the guys that everybody wanted to select up and get. That after the top 3, those were the 2 that everybody said well, Ivy's got this great athleticism, explosiveness, upside. He should be number 4. But then the Sacramento thing happened, and apparently he doesn't want to play there. But who can blame him? And then Keegan Murray as well. Everybody's labeled him like the safest guy in the draft. So I feel like those two things about the Pistons really liking both was kind of that way. And then maybe when deals didn't materialize the way they wanted to, they were just like, forget it. Let's just take Benedict Mathurin for all the reasons, Sean and Laz have laid out here. Man-to-man point of attack defender, 3-point shooter, great athlete, like fits perfectly next to Cade.
I do wonder, when I was listening to James Edwards III on the Sam Vecini podcast he did yesterday, and Sam flat out asked him James flat out asked Sam, do you think the Jeremy Grant trade, which we should talk about probably, affects who they end up drafting? And Sam's like, no, it doesn't matter. You should just pick the guy you think is best. So I my initial instinct was to be after the Jeremy Grant's traded, they're going to take Keegan Murray. I had the flow chart and everything on Twitter.
That was nice, by the way, Laz. That was tough.
Thank you. But I definitely think it could go either way for sure.
All right, so we are going to talk some Jeremy Grant before the draft gets going. And again, for all of our listeners, this won't just be Pistons. We'll talk about every pick as it goes through. But here in the pre-show, we're going to stick to the Pistons for the most part. So Arthur here says Murray at 5, Jalen Williams at 13, which makes me wonder, guys, how much do we believe that the Pistons take another pick in this first round? How much do we believe that Troy Weaver trades back in and gets a second first-round pick? Sean, again, start us off.
I mean, I think he wants to. I think it's a balance for me of what does it cost to do it now and take on so much money in a Gordon Hayward, because then that limits the way you can approach attacking DeAndre Ayton. That means either exactly how you're going to be able to do it and succeed at it, or maybe you don't think it's in the cards. But I just wonder if he's willing to do that today during the draft and potentially risk his options on how to approach the pursuit of DeAndre Ayton later. So, I mean, the less money it takes to trade in, which means a lower draft pick, the more likely it is. Taking on $30 million player and to get it back into the lottery, I think that's a lofty goal. That's pretty risky too.
Jack, where you stand with the Pistons getting back into the first round? You think it's going to happen?
Honestly, I'm not sure. For me, the Jeremy Grant trade got me thinking about what are the goals for next season. As we all know, Tom Gores is traditionally that sort of win now mindset of an owner. And the part, he's had to sit through 2.5 seasons of, tanking.
Not winning.
Not winning.
Restoration.
So,
restoration.
Restoration. Thanks, Sean. So it's for me, I don't know, is he now got a mandate that we're going to be pushing for that play-in position? Because if so, we've got the cap space. I don't know. Gordon Hayward's a nice player. So maybe we do take on Hayward, and that does give us that additional lotto pick. So, yeah.
And Troy Weaver himself said he doesn't want to lose forever. That wasn't his exact words or whatever, but he was not brought in here to lose for 3 straight years, which if they, go sub 25 wins again next season is what will have occurred. And so I think it is definitely noticeable that they're being a lot more aggressive. They're positioning themselves to be a lot more aggressive this offseason than they have been in his first or second off seasons. It sounds like they might, maybe they try and get in. I don't know. My thing is always I don't know what they could trade to get back into the first round and have left over for a DeAndre Ayton sign-in trade. And so I'm trying to work out the asset math in my head about how that goes. They did just acquire a first round pick. Maybe they try and flip that into something a little bit more tangible, a little bit quicker. But I think they're positioning themselves to be really aggressive, and that includes tonight as well.
Steve, what do you think? You think we get to talk about another one of these prospects that you've put some time in? Maybe the rest of us have put some time in and going to the Detroit Pistons?
I honestly think this is part one of a multi-team thing. The more I'm thinking about it, is it just seems off for this one-to-one thing to where DeAndre Ayton's been linked to Atlanta. So maybe this is a 3-teamer where he and DeAndre Ayton ends up in Atlanta, and then Atlanta sends Detroit draft capital. And and maybe like, I don't know, Bogdanovich, maybe that's why he's been linked, like that contract comes here. Maybe it ends up being the Charlotte one with Gordon Hayward, like they said. I know he was kind of unhappy towards the end. Maybe he comes to Detroit and they end up with DeAndre Ayton. And then the other one I was thinking about was the Knicks. The Knicks are obviously looking for big time players, as always. I know Sean had mentioned it before too in our Slack chat as well. Like that could be like Fournier and whatever else. And then Ayton ends up there and Detroit gets draft capital. I think that would be the main thing, would be just they want more draft capital, because if it's not DeAndre Ayton, then I think it's one of these, what we always call sin eating, of just eating a bad contract for more draft stuff. And I think New York is probably the best option if they just were looking for picks, because I think they still own all of their future picks going forward. I know Atlanta has some extra ones from Dallas, so that's another one too as well.
Let's talk about what got this extra cap room that we're all talking about, right? Like it shook us all up yesterday evening. The Slack chat was going immediately. Jeremy Grant goes to Portland for a draft pick, just not the one any of us were hoping for or thought or maybe was ever realistic, but that's okay. A 2025 Milwaukee Buck first-round pick, top 4 protective, just in case something crazy happens. I did learn today that actually was via New Orleans Pelicans in the Drew Holiday trade, and then ended up with Portland. 36 and 46, which Steve, I think you can speak on this later. That's not an invaluable move in tonight's second round. And then a couple other second-round picks, including the Pistons own in 2025. Essentially, the $20 million cap space is the big thing there. Jack, what did you think? What was your initial? You may not even have been awake. Man. For those of you watching, right. Jack lives in Australia, so he may not have been awake when this happened.
Oh, no, I was awake. Most trades I'm normally asleep. So I honestly misread the whole tweet and tweeted out to my friends that he's going to the Bucks. So I was completely off guard. But yeah, I don't know. I was just sort of trying to gather my thoughts. A lot of the time, I'm just looking at everyone else's reactions. So, I don't know, 24 hours later, I think after listening to James Edwards talk on Sam Vecini's pod, I was listening to it this morning, him saying that was supposedly the best deal they've been offered since the previous season's trade deadline. I'm just going to take that and roll with it, and that made me feel better.
Jack, I don't think you believe that statement by the look on your face.
I'm telling myself it's true, yeah, look, I guess for me, like, clearly they're going to be aggressive in free agency, I guess. And I think it was raised in a piece Sean put out yesterday. What's plan B here? Are we just sin eating? But yeah, it's going to be an extremely exciting off season. I'll just leave it at that.
Sean, what did you think whenever you saw that trade come across? What was your thoughts?
Well, I certainly didn't freak out like a lot of people. I think I had internalized a lack of value for Grant over time. Like when I read a couple days ago that I think Mark Stein put out that Atlanta balked at a Grant for 16 trade, I was thinking to myself, okay, unless the Pistons take back bad salary, they're going to get a pick in that 15 to 25 range. That's basically what they did. And they actually, not only didn't they take back bad money, they took back no money. So at least it gave them a little bit of flexibility going forward. So, I mean, maybe if they pushed hard, they could have traded for more last year. Maybe not. I don't really care, because number one on my priority list was don't sign Jeremy Grant to an extension. I just don't think it made sense. So, I mean, they got something for him, and I'm happy about that more than anything.
Yeah, that extension is going to be really interesting. I'm very intrigued to see what Portland ends up having to give Jeremy Grant to stay there long term. Laz, I want to give you a chance. I know there's a question from the chat that you guys mentioned. We'll get to that in just a second. But Laz, your thoughts on the Jeremy Grant trade?
Yeah, I was disappointed by the return. I thought that there was a chance you could get at least like you could get something tangible like right now. Right. And like to Sean's point, the thing that they got right now is the cap space and the flexibility to do stuff. And so that makes it difficult to kind of judge the outcome of the trade right now, because we haven't figured out what they're going to do with all this flexibility. We got Brady coming in later. And Brady has just been repeating this over and over in the Slack that, like, historically, classically, lots of cap space, bad for the Pistons. They end up spending it on stuff you don't necessarily want. And so I just need to know what the plan B is, because plan A is like clearly DeAndre Ayton. But like, if they strike out for, whatever reason, they can't work out the sign-in trade, Phoenix just decides to match, right? Like, what's plan B? And that, I think that's going to be really important moving on in the offseason.
It's a scary proposition, right? Like, you got to hope that if they strike out plan A, B, C, that at least then they can fall back on taking a bad contract and some assets. But that's we'll see how
we talked about them like wanting to be more competitive. It's like, if they miss out on the thing that makes them competitive, like how much of a desire is still there, right? Like, as all of a sudden, like, we got Mo Bamba for like $50 million, and it's like, I don't love this.
Yeah, you have to really shift mentalities, right? Like, you have all this cap space to go be good, and if you strike out, now you have to completely shift your mindset to, okay, we're not going to be good. Let's change course here. Let's get to this question you guys mentioned. So, what player would be at the top of your board if you put on a blindfold and just listen to their interviews? Now, I will admit here, I haven't listened to a ton of interviews. I will say my co-host over at the Pistons Pulse, I got you, Steve. I'm coming to you first. Amari Cinco for the second. He did say he liked Keegan Murray's interview. But, Steve, it looks like you got somebody, so let's go to you first.
None of them. They all say the same thing. I'm the best player in the draft. I got more than I showed in college or wherever I was playing. The centers all say, I can shoot threes. I've been doing it all off season. Like, come on, man. Like, Anthony Edwards is a rarity, and he'd be somebody that would take in interviews for that, because he just gave the honest answer. Like, you can tell that's him. It wasn't like media coach or anything, but so many of these guys get media coaching now, especially ones that go to like the major universities and stuff, that they just all give kind of the same answers. So that would be honestly mine, unless there was an Anthony Edwards kind of guy that was just like, what, I'm just going to be me and talk like I talk and be who I am, then Otherwise, no, man, I'm the whole interview process to me, every year I fall for it. I listen to 1, 2, 3, and by the third one, I'm like, why am I doing this? They're giving the same answers.
Yeah, they're coached up. You understand. Real quick, this is a little off topic. Have you guys, you brought up Anthony Edwards, who I thought was awesome in the movie Hustle. Have any of you guys seen that movie? I thought that movie was Hernan Gomez was incredible in that movie. Have any of you guys seen it?
I've not seen it yet. It's definitely like in the queue. Okay. But also, like, since it's not basketball season anymore, it's hard to like control the TV and watch basketball again.
Okay, right? So for those of you that don't, Laz is married, has a baby, and so I'm in the same boat. I'm married. I got 3 kids. I watch Pistons game on my cell phone because I don't get control of the TV. Luckily, my wife was a college hooper, so she wanted to watch it as well. So we watched it together. That was date night for us.
Oh, no, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah. There's a lot of selling Sunset in the last week or so.
Jack,
I watched the clip of Anthony Edwards getting tackled by Hernan Gomez, and when 15 players didn't immediately jump on both of them, I was out, because there's no way they wait 45 seconds to do anything for a dramatic showdown. I was just like, no thanks.
Jack, Steve, either of you guys seen the movie?
No, I haven't. I've just seen that scene Sean spoke about. I'll be honest, I'm pretty scarred from watching sports movies, but I have heard great reviews, so I might chuck it on this weekend.
All right, so let's continue with this. Arthur brings up pick number 36. I talked about it earlier in that Jeremy Grant trade, that I don't think it's insignificant that they were able to move from 46 to 36. He throws out a few names here. Again, Steve, I want to start with you because you're kind of our second round guru over at Detroit Bad Boys. They had Kendall Brown there, Christian Brown, spelled completely different, Patrick Baldwin Jr. Who are a couple other names that Pistons fans might be interested in the second round?
I mean, self-promotion here. I did put out an article just a couple hours ago on guys that I think move up into 36. And like historically, if I give you my little spiel, guys in that 31 to 45 range have been very good. I mean, Malcolm Brogdon, Jokic was picked at 41 in that range. And if you go in the article that I put in Detroit Bad Boys, there's a whole list of guys from 2012 that have all panned out and been good to solid pros and 1-2-time MVP. So it's not a bad list. And why I think so many teams are treating this like free agency as they realize with this deeper class that's there. So that said, Jaden Hardy is also one I would throw up there with Patrick Baldwin. I think those guys are both good bets at 36 because these are guys that were thought of as like top 5, top 10 talents. Year didn't go as well for them. Patrick Baldwin Jr. apparently has an ankle injury that hasn't quite got right. He addressed that at the combine. If you listen to Game Theory or you listen to any of his interviews at the combine, he talked about that a little bit. And he also didn't like say that was the whole reason why he struggled or whatever. But when they asked him like, hey, how come you had such a like lower vertical than what we expected? That was what he said, was like, well, my ankle's still starting to get right. So
yeah,
there's that.
Not to interrupt you, Steve, but like Ricky O'Donnell at SB Nation had a really good piece. He had like a really good like one-on-one with Pat Baldwin talking about like those injury struggles. So I would encourage people to check that out if you like really need to know more about Pat Baldwin's struggles this year. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
No, that's all good. Absolutely. So I'm glad you brought that up because that is something that needs to be factored in. Jaden Hardy had a terrible context at the G League Ignite team. Nobody on that team shot well. He had one teammate that shot over like 34% from three. Both Dyson Daniels and Marjan Beauchamp, although they're getting all this love, they didn't help him out at all in terms of spacing. They were both under 30% from three. He's a good ball handler too, maybe the best ball handler in this class, believe it or not, really good and can get a jump shot off from anywhere. Kendall Brown's another one that's been there. I'm glad that he brought him up. Mega athlete, super raw, can pass. A little dribbling is a problem, but defensively he can guard 1 through 4, and I think would be like a Sean Marion type if everything broke right. That type of a player, lob threat, good guy that runs in transition. And then one last one. If I had to guess, I mean, I'm going to promote, since I'm here in Tucson, Christian Coloco is another guy that could be available there. If they wanted a center, and I'm somebody that doesn't normally want to draft and invest in centers, but he's one of the more switchable guys at 5, moves like a wing, really good lob threat, finished like over 80% at the rim, blocked over 2 shots a game. Like Mitchell Robinson is his comp, but I think he's actually a much more offensively gifted Mitchell Robinson because he can do a little bit more.
So you bring up big men there. A big man that has been linked to the Pistons, at least throughout today, has been Jalen Duren. So we talked about the Pistons acquiring another first-round pick. Jack, I'm going to go to you first. What do you think about the idea of adding a Jalen Duren to this roster, just as a prospect and then the roster construction in general?
Well, I think Duren, first of all, fits the exact type of guy Troy Weaver seems to like. 6'11", huge wingspan, can jump out of the gym. I was actually just watching some film on him, and he's just like a man child, like insane measurables. And yeah, look, I think we saw the impact of bringing Marvin Bagley and just how much that opened up the floor for Cade. And yeah, I think anytime you can get a rib running big that can rebound. I'm not sure how switchable he is, but he can meet the level of the screen. Yeah, I think there's heaps of potential there. And as I said, it fits Weaver's sort of desires, for lack of a better term.
Laz, what do you think? Yeah,
I totally agree with you, Jack, that like the 6'11", 250-pound, like carved out of granite dude is like definitely what Troy Weaver has been trying to get for the last 3 years. It's like, if we remember, we heard reports that Troy Weaver had James Wiseman like number 1 on his board that year. It's like that kind of tells you everything you need to know about like what kind of big man Troy Weaver is really interested in. Duren is really intriguing. He's really young. I think, Steve, he's like the youngest guy in his class, second youngest guy.
Yeah, he should be just getting over prom and graduating. Like he should have been a high school senior this year. Like that's one of the things I think not enough people talk about too. I have more to say on him, but I'll let everybody go first.
No, I knew you would know, so I was like, let me check in with Steve real quick. So I like the potential, obviously. I like that he had like peaks and valleys this year. Like earlier in the season when they were playing a relatively lower skilled competition, he was like very dominant. When the competition level increased, he kind of struggled a little bit. And then he kind of had that breakout game in their conference championship. He had like 20 and 20, just was really impressive. And then you look at some of the things he can do athletically. It's just like we talked about jumpy jump for a lot of last year, and like he really can jumpy jump. But it's like obviously the thing with like young bigs is like can he learn how to defend? Is he good in space? And like I think he can get there. And so I'm intrigued by Duren. I don't know if I'd be willing to like sacrifice everything to go back into the first round to get him, especially if you have DeAndre Ayton as a target. It's like drafting Jalen Duren doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. you're kind of hoping Duren turns into a version of DeAndre Ayton in time. I was like, you could just get the finished product at 23 or whatever, just do that. But he is a really intriguing prospect. I had him in my top 10 on my board.
Steve, go ahead and give us your breakdown on Jalen Duren, and then we're just about 5 minutes before this thing starts. So I actually do want to talk some top of the NBA draft, number 1 pick, because it looks like Paolo Banchero is gaining steam here as we lead up to the draft. And so, Steve, give us your thoughts on Jalen Duren, and then let's get to the number 1 pick.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, people talk about him being limited offensively. For a guy that's limited offensively, he led Memphis in points, in 2-point shot attempts, and in free throw attempts. So if that's limitations, then sign me up for it. Definitely not at 5, though. I don't think 5 would be the thing, because you don't really see a tangible jump shot. And like Laz said, he can defend in space, and he flashed that, but it's going to take time. I actually think he needs to drop a little weight to be able to do that. But I think he is far and away, he should be the number 1 center. I don't get all this Mark Williams talk, to be quite honest, because I think Mark Williams is much stiffer, and he's not the explosive athlete that Duren is. And again, 18 years old, this guy should just be graduating high school. And yet he was the leader for Memphis on defense and on offense down the stretch too. There's just a lot to like. He's more of a traditional center. He's been called like Baby Dwight. So I think even Baby Dwight would be a good like 10, 12-year pro that you just see working out.
I wanted to throw this one up real fast. Thank you for watching all the way from Poland. We appreciate it. We will talk about Jeremy Sohan later when he gets picked. He's a guy I like. And again, if the Pistons get back in that, late lottery, mid-first round, I don't know if he's going to last that long. But let's talk about the top of the draft, guys, because we're about to find out who the number 1 pick in the 2022 NBA draft is. Orlando is on the clock. I have said I thought it was going to be Chet Holmgren. It looks like there's a late push for Paolo Banchero. I thought he was probably the last guy to come in or to be picked at number 1, had the least amount of odds. Where are you guys at? Sean, what do you think is going to happen here at number 1?
Well, back to Jeremy Sohan really quick. He has an amazing purple suit. So now I really do wish the Pistons go back in. And
Sean is only going based off of the fit from these prospects.
I don't watch all the film that Steve does. What can I say? Banchero was actually sort of like 1A on my board along with Chet. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with any team that thinks Banchero is going to be worthy of the number 1 pick, because the one thing that I think is most useful in any context in the NBA is a guy who can move the ball. And that's like Banchero's secret skill above all others, especially when you're talking about Chet or you're talking about Jabari. Like, Banchero is a passer, playmaker, scorer, and he's not going to record scratch ever. That's why I don't really understand the Carmelo comparisons beyond body type sometimes. But I think he's going to be a great like facilitator of good offense. And I mean, Orlando could use it. So I wouldn't give them a minus if they went Banchero above the other 2.
Yeah, I got Banchero number 1 on my board. I love his game. I've heard a lot of the Blake Griffin 2018-2019 comp. I wasn't around doing Detroit Pistons stuff in 2018-2019. Laz, what do you think about that comp in terms of for Paolo Banchero, and how effective is that player?
I like that comp. That was a little bit more of like a ground bound Blake, and he was a really underrated distributor. And that was like leveraged very heavily by Dwayne Casey and the coaching staff, overly so at times. I think you could absolutely do that with Paolo. I don't know if that's how you get the most out of him, but I do really like Paolo. I had him, I think I had him second on my board, and I just like the fact that he's a 6'10" shot creator, right? Like, you don't see a lot of those guys. Those guys create a ton of matchup problems, and I don't worry as much about the defensive stuff, just because I think like Duke was able to make hay with it by putting him next to a traditional center and just kind of lessening his responsibilities. I think he could do something very similar in the NBA until he gets more experience on that end. Yeah,
What's up, Chance?
Chance is struggling right now. So
He is not a Banchero fan.
Hey, he does not like that take, Laz. You cannot have Banchero going number one. What's up? We got a follower in Japan or a watcher in Japan. Thank you for tuning in. Jack, what do you think about this? And then Steve, I'll come to you.
I like Paolo to the Magic. I think he fits nicely next to Wendell Carter, as well as Franz. I think I think he'd be, I think they're sort of missing a primary initiator. I know Banchero is not necessarily going to run every bit of offense, but I do really like, just off the back of what Laz said, that comp with 2019 Blake. We also saw Blake run a lot of pick and roll with Andre at times, so I think Paolo can do that. We saw him do stuff in the short roll at Duke, so yeah, I like him with the Magic. I do think though Chet sort of fits their profile of draft history, so
Steve,
tall, lanky guys. Yeah.
Yes, he does. He fits right in with what they've drafted. Steve, I put this comment up for you, so you can address that and then take it away with Paolo Banchero at possibly number one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here with Joe just in case, something goes down. He's on the phone all the time, so we could throw to him whenever we got to ask some real advanced questions. So, yeah, that is Joe Dumars. This is one of my favorite pictures, one of our favorite pictures in Twister Pistons fandom. So you got to go with it every single time. But yeah, Apollo number one. I think his fit on the Magic, though, is a little precarious, I guess, just because they took Jalen Suggs, who needs the ball, who's not a good shooter. I think Franz is a 4. I think that's what they want to roll with him. What are they doing with Jonathan Isaac? I have no freaking idea. So it's just they have a lot of guys that either need the ball. I mean, that's not even to mention like Cole Anthony and RJ Hampton. So they do have a lot of mouths to feed, I think. And I just don't know what they want to do there. Whereas Paulo comes in and clearly needs the ball, number one. I think he's a better fit in Houston, to be quite honest, to where they have a style that they want to play where it's like multiple ball handlers between Jalen Green, Kevin Porter Jr., or even with what they did with, why am I blanking on his name all of a sudden? Eric. Why am I blanking on his name? The guy out of Indiana used to play for the Clippers a long time. Eric Gordon, thank you. See, that shows you how much Houston basketball I watch, though, to be quite honest. But yeah, they have a style up-tempo. They don't care so much about defense yet. So I think that would be a better fit. And I think Jabari does fit the best with the Magic at number one, just because shot maker can create a little bit, is good on defense. He's ahead of Chet on offense. He's way ahead of Paulo on defense. And really the top three is pretty fluid. I think they're all fairly even in terms of talent, but I think Paulo has the most shot creation, which is why I always put him at number
Brady, what's up, man? You made it just in time. No number one pick has been selected. Woj is freaking everybody out, saying that Paulo has moved in as the front runner. What are your thoughts on the number one pick?
I feel like I'm the one person here who's the degenerate who gambles a lot and things. And so, like, the funny thing about this first overall pick has been last night, like randomly at 3:00, somebody or something put money down on Paulo to go number one, and it shifted the entire board, and like Jabari Smith became the second most likely guy. And then the market adjusted heavily when Woj tweeted this morning, and it went from like, maybe it'll be Jabari, maybe it'll be Paulo, to being like 100% it's going to be Jabari. And now we're like 6 hours later, and we're back to maybe it'll be Paulo again. So I just think it's hilarious that like it's just shifting so far left and right, and we're going to find out in 5 minutes. But like, this has been a crazy day for it, because the last couple of years it's just been, we know who the number one guy is going to be pretty much with some level of certainty. Even last year we kind of knew.
Yeah, I mean, it's I like I said, I didn't think Paulo was in play at number one. I really thought it was going to be between Jabari and Chet. I mean, do you think the Magic, I never know what to think about. Do you think the Magic have played it this way on purpose the whole way? Or do you think in the last 24 hours, their mind has truly shifted? What do you think about that, Laz, in terms of what yesterday? Do you think they were really going Chet, and today all of a sudden they woke up and said, nah, let's go Paulo?
So it's weird, right? Because like Weltman and the front office at Orlando, like classically, they love like those really long-limbed, like skinny guys. And so you would think like Chet would be their guy. Like they've drafted like Jonathan Isaac, they drafted Mo Bamba, they drafted Giannis, like they've drafted like Thon Maker, like that they have a type, right? And like Chet is kind of their type. So it's been interesting to me that like the Chet's not even been in consideration at number one, kind of in the rumors. I'm glad Brady brought up the odds making thing. It's like I didn't have enough like grasp on that to bring that up, but I did find that really interesting. I think Paulo is a better fit for what they're trying to accomplish. They need ball handlers, they need shot creation. Jabari Smith can kind of do some of that, but all of his shots are like really difficult shots that he makes easy because he's 6'10" and no one can block his shot. But if you want like layups, like Paulo's your dude. And to Jacob, so I have a job, and so like if I'm hungover for that job, it's bad. And so we are drinking Hennessy, but we are also drinking water because if we mix the two, maybe tomorrow I'll be able to wake up on time.
Poor Jack down there. He doesn't even have the choice because he's going to work as soon as he has to leave the live. Like, what time is it right now? We said somebody else. Oh, here we go, Jack. Somebody else from Australia is with us, I believe. There we go.
Oh no, nice. Yeah, it's 10 a.m. here. So, but I said earlier, if we take Ivy, I'm gonna crack a beer. I'm cracking a drink. I don't know if that's the right thing or not. I don't know if he's the right pick, but I don't know. I'm all in on Ivy, I think.
Yeah, I am as well. It'd be really interesting. Like, as you know, Commissioner Silver is up at the stand right now, so we're getting this thing started. We're gonna get going, but you know, for Detroit, it's really hard to figure out. We don't even know who's gonna be there, right? Like, as we're speaking to this, like, what if Chet really does fall, guys? Like, I think it's been this insane. Brady, you would be excited. Yes, you're all in on that, Brady?
Oh yeah, I think and someone just mentioned it the other day. I don't know if it was Sam Vecini from The Athletic or somebody had kind of just floated it out there or something that like, hey, or no, it was Mavs draft. He had said like, I know that I heard months ago that this was something that, you know, the Pistons were very high on. And like, I don't think the medicals thing, teams are going to pass it up because I think that kind of turns into a strategic move a lot of times. But yeah, I mean, if he falls to 5, you just run the card up. It's almost like when the Lions had the second pick this year and they like had the pick in within 30 seconds. Like if Chet's there, you just immediately like just say, all right, you know who we want, and you hang up the phone and you just go celebrate after that. Like easy said, done, over.
Yeah, Mavs draft.
You got to get him to take that chain off, though. That chain is.
I haven't seen the outfits yet.
Take it off, man.
I've only seen a couple, and they just showed him on the broadcast. So if you guys are watching us, I should make note of this. We are not going to go off of Twitter or what's tipped from Woj or anything like that. We are all watching the broadcast. We agreed to this, and we will go based off what the broadcast shows. So if we're behind whatever Twitter has released, just know that. We got somebody from Vietnam here as well. So the draft, you woke up just in time, my friend. The draft is literally Orlando just is on the clock, and looks like just 5 minutes between picks. So it's going to become fast now, guys. We're going to get our takes in quick, and then we'll be on to the next pick. So talking about number 1 here, Paolo Banchero, Chet, Jabari. Let's go around the room real quick. Who would you guys take if you were number 1? Steve, starting with you. Who would you take for the Orlando Magic at number 1?
Yeah, Jabari would be my pick. Like I just broke down, the shot making, the shooting. At least you have somebody that you can develop into a more lethal threat off the bounce, and still have Suggs and all these other guys, Franz, that you can develop with the ball in your hands, and somebody who is a big difference maker on defense. Maybe even like a supercharged Jaren Jackson Jr., I think, which Paulo is questionable on defense. So that probably knocks him down a little bit.
Sean, what about you?
I'm a Chet guy, especially considering what he could be alongside Cade for the Pistons, I'm saying. For the Magic, I mean, with everything they have, I still think, to me, like, Chet would be awfully enticing because I think he could play really well with Franz Wagner. I think he could play well with Jalen Suggs. Like, I just believe in his defense first and foremost. And I think that his offense was more than what he showed in college because he played such a secondary, tertiary role. And I believe there's more there. So I'm among the Chet believers, the Chet truthers out there.
It would be a reuniting to him and Jalen Suggs play together in high school, just so you guys know.
All right, Jack, what about you? Who would you take at number 1?
I think I'm going Chet. He's got like just the two-way. He's got the highest two-way ceiling, I think, in my opinion. The defense is real. I'm not too caught up in the body type. And yeah, he seems to really give a I was going to say it's going to curse, but you know what I mean. I think you know
You
what I'm
can
going to say.
curse.
He seems,
I'm
he
saying
seems
you
to
can
really.
curse.
He gives a shit. He gives a shit. You know what I mean?
Sean is
Yeah.
the boss, so whatever Sean says is
Thanks,
allowed
Sean.
is allowed.
Yeah.
I have to edit it out of the articles. I don't have to edit it out of a live stream. So say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Can Laz
No,
leave it in the podcast if it drops as a podcast? I think, is that okay as well?
No, because you don't want to be classified an explicit podcast.
Yeah, you can't have that. That brings the numbers down. The pick's coming in right now, but I'm a Chet guy. I would also pick Chet for much of the same reasons as Sean. But Adam Silver's like gonna come up soon and tell us who. So let's just do that.
You guys
now we find out how different everybody's
real quick.
is.
Wait, I'm a Chet guy myself, and I think that'd be the pick for the Pistons. For the Magic, I think it's going to be Jabari Smith, but I would actually think Paolo because I think offensive creation like that is too hard to pass up for a team that has so few keepers.
Yeah, you guys
Or
are
guys
ahead.
that are like short things.
You guys are ahead of me because I'm watching on my cell phone.
I just saw it. So
Who was it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Paulo. It's Paulo.
Paulo
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wait, Brady, how much money did you just make?
Like $40. That's still pretty
Nice.
All right, Steve, break it down. Paolo Banchero to the Orlando Magic. What are the Orlando Magic getting? And then we'll get everybody else's thoughts.
Well, they're getting a 6'10" shot creator. Some people have compared him to Melo. Some people have compared him to Derek Coleman without the off-court baggage stuff. This is a very rare guy that can handle the ball that is center size. He's like 6'10", 250, gets to the free throw line. He operates a lot out of the mid post. He can run pick and roll to run those 4 or 5 pick and rolls that are just really devastating if they're a mismatch with somebody who can do that. The concerns are his 3-point shot wasn't fantastic. I can give you numbers on that here real quick while I pull it up. But I think everybody will say his shot's not that broken too. I'm somebody too who thinks 3-point shooting is not necessarily overrated, but not that tough to teach if you already have a strong foundation. I think Paulo does. He shot 33.8% from 3, 72.9% from the line. He also pulled in 7.8 rebounds, 3.2 assists. So he checks a lot of different boxes. Defense is just the only question.
Yeah, he was number one on my board.
Ahead.
You
know how I said I wanted Sohan because of his purple suit?
Yeah.
Paolo's off my board because of his purple suit. That thing is gross.
I did not anticipate Sean being the fashion guy of our little group here. But now I know. I just want to say I had Paolo number 1, and so I may not get much right tonight, but I got that one right. Have a lot of betting going on. I got to get into this game. I don't know much about this. Jack, Paolo, number 1. What's your reaction, my friend?
No, I really like it. I love Paolo's shot creation. He shot like 48% in the mid range. I love his dribble pull up in the mid range. He's got that rocker step out of the that Cade likes to do, that jab step. I don't know. I just love his triple threat game and
the stutter rip.
I'm happy for Magic fans because I think he's the guy they sort of needed, someone who can create. They're just sort of missing that as we discussed. So yeah, I like the pick.
Yeah, Laz, what do you think? That mid-range game is nice from Paolo, man. I like his face-up, mid-range, mid-post stuff. Laz, what do you like about Paolo at number 1? Or do you not like anybody not like it?
I like it. I like Paolo at number 1. I like the fact that he can create their own shot, and the Magic still kind of need a guy who can create their own shot. I think pick and roll with their like young set of guards and Paolo is going to be really good for them offensively. They needed offensive help. What I'm curious about now is like that goes against type, right? Has Houston done their research on Jabari? Is Jabari someone that Houston's like comfortable taking? Could that precipitate a Jabari slide and like maybe the Pistons get Jabari? Like now I'm like trying to like work some stuff through. But yeah, I like Paolo in Orlando for sure.
Okay, I just saw the suit, and Sean, you were absolutely right. That is
sometimes it's easy.
That's something. Brady, what do you think about Paolo Banchero? Not the suit, just his game and his fit with Orlando.
I love the fit. First off, the suit.
The
fit in Orlando. I love the guys who are dressing wild. The fit in Orlando is, like I said, I don't think that any of these teams are to the point where they like really need to think about how guys fit. They just need to find guys who can play basketball really good. And the Pistons are in the same boat. And I think that Paolo's a guy who, where he's not excelling defensively, he makes up for it offensively when you're not trying to win a bunch of games. And I think, if they were to bring back Mo Bamba, which I know that they may or may not, but I think he can play alongside Bamba. He can play in smaller lineups alongside Jonathan Isaac if he's ever healthy. And I think his shooting ability, just even though it's like you said, Steve, it's not up to the Jabari level yet. He can do a lot off the bounce, and that'll help. Their guards who, particularly even Anthony, none of them can really shoot. They're all guys who need to are either streaky or need to get the ball and go off the bounce. And so I think his passing opens things up there. So does it make them significantly better right now? No, but I think he's a guy who has modern day Melo type of potential, just as an ISO scorer who can, do a lot of stuff with a big body.
Yeah, I like his fit there because of what you talked about with the guards. I think they can use a guy that can facilitate and create and be a good passer. So I really like that. It looks like the Oklahoma City pick is already in. You do wonder, were the Magic able to hide this and now the Thunder had to reevaluate? I don't know if Paulo was going to go to them anyway. It maybe affects Houston more than anybody. What are we thinking about the Thunder now? You have Chet or Jabari Smith Jr. I know, if we really want to get insane, guys, Jaden Ivey at number 2 would just pop this draft off insane. If Paulo went 1 and Jaden Ivey went 2, we would be in for a night. So
that's another big Brady bet right there. Is Jaden Ivey number 2? Just wanted
you put some on that? Oh man.
I never understood the OKC Jaden Ivey lust. We got a report that they were interested in, and they already have Shea, they already have Lou Dort, they just drafted Josh Giddey, they just drafted Theo Maledon. They have a lot of guards, and this is the thing that always just confounds me with what OKC is doing, is that they're running through these guys so quickly that they're not giving them much chance to develop good habits, or you're not really able to see the amount of progression I would like to be able to see from a season on season basis. I know Shea is good, I know Dort's probably pretty good, but you think about a guy like Darius Baisley who had a lot of potential coming out of he took the year off out of high school, got drafted in OKC, and he's just kind of been lost in the shuffle ever since. And it's if that guy had a dedicated support staff on him, what kind of player would he be? So I don't know. I've just been curious. Okay, never mind the picks then.
Here we go. Number 2, the Oklahoma City Thunder select the aforementioned Chet Holmgren. Jack, I'm gonna start with you on this one. What do you think about Chet and his fit with the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Oh, I think he fits well. I'm also curious now about what I think he's the most developmental out of the top 3. I think he's going to take the longest. So, what's that mean for SGA? Is he going to be happy with another season of losing potentially? But anyway, sorry. Back to the question. I do like the pick. As I said, I love Chet. I think he has the best 2-way potential. So yeah, I really like it for OKC.
Steve, give us a little breakdown on Chet Holmgren and what the Thunder are getting.
So yeah, Chet Holmgren, he scored 14.1 points per game last year, 9.9 win rebounds, 1.9 assists, and the big number, 3.7 blocks. He shot 73.7% from 2-point range, 39% from 3, and 71.7% from free throw range. Number 1 is shot blocking. He has unreal shot blocking instincts. He will get in everybody's face and not back down from any challenge, despite his size of being 7 feet and 195 pounds. Maybe we'll see if he can keep weight on. That'll be another big concern about him, is just the weight concerns. The fit in Oklahoma City is a little bit dicey, if I'm being quite honest. Their centers right now are Jeremiah Robinson Earl, Derek Favors, Mike Muscala. I think, to me, when I did the breakdown of Chet, his best position is power forward, because I think he would work better as a weak side rim protector, shot blocker. So it helps him play to his strengths, where he can get in everybody's face and rotate more instead of trying to body up, Joel Embiid, or even somebody like Nikola Vucevic is going to take advantage of him down there at that size. He's not going to back down, but that's going to be the big concern now for him going forward if they play him at center.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the offensive game for Chet. Is there more there? Because all I've heard about is, in high school there was more. At Gonzaga, he wasn't able to show it because of Drew Timme and how good he was as a college player. Brady, what do you think about Chet's offensive game? Do you think there's untapped potential in his offensive game, or maybe just offensive game that he wasn't allowed to show?
I think that's mostly it. I think a spaced out court's going to help him. I think having more room. I think Drew Timme took up a lot of space, literally and figuratively, in that offense. And So I think playing with a great guard in SGA and having, the one thing he's going to have an issue with, I think, is that Gonzaga had a lot of good shooters, and the Thunder were the worst shooting team in the NBA last year, like even worse than the Pistons. So I wonder how that's going to work for him. And then the other part of it that I kind of just thought of is, I'm not worried about him physically because we saw him in the tournament. Jalen Duren's not the most polished guy, but he's an NBA body 100%. And Chet really gave him trouble. Like, he shot 3 of 11 against Chet in that game. So, like, the physicality of it doesn't worry me. What I'm curious about now is, like, are the Thunder building sort of like a process how Sam Hinkie did with the Sixers, where they're going to take again next year, and the goal is to draft another very tall, very skinny, very good shooting big man in Victor Wembanyama. So, like, are they going to just keep stockpiling these guys and they'll figure it out later? That's what it seems like. But in the meantime, I'll be interested to see how much Chet can, like, show that he's a guy who's there and can play alongside something like that. I don't know how that's going to happen, but just, thinking into the future, because you can't really think about the now with the Thunder.
Is he going to be able to showcase any more than what he did at Gonzaga, though? Like, isn't the ball going to be in SGA's hands, in Josh Giddey's hands? I mean, the spacing of the floor will be better, but they're not going to put the ball in his hands and run a ton of stuff through him. Like, to me, the play is going to be him just as a pick and pop shooter, right? Like, that's what his offensive game is going to be. And maybe that's all it needs to be early on. I do want to move on to the Rockets, guys, because now it's Jabari Smith Jr. left of the big three. And maybe what I would think is one of the worst fits for Jaden Ivey, and that would be with Jalen Green in Houston, although it would be a very athletic backcourt. Do we think there's a chance that the Rockets keep this fall of Jabari Smith Jr. and take Jaden Ivey at 3? Sean, what do you think?
No chance. There's no way they're going to take Jaden. They may trade for somebody to take him, but no, I think the things they liked about Paolo, they probably like a lot of similar things about Jabari. I mean, he fits with what kind of offense they run, so I think they'll just take Jabari.
Jabari might be a better fit for what Houston needs. Like, Orlando really struggled on offense. Houston really struggled on defense. Jabari is a better defensive prospect than Paolo. It's like when I assumed Paolo was going 3 to Houston, I always kind of imagined like what the future front court of a like Paolo Şengün would look like, and like that would be a really tough ask defensively for both of those guys. It's like Jabari, has a lot more switchability, is a lot more impactful as a defender. I mean, he was helped out a lot by just like the presence of Walker Kessler and being able to funnel guys into Walker Kessler, and Houston doesn't really have that guy. But you also know like he can switch, like he can stay on his feet a little bit better than Paolo does. And so I think there's a chance Jabari could find more success in Houston than he would in Orlando. Excuse me.
Yeah. I like his fit in Houston. That's a really good point, Laz. And I think defensively, I really like his competitiveness, if nothing else. Like, even if you don't think he's going to be as high level as he was, I thought he like just brought a mentality on that end of the floor. Jack, what do you? Oh, go ahead.
Not getting the first overall pick might put that huge chip on your shoulder that guys like to have. So that might be good for him.
Yeah, Jack, what do you think about Jabari Smith Jr. and specifically his fit with the Rockets, if that's who they take?
Well, the pick has just come in, actually,
Okay.
and it is Jabari Smith. So, as you guys detailed, I like the fit. It might be actually better than Paolo day one. Obviously, the shooting and dribble shooting is, like, incredible for a guy his age. I actually just had more questions, like, on his defensive potential. Like, Steve, what do you see his, like, apex as a defender, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think he is pretty close to Jaren Jackson Jr. in terms of both sides of the ball, where Jaren Jackson really does switch and do a lot of different things where he can play the 5. He's got enough heft there. I think Jabari will have to work a little bit more on that because he's only listed at 220, I believe. Yeah, so he'll need a little more heft in the pants there as well. But Auburn's defense worked because of him, not because of Walker Kessler. If you watch those Auburn games, Walker Kessler is just running down every single block he can, not playing drop coverage like you would want, and staying positioned and staying home and staying disciplined. When Jabari has to clean up all that, or Jabari has to cut off the action on the other side, cutters and all those other things, while also staying with guards and those things, I think his defensive potential actually is a little bit more clear than his like offensive shot creation potential, if I'm being quite honest.
Here's a question
The
about
guy
his game.
who loves their pick in Houston the most is Jalen Green, because now he doesn't have to worry about another ball handler.
I have a question now. I know we're kind of moving along, but with Jabari, the only thing, and this is a question I always had with the Pistons when they were dreaming of picking in that range, was he's not a super athlete. He's fine. He's good enough. His length makes up for a lot of that limited like vertical athleticism. But like, is that going to be something that we see impact him more offensively or defensively? You think? Just for anybody, I'm just curious because it seems like he's a good enough shooter to get away with it offensively, but defensively, that's where I feel like being that kind of help side Jaren Jackson type of defender, even if he's not the amazing shot blocker, is going to be more apparent without the athleticism.
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue offensively because the shooting's so elite, right? Like that's what creates his advantage offensively. Some guys have this wiggle and the ball handling and stuff. For Jabari Smith Jr., it's I'm going to make you close out so hard to me that I can then go by you. Now, he has to get better, obviously, with the bounce and finishing once he creates those advantages. But that is interesting defensively if that becomes an issue. Sean, keeping it moving here. I know you had a question here with Sacramento on the clock at 4.
Yeah, I know you said earlier who people would want to pick for the Pistons. My question for everyone, assuming Keegan Murray's off the board to Sacramento and it's not a Murray versus Mathurin decision, who's your choice for the Pistons? Is it Mathurin? Is it Ivy? Is it somebody else?
For me, it's Jaden Ivey, even though I love Benedict Mathurin. Real quick, let's just go around the room. Let's answer Steve, Ivy, or Mathurin, or somebody else.
It's Mathurin, but I would try and leverage the Pacers in Indiana and Ivy to get them to trade up.
Jack,
I'm going Ivy.
Laz,
I would go Mathurin, but I love Steve's plan of trying to coerce someone, hypothetically a team based in New York that plays in Madison Square Garden, to get some more stuff that you might need. I really worry about what Jaden Ivey looks like if the ball's not going to be in his hands all the time.
Brady, what about you?
I think he's so athletic that it's so hard to turn down that burst and that just splitting double teams and everything he can do. But you're right, everything else concerns the hell out of me. And I think even Mathurin, who I love, who's probably the number one guy I have left, I just don't think that like taking him over Ivy feels right. I think if you can get Indiana to give you any sort of asset to move up and just bump back that one space. So kind of what Sacramento fans have been talking about the Pistons doing for a week. If we can do that, then I feel really good about picking Mathurin, and I feel really good about picking up some type of asset. I don't even know what it needs to be, even if it's a pick next year. Like, that's fine. Mathurin at 6 is no different than Mathurin at 5 to me, you know?
Looks like the pick is in for the Kings. Like again, guys, I'm a little behind.
This is nerve-wracking right now.
Okay, so it hasn't come across for you guys either?
No, yeah, I see that the pick is in, but they haven't called it yet.
Okay,
well, he's walking up to the podium on mine.
What do you guys have? What's your guess here? What do you guys
see? Jay Bilas's bald head. Let's go.
Murray.
My signal.
Who said
They took Murray.
They took
Keegan Murray, yeah.
Oh, now it gets difficult.
The Kings are going to king.
Man.
Yes, the Kings are going to king.
I mean, maybe they took the best player. Maybe that's the right choice.
I listen to. I always just reference it as the radio station around here, but the big sports station Detroit. A lot of hot takes and stuff on there a lot of times, but you know, a lot of people don't like Keegan Murray on there, and a lot of people sort of had, you know, he's fine. And I think that's where I landed on it, because I did the whole breakdown on the website and stuff about Keegan, was that I wanted to make sure I had a proper feeling because I felt like it was going to be important. I think he's just going to be fine. Like, for that team trying to be good immediately, I think he's going to be a lot like how we viewed Tyrese Halliburton, ironically. And like, that means really good off the bat, really consistent, not a lot of holes, but the ceiling is like year 1 or year 2. Like, we're not going to see him go 5 ratchets up. However he is next year and the year after is probably going to be what he is for the long term, which can be fine. But is it fine at number 4? I don't know. Not my problem.
It's interesting because it's like in this draft, like it's probably okay, right? Like I was looking at this, somebody compiled like all the draft Twitter collective big boards or the mock drafts that they had done, and like the first 3 guys are the first 3 guys, and then you have Jaden Ivey, and then it's just like a mishmash, right? Like nobody knows. Right. And I liked Keegan Murray a lot. I thought his upside was higher than a lot of people were giving him credit for. Just like any marginal improvements in ball handling, like the stuff we saw in Sadiq from year 1 to year 2, if they were able to do that for Keegan Murray as well, I thought that would have unlocked a lot of shot creation potential for him in his game. But I will say, like, can Sacramento mess this up? Right? Like, that's the safest guy, the highest floor in the draft. But he got drafted by the Kings. Like, did they mess this up? Like,
they're gonna get cooked either way, right? Like if they took the high upside guy, it was the wrong choice. If they take Keegan Murray, because here's how people are gonna spin it, right? It's they're trying to win now that they need to make the play in, so that's why they took Keegan Murray, and it was short-sighted and all this other stuff. And I just don't think you can win if you're the Sacramento. You can't like win that argument if you're the Sacramento Kings. You're gonna lose. People are gonna crush it either way. Just going by the chat, it looks like Jaden Ivey Pistons fans are like wanting Troy Weaver to run in the pick. Let's just move on to the Detroit Pistons because that's what we do, guys. Where we at? We kind of went around. Like, are we juiced about Jaden Ivey, the possibility of Jaden Ivey here? Because I didn't really think it was going to happen, guys.
I'm fading away, apparently. That's how much I'm worried about this Ivy pick.
Jack, what do you think? You got a drink if they take Jaden Ivey.
I do have a drink.
Call in sick.
No, I love Ivy. I want someone who can score in transition. Like Pistons fast breaks last season. Like seriously, sometimes they were really painful to watch. I don't know, man. I'm on the Ivy train. I know there's a lot of holes in his game, but I just think, as Brady mentioned, that burst, the athleticism. I don't know. It's hard to pass on. You just got to hope the shooting's there.
I agree.
What I told myself prior to the draft was that, like, even though I'm not on the Ivy train, like, I was pretty insistent that he would be probably the best like prospect on the board, and that Sacramento would just take him, and that would be that. Even if he's not like the guy I would select, if they take him, like, I totally get it. I'd be really curious to see how they run kind of a triumvirate backcourt between Caden Ivey and Killian. I'd be really curious to see like how Ivy develops as a processor, how he develops like seeing the game moving as quickly as he does. The Pistons do like desperately need that like infusion of athleticism, right? Jack mentioned like the fast breaks, but like even in the half court, you just see like Jaden Ivey just like breaking things that defenses are trying to be doing just because he's so athletic. And so like I understand it. I'm not gonna get mad if Jaden Ivey is or is not the pick. The pick's not in yet, but we're gonna see.
The Pistons are so.
Oh, go ahead,
Sorry, go ahead, Bryce. No, I'm just gonna say the Pistons are so like the one thing that's bugged me the most about Troy Weaver's draft strategy over the past 2 years or so is that he doesn't value athleticism to the degree that I think he should. Now, I think not every great athlete equals a great basketball player, and he's proven that with some of his picks. But like, I think if you looked at the way this roster is built and say, they get 8-2, and let's add him to the equation in athletic vertical big man, I think Ivy would give them so much more burst and speed and athleticism that it would just change the way they play, because people always complain that they play so slow. And I think that's probably a part due to the roster. And I think if you have speedy dudes like Jaden Ivey who can get up the court and finish strong, then you're going to have a lot more opportunities to get out and run. And like Cade can have the ball most of the time, but he can't handle the ball every single possession. You're going to wear him down. He's only a second-year player, Give him a chance to, if Ivy needs to learn on the job and they suck still, that probably works out in the long run, for the draft purposes.
If you take Jaden Ivey, you have to get out and make an emphasis on playing faster, right? Like, I understand some of the arguments of, yeah, you can't always win in the playoffs playing in transition, but like Jaden Ivey's not going to be overly successful just playing in the half court. You got to give him chances to be successful early in his career. I think Killian plays better in transition. Obviously Marvin Bagley can run the floor if Hamidou Diallo stays around. I don't think it's like this fundamental flaw if they play in transition a little bit more to win right now. And then you can work on your half court game as these young guys grow. You guys have seen it. So Jack, what do we got, my man? You got a drink, so that means Jaden Ivey to the Pistons.
Yeah, boys, we got Ivy. I don't know if it's the right thing, but I'm having a drink.
Steve, while we collect our thoughts here, give us your scouting report on Jaden Ivey.
Mega athlete, can finish at the rim, really good. He will bust every double team that he can get past. Developing pick and roll ball handler, developing passer. The shooting is the main question. When the calendar year turned to 2022, he shot 30.8% from three. That is a big bad stat. He shot 29.8% in the second half of the season. That is even worse. As the games wore on him, his shooting got worse. He struggled to stay at 70% from the free throw line. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but his shooting is going to be something that is a concern. The other concern is going to be his point of attack defense. He looks like a different athlete on defense than he does on offense. Yes, maybe we get on run and transition more, but I also think he's got to, number one, come in and be the primary point of attack point guard defender, because that's why the team played Corey Joseph so much. He needs to get him to Corey Joseph. If Corey Joseph stays, and take a lot of that veteran stuff from him. If he can do half of what Corey Joseph does in year one, good. And if he turns into even just like Corey Joseph on defense and three-point shooting, then we're talking about an all-star here, because that athleticism is legit. He's not John Morant. He's not Russell Westbrook. Do not make that comp. He is not that level of playmaker. He is not that level of athlete. But peak Oladipo is what I keep saying. Oladipo got to the free throw line a lot, uses athleticism on defense to cause a lot of problems and get to that rim and get to the free throw line.
I love the reaction, right? Like that is he's crying, he's very emotional when he's like embracing Adam Silver. That is the look of a man who is very happy not to be drafted by the Sacramento Kings.
Sean, what is your reaction? Jaden Ivey becomes a Detroit Piston.
Well, I mean, the one question I have is the athleticism so good that you can still be effective when people go under the screen? Because if the answer is yes, then he's going to find a way to be effective. If the answer is no, the Pistons have a big problem on their hand adding him to a very dysfunctional offense. So I don't know if it's going to work. I understand why you want to add a supreme athlete. I love that his mother is a high-level coach. He's been through coaching his whole life. I love that he does the one thing that Pistons have struggled with for approximately a zillion years, which is getting to the free throw line. So he adds specific skills that the Pistons are desperate for. The one thing I'll say about Ivy is the Pistons are the best landing spot for Ivy. I don't know if Ivy's the best complement for Cade. And that worries me.
No, I agree. I think I think this is the best spot for him. I think him, because Laz, you actually think his ceiling hits as him primary on ball. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what you believe. Is that correct?
The reason you draft Jaden Ivey this high is because you think he has a chance to be a primary initiator, right? Because you think he has a chance to be a guy who can run the offense himself. You think eventually he figures out the shooting to a point where he's not shooting, 29% from three for an extended stretch of time. You think he's going to figure out the mid-range game. That was also another really big struggle of his. Doesn't really have a floater game because he shoots a set shot. He can't really do pull-ups right now, which is also kind of a problem. But the athleticism, the athleticism is just so necessary. The other thing I'll say is that this pick keeps the Pistons out of the Colin Sexton sweepstakes. It keeps them out of the Jalen Brunson sweepstakes.
Yeah.
It keeps them out of the Anthony Simons sweepstakes, most likely. And so that is also probably a good thing from a roster construction standpoint.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It also probably explains interest in a guy like Jalen Duren, because if you want to supercharge an offense, then Jalen Duren makes a little more sense than Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah, I actually think Jaden Ivey, Sean said it best. I think this is the best landing spot for him. I think him playing off ball actually is what's best for him, because especially early in his career, maybe you're right, Laz, to reach his absolute best potential, maybe he has to play a little more on ball, but I think he'll be fine playing off ball against unsettled defense where he already has an advantage created for him. Brady, I want to let you get in here. What do you think about
Scott?
this?
I just thought about Scott. Scott's going to be so pissed.
Where's he been? I haven't heard from him in forever, but yeah, he's done.
He's on vacation.
He might be finding a new team.
I think he just got banned from every site on the internet, actually.
Mathurin just went to the Pacers, by the way.
That's going to be another great.
That's a very Pacers pick.
Yeah,
my guy.
That's going to be a great one.
Look at that suit.
Hey, Sean, careful what you say. Careful what you say.
I like Mathurin. What are you talking about?
Is it actually? Hold on.
No, love it.
Brady, get your thoughts in on Jaden Ivey real quick, and then we'll continue on with the draft.
No, I think Ivy is. I think I agree with everybody else in that it's not a seamless fit like Mathurin would have been right away. I think there's more room there's more like ceiling there. I think their floor. I think no matter what, you can't find me guards who have the explosion and bounce and speed that Jaden Ivey has, who flame out, who just don't make it, who they maybe fall into that role that Scott always talks about where it's like sixth man, but even sixth men, like those guys aren't athletic dudes. They're the ones who are little and can shoot the hell out of the ball. So I just think with how unathletic the backcourt is in general in Detroit, I think Ivy gives it a boost it needs. I think he can play. It'd be weird to see him play with Killian because that's two guys who can't shoot, but it's also a guy who can pass and a guy who can run and jump. And I think it'll be interesting to watch. I don't think it's that much different. And the one thing it does make me think about now going forward is not the fit with the core guys, but now it's like, can you play a lineup that has Jaden Ivey and Diallo and Bagley? Like that's a lot of guys who aren't like for sure shooters. And like, not that Bagley or Diallo should really like be dictating what you pick, but I'm just thinking of the guys who Troy has gone out and got. And like, how do they fit with him? Because obviously everyone puts the Cade and we can't all find guys like that. But that's the one thing is just how does he fit with the rest of the team? And I think, we always think of it in this Cade universe, but like there are 4 other guys in the court and we got to figure it out that way too. So I don't know.
Do we not think that Jaden Ivey can at least catch and shoot, like be respectable in the NBA? There's a lot.
I think he can. I think he can. Jack, what do you
actually, I saw something. He actually shot like nearly 50% coming off screens. I don't know if that's on what the volume was. It's probably low. And I think Laz touched on it. His shot is a real set shot. And I don't know if that needs to be sped up, the release or whatever. I'm not a shot doctor, but look, I'm just going to say he can become a catch and shoot guy, and I think Troy Weaver clearly thinks he can. So I'm going to back that in.
All right.
Yeah. Brady said guys like Jaden Ivey with that level of athleticism don't bust. And that's true. That's absolutely true. What I'm afraid of is that like he becomes like De'Aaron Fox, where like he's a really good NBA player, but you can't really win with him either because of the limitations. And so you're always perpetually like looking for something that fits a little bit better, that does a little bit more, that translates a little bit better. And so like that's my big fear with Jaden Ivey. And if he does figure it out though, it's like absolutely was the correct pick. Like you take the chance that he. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, is De'Aaron Fox's issue in Sacramento a De'Aaron Fox issue, or is it a Sacramento issue? Because I think the way we have to look at everybody they draft today, last year, here on out, is they're never, ever, ever going to have to be the guy. De'Aaron Fox had to be the guy for years, and he's not that. It's fine. Some guys just aren't talented enough or cut out for that role. But, like, if you have Cade around, I think that at least gives you – your ceiling is Robin maybe instead of Batman, but like that helps with expectations and with like personal, growth development, and that guys don't feel like they have to do everything. I bet you De'Aaron Fox has gone into every summer thinking, I got to freaking figure this out or we're going to suck again. Like that's just constantly probably his mindset because it's been the case for 4 or 5 years now. And even it was at Kentucky, like he had to be the best guy and maybe that's just not him. And I think we have that in Cade, but whether Jaden Ivey can be that or wants to be that is another question. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difficulty part of it. For every Anthony Edwards, who was an absolutely horrid defender in college, despite having all the tools, the mega athlete and whatever, we have somebody like J.R. Smith, who is just as athletic, has all these mega tools, but just never cared on defense. That's just the thing, because in the Ivy discourse and in the Ivy disputes I've had with various people, expert or not, across the internet, like that's just a thing. For every example you can give, there is a counter example of these mega athletic guys that just never work out on defense. And I think that's the main thing. The catch and shoot stuff, I mean, over years we have Coach B here, so I think that's like something that at least over a couple seasons is easy if it's just working on one skill, whereas defense is so all encompassing that you just can't tell. That's the biggest wild card with Ivy.
I think it's absolutely a wild card. But there was enough possessions where you could see that he could do it. So then it's like, why was he not doing it all the time? And those are the questions I just don't think we have the answers to. I don't think we're privy to the information that would give you those answers. So that makes it really hard. We got a lot of time throughout the rest of the first round. We may even stay on if some of you guys want to stay for pick number 36, since the Pistons did move up in the second round. So if you're watching,
I'm there.
Okay, so we'll talk more about Jaden Ivey. I do want to talk about Bennedict Mathurin. He went number 6 to the Pacers. Brady, is that what you would have done? Do you like that pick for the Pacers and that fit there?
Yeah, I love him next to Tyrese Halliburton. I think he's better than KCP. That was a comparison that I think one of us threw out there, and I think that's a fine outcome. Yeah, it's a fine outcome, and like I think when I think about KCP, the more I've thought about it, and he's one of the Pistons' best draft picks, which isn't saying much, but I think he's got. I just love Bennedict Mathurin's makeup. I think he's got like the type of alpha dog mentality that would challenge Cade and lift the intensity of his teammates. And I think if you look at the Pistons teams of past, a lot of guys in those teams didn't really have the attitude or leadership on those teams, it seemed. I'm thinking of like Reggie Jackson's, Andre Drummond's, and Tobias Harris's and stuff. And I think now you have that in Cade. I think you had another guy like that. And Jaden Ivey might have that. I don't know enough about him that way. But I just think that the grittiness and the athleticism and the skill of Mathurin's good. Oh, wow. Okay. That's all I got on Mathurin. That's all.
Shaedon Sharpe, the man of mystery, goes off the board at number 7 to the Blazers. That surprised me too. So just for you guys, Wes, my producer at the Pistons Pulse, is running the show behind the scenes. So that pops up on the screen there. And I do want to get back to Jaden Ivey because it sounds like the Knicks are still wanting to get in on him. But Portland Trailblazers, we'll talk about it. Portland Trailblazers select Shaedon Sharpe. Steve, start us off here because this is a guy, even with all the stuff I've done, I don't know a lot about in terms of just haven't watched a lot of film.
So, yeah, he is the international man of mystery because he is from Canada of this draft. The profile on him is a wing that's a shot creator with good athleticism. I would say he's a little bit better of an athlete than Jaden Ivey, even just because I think in the half court he displayed like cutting and catching lobs and things that Ivey just never did. He was more like an outrun you and get to the rim type of thing. But we honestly don't know what he can do against top-notch level competition. We have a little bit of EYB film. We have a little bit of film against other top 5 recruits from this past year in October before he shut it down and went over to Kentucky. 6'5" and a quarter inch, 6'11" and a quarter inch wingspan. So he's got wing size for sure, 200 pounds, right around there. I think he can be like an Andrew Wiggins type of player. Not the Andrew Wiggins in Minnesota, but the Andrew Wiggins we've seen here at Golden State, where he uses his athleticism for more than just dunks. He's able to get after people on defense. He didn't always give that level of intensity and focus. But again, we're talking about a high school senior here, not somebody that played a whole year at college. Tools, has every single tool you want in a wing. The jump shot looks good. Some people question it, but I honestly think it's going to be fine. And when I did the article of like guys that have been drafted straight out of high school in the NBA, you actually find that these guys had a higher success rate than you think. It was closer to like 80% of all the guys that had come out of high school. Not all of them could turn out to be Kobe and KG, but even the Hall of Famers that turn out to be like 17-18%, which is super high from all 41 guys that came out of high school into the NBA. So I think he's ahead of the curve athletically. I don't know if he's ahead of the curve IQ wise like a Kobe or a KG was, but that always puts you 2 steps ahead of your competition, and I think he's going to be pretty good. I questioned why Portland took him though. I thought they wanted to win with
that's where I'm at.
Okay, so that's what I was going to say, Laz, because you were the first one that brought this up on Twitter was, hey, let's temper our expectations if the Pistons drafted Shaedon Sharpe for year 1, right? Like a lot of these guys, even if they turned out to be super successful, it wasn't necessarily in their rookie year. If Portland wants to win now, I mean, was Shaedon Sharpe the right pick, or do we praise them saying, hey, no, you take the best player available with the highest upside, no matter how long it takes? Maybe this is good for Portland to be a little more playing the long game.
I like Portland playing the long game. I think it's interesting that they're going to like take the time to develop Shaedon Sharpe, much like they did with Anthony Simons, who they're going to have to pay. but it's also just like, it remains hilarious to me that they can't help themselves. They just have to pair Dame with like shot creating dudes who can't defend. Like that's just like what they end up having to do. But I like the pick. I wondered if they would go somebody a little bit more instant impact. Like I thought about Dyson Daniels, who would be like a really influential defender for them right away, would help them win. And you could also like take the time to like let him develop as a ball handler. But yeah, they can hide Sharp for like 2 years. And then like maybe that's their like Damian Lillard exit plan, right? Like in 2 years, Dame will be 34 or whatever. Maybe he doesn't have it like he used to. And now you're being led by a backcourt of Shaedon Sharp and Anthony Simons, and you're like transitioning into the next iteration of your team. Yeah, it's a really interesting pick. I don't know if I would have done it. Joe Cronin's got a lot of job security to be able to pull off a move like that. But yeah, it's a good pick.
As we're waiting for this Pelicans. Oh, go ahead, Brady, and then I'll get to Jack.
So here's the interesting thing, and I just want to throw it out there, is that it seems like logically that they could sit on Shaedon for 2 years and let him kind of develop slowly. But the thing is, almost every team in the NBA has their own G League affiliate. One of the very, very, very few that don't have their own affiliate is the Portland Trail Blazers, which means you don't have your own coaches running your own system, doing the things that these guys are going to see in that minor league level. So that leads me to believe they either think, A, it doesn't matter, he just needs reps, which is possible because he hasn't played in 2 years, or B, that he can just play off their bench, be some sort of three-point shooter who gives them a handful of minutes. Now, that's unlikely, especially if they're trying to win. But when you've got Jeremy Grant in the fold, and obviously they're not getting OG anymore, but like when you've got Grant, you've got Dame, you've got Simons potentially, he's like the fifth or sixth guard, you're going to have her forward. So maybe that's their plan, is to like just bring him in when they need shooting. But the fact that they don't have that G League affiliate just makes this even more puzzling.
All right, Jack, I did want to get you. I'll let you lead off with this one. The New Orleans Pelicans select Dyson Daniels. So Dyson Daniels.
Aussie.
Yeah, so tell us, what do you think about him?
I was just as a player, I think he's a lesser version of Josh Giddey, but very similar build, height, wingspan, all that. Giddey's probably a bit better of a passer, but they sort of have the same sort of profile offensively and defensively. Obviously, the 3-point shot, I think he shot, I had it here, somewhere around 30%. So it's a bit of a slow release. I think he'll need to speed that up. But I did hear at the combine, he shot it well. So yeah, he's just that sort of plug and play player, a connector. And yeah, I like him on the Pelicans. I think they don't really have a true point guard off the top of my head. I think CJ was their point guard in the playoffs with Jose Alvarado. So yeah, I think that's a really nice piece. That probably, I think it's Kyra Lewis, his time. I'm not sure what's happening with him. I really liked him in the 2020 draft, but that's long gone now. So yeah, I like the pick for the Pelicans.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a team that can be really good, right? Especially with a healthy Zion, and Dyson Daniels is a kid that can come in this season and I think contribute in some way right away. And Herb Jones, you said it.
Yeah, trying to score on Herb Jones and Dyson Daniels is
good luck.
Miserable for everybody involved. I like this pick though, because the complaints I've seen from Pelicans Twitter was that like they made the Devontae Graham sign and trade to get out from Lonzo after he signed with the Bulls. And Graham like really just didn't give them what they were looking for offensively from a backup point guard. And so they were always kind of struggling. They turned to Jose Alvarado, right? Alvarado had the kind of the star turn for a little bit. And so I think you can have Dyson Daniels kind of like take those minutes and lead a bench brigade with like him, Herb, Jackson Hayes, and like some other dudes, and just like try and clamp people for 6-minute stretches and find success doing that. Yeah, I wasn't as high as Daniels as other people were. But in his defense, I never took the deep dive time to really look at him in his game. I never really saw him as a good fit on the Pistons, just because he duplicated a lot of what Killian already offers. He's just taller. But yeah, I do like this pick for the Pelicans. I'll be really curious to see what Brady says though. Brady liked Daniels a whole bunch.
Yeah, I thought there's a lot of similar strengths and weaknesses with Killian Hayes. Brady, did you see the same thing?
I think the difference is that one is 6'8" and the other one is small. I think
Fair.
you can be slow and skilled and defensive minded. If you're 6'8", it's a lot harder to do when you're 6'4", 6'5". And I think the fit really matters though. I don't know that he'd fit great in Detroit off the bat, but I think he'd complement some of the players well. I just don't know if that'd be his best spot. Whereas here, it's one of those situations where a guy comes in, he doesn't need to be a big role player. He doesn't need to be like a star. He needs to be a role player. And I think that's been the scouting report on him this whole time is he's a connector. He's a guy who just comes in there and fills his role. And I think he could be an impactful player off the bat, even if he's not like super great at basketball. But like if he fills the role perfectly, he's going to be very valuable and people are going to look highly upon that. So I think it's a good fit in New Orleans.
I just want to say real fast, James Edwards III on Twitter, sources, the Pistons are keeping Jaden Ivey despite several attempts from rival teams to acquire him. So I said that there was a report that immediately it came across my phone that said the Knicks were still trying to get Jaden Ivey, even though the Pistons had taken him at number 5. It sounds like maybe the Detroit Pistons are saying, no, not so fast. He is going to stay in Detroit. We're waiting for the Spurs.
The Knicks never really had enough juice, I thought, to make a trade for Jaden Ivey.
Like what would it take? Like what would it take from the Knicks? Just thinking, like you'd have to have RJ Barrett, and they wouldn't do that. So like, what's the point if you can't get someone like that?
You do like next year. They have a first next year from Dallas, I think. That's still part of the Porzingis stuff. You do like 11 that first, this year second, OB, and then like some money, right? And you try and make it work that way. And it's like I was intrigued by Obi. I think Obi did some interesting things when Tibbs deemed to let him play. But I see why, like, you wouldn't necessarily want to jump 7 spots for that.
For Obi Toppin.
Yeah. I mean,
can I ask Sean what he thinks of Dyson Daniels' Reynolds wrap suit?
Sean, did you see it?
I didn't see his suit.
Sean, you're the fit guy tonight.
I have so many windows open trying to keep track of certain things. So I'm looking at an empty stage waiting for Troy Weaver to show up. So I did not see his suit.
He's Troy Weaver's answering all these calls from rival GM saying, no, Jaden Ivey is going to play with Cade Cunningham in the Detroit Pistons backcourt. The Spurs on the clock at number 9. What do you guys think is going here? Any really nice actual fits, not clothing fits that we like? Brady, looks like maybe you have one.
I just have, this is all I'm going to say. It's Steve's guy here. It's going to be Johnny Davis.
Johnny Davis.
This is the perfect fit.
They have too many guards. It's got to be
They're going to trade DeJounte Murray. They're going to trade DeJounte Murray, right?
Yeah, exactly. Johnny Davis, college star, doesn't shoot it great, but plays his ass off, and like he just feels like a Popovich guy. I will say the one guy that I really liked, who I thought was a Spurs like dark horse, I haven't heard anything, was Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, because I just think he's like a poor man's Cade in that he does a lot of stuff really well and he's not an athlete. I don't think it's going to happen, but that was another guy I just thought this guy feels like someone the Spurs would take just because he can fill a bunch of different roles for them as they continue to kind of creep towards being good.
Well, we have just a little bit of a break right here. There have been no trades announced, right? Like, I'm not really on Twitter very much. Like, we haven't seen anything come across. Nothing has come across my ESPN. So all of these picks, as far as we know right now, are staying with the current selections. We're all good there. That's what we've all seen as well.
One
Brady,
thing I would say is I don't know what the order of these tweets are, but like I know James had said that the Pistons are keeping him and he has on a good source. But Mark Stein at the same time was saying that those hopes could hinge on whether Duran is still there at 11. I don't know what the like cadence of when those came out, but that's another thing to keep in mind. But I feel like I would probably side with James because he's so close to the team.
Yeah, it looks like they all are because Jake Fisher tweeted it out as well. So it'll be interesting. We may have to, just hold on to our Jaden Ivey love for just a second and make sure he does come to Detroit. I don't think I would like that deal, Laz. I mean, you probably outlined the best thing they could offer because I would assume next year's first if it's from Dallas, I don't want that. Like that's, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you could convince them to give you their first, which I think they own next year. And it's like, a lightly protected Knicks first round pick. Like that's always gold, right?
How many pick swaps are you legally?
I was gonna say.
Just like a decade of pick swaps.
The furthest out you can do anything draft wise is 7 years. And so it's like, you could own the Knicks pick in 2030. It's like, absolutely. I would take that 100%.
So we have a
Okay.
follower.
Thank you, Neil. That's good
thank you,
context.
Neil. So he said it came out after the. So my guess is those were coming out, and then James was able to kind of refute those. Jeremy, okay, I mocked Jeremy Sohan
Look
a
at
little
this
bit.
suit.
So
Look at this suit.
we had a comment earlier asking about Jeremy Sohan. So here is our chance to talk about the young man out of Baylor. I still think it's a little high, but I thought he made sense for San Antonio. Steve, I'll let you go first. What's wrong with the suit? I think that's kind of nice. Sean's not listening to me. Steve, take it away on Jeremy Sohan.
No, I love the suit. I love it.
Oh,
This
you
is
love it.
great.
Okay, I agree.
The Pistons press conference is about to start, so I will take some notes. I will bring back some Trey Weaver info, of which nothing substantive will be said. Hopefully there's a colorful quote, and that's all we get. But I'll see you guys soon.
All right, Sean. Steve, Jeremy Sohan, what are the San Antonio Spurs getting?
Number one, the most switchable defender in the draft. He can defend 1 through 4. He might be able to defend 1 through 5, especially in today's NBA with these small ball lineups. He's listed at 6'9", 230 pounds, so he has nice size. He shot 58.5% from 2-point range, 29.6% from 3-point range, and then 58.9% from that free throw line. Shooting is the main concern. There are a lot of draft experts out there like Sam Vecini and trying to think of other ones like Mavs Draft and Rafael Barlow that all say the same thing. Like, I wouldn't bet on him shooting just because those free throw shooting numbers are so bad, and shooting under 30% from 3 isn't great. But the defensive, sorry, I just said see Jaden Ivey coming across my TV screen just talking to Spike Lee. So yeah, but the shooting numbers are so bad, I wouldn't bet on that. The defense is great though. Like, if his defense,
Get away from him, Spike. Get away from him. He's ours.
Hey, Steve, I've got a question for you on Sohan.
Yeah.
Do you think he can play small ball 5 at all?
Yeah,
I'm interested with that as well.
I think he could do what Robert Williams did in the finals. Like, I know Sam Vecini and Matt Penny did this thing on Game Theory about like who are the rookies who we would feel confident about like putting in the NBA finals right now. And Sohan was one of them just because of the defense on that. And I think it is that much of a difference maker. But the only thing is just like, if his offense was even half as good as his defense, then he'd probably be in top 5 consideration. The offense is just way behind. And if he remains a forward, that's going to be a big issue with that shooting. But if he's like a power forward center, not that big of a deal. Still might be somewhat of a liability if he's just never going to space the floor in any way, shape, or form.
I thought he got better throughout the season, though, Steve. As I did my breakdown, I always watch it, obviously, like in chronological order. I thought the offense got a little bit better, and so maybe he can continue to work and improve on that. Brady, what do you think about this Sohan to the Spurs?
So I was just doing my victory lap on that betting post I did. I'm 3-1 so far, so detailed. And this doesn't happen very often. But I wrote about Sohan, and this was that I knew I had some sort of thinking of like, I listened to that Game Theory podcast and I agreed with them in that way. I think Matt Penny's a genius, by the way. I love that guy.
Yes.
But I did think that Sohan would benefit from like either Shaedon Sharpe falling, which we didn't see, or people being concerned about AJ Griffin's body, which, you know, at this point we're still waiting on him. But the thing that was probably most appealing was if some progressive front office looked at Sohan and said, he fits the modern NBA better than Jalen Duren. And like, Jalen Duren's more physically imposing. He's a better, quote unquote, stereotypical center. But I think, you know, San Antonio is one of those front offices where, you know, they've had a big clunking center for as long as we've been paying attention to basketball collectively. But like, they have, you know, I think Sohan can play with Poeltl a little bit, or Poeltl, and like, I think it's one of those things where, you know, if they move Poeltl, they can have Sohan at center, and it still is, you know, a versatile enough defender to keep them in a good spot. And he plays well with
have
Murray
one
too.
of the best. Sorry to interrupt you. They also have one of the best shot like coaches in the NBA. Them and the Pelicans are two like staffs that feel like they can teach anybody to shoot. So there's no wonder why they took Daniels and Sohan both, who both have major shooting concerns, but everything else people like a lot.
I was going to say, that's a really good point. I forgot to bring that up with Dyson Daniels and the Pelicans. Like, the one question, not the one question, but one of the biggest questions with him is the shooting. And if they can fix that shot, if he can become a legitimate NBA 3-point shooter, he doesn't have to pressure the rim as much. And then the defense, along with the shooting and his passing, like, that becomes a really, really valuable player. So that's a really great point, Steve.
And their jump shots are not ugly. Like they're not
No.
broken. Like
Yeah.
either of them. They just take forever to load up and
Yes.
fire off. Like I watched
But
Sohan
those are
last
worse.
night.
I think those are more damaging than the ones that are broken, because the ones that take forever to get going, you're comfortable with those mechanics, and you have to speed them up and
Right.
that can mess things up and turn things off like completely.
But as a big man, I think you can get away with it. It reminds me, I know Al Horford's obviously not the guy to compare these guys to, but I mean, well, actually, Sohan and Horford's not a bad comparison. But I think you look at that, it's a slow jump shot, and he's not going to take guys off the dribble and pull up. But like, if Sohan gets this much better at shooting, that's going to open things up, and he's going to be able to do a lot of the same things. And that's that makes a lot of sense now that I speak it into existence. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but like, that's what I think about it. Although I do say that I think Sohan's has higher upside, I think, than Daniels, just because he's a little more athletic, a little bigger, a little bit more versatile that way.
All right,
the Spurs are quietly building a very modern, very versatile squad. Between like DeJounte Murray, Keldon Johnson, who like really figured some stuff out the second half of the year, Devin Vassell, who just continues, like a guy I really liked that draft year, and now Sohan is like, this is going to be really interesting to see where they end up in a very like loaded Western Conference.
Why is DeJounte Murray's name coming up in trade talks? I'm so confused.
I think it was more that the Spurs were listening than
people were calling him.
How old's DeJounte? Like, it's not like he's
26 or 25.
Yeah,
he's 25 or 26. He's like in his prime. But like the funny thing was the trade that was getting bantered about this morning was DeJounte for John Collins, and like, why would you ever pair a point guard who almost averages a triple-double with Trae Young? Like, that'd be the stupidest trade. It's a great 2K21 trade, but like, why would you do that in real life?
Yeah, no, all right, let's move on to the Wizards. They have pick number 10. What are you guys thinking here for the Washington Wizards? Or has it already dropped again?
They went through. They took my guy, Johnny Davis.
There we go. Right. Steve, it is
the floor.
It is your 5 minutes. Go to it, my friend.
All right, the best point of attack defender in the draft. He shut down our guy now, Jaden Ivey, in their first matchup, turned him into a jump shooter. That was one of the first games where people saw like, oh, this is what Jaden Ivey looks like when he can't just outrun everybody. He beat them again in their second matchup. He hit a humongous shot to put him ahead. And then Ivey hit one back, but then Ivey messed up his defensive assignment. So Johnny Davis took to him. Got to the free throw line 196 times. He is in attack mode all the time. The three-point number is bad, 30.6% from three, but he had zero help at Wisconsin. He maybe had the worst team context of anybody in the draft, along with Jaden Hardy, because they both had to be these shot creators and be like 75% of the team's offense. Nobody on that Wisconsin team shot 35% or better from three. His big men did not help him out at all, really, in terms of finishing. And also, there really wasn't anybody else that got to the free throw line. He had to pick up a lot of rebounding stuff. He did a lot of heavy lifting on both sides of the ball. I think he's a perfect mate for Bradley Beal in the backcourt. Attacks the basket, guards the tougher guard assignment. So now Bradley Beal has his perfect backcourt mate, in my opinion.
How much of a creator is he, Steve? Like, is he going to be able to operate and pick
My
and rolls?
comp for him was Latrell Sprewell, who at one time was like a primary offensive option. A lot of people like myself who grew up I was born in 1984. So by the time I was a teenager and a young man, the Knicks were still pretty good and in the finals against the Spurs. And by that point, like Sprewell kind of shared time with Allen Houston and Ewing every now and then in terms of like who got the primary scoring for the Knicks. That's who you reminded me of the most, because again, Sprewell was this monster defender who shut guys down, but still got after on offense. If absolutely everything breaks right for Johnny Davis, like every last bit of his skills go to its full potential, though I think we could be talking about somebody like Richmond, to be quite honest.
All right, the Knicks are on the clock at number 11. How nervous are you guys going to get if they take Jalen Duren after all this stuff we saw on Twitter? Laz?
The reports are the reports, right? Like we have to trust our guy, James Edwards III. And Duren doesn't make a whole lot of sense for the Knicks otherwise. And so I expect they will not be taking him with this pick. My thing now is like how far now does AJ Griffin Griffin Jr. fall?
That's
that's the guy I was really interested in as a shooter, as with the athletic potential for perhaps being a shot creator in time. A lot of questions defensively, Some people thought he was just like the worst defender in college basketball. Some people thought he was workable. And so I was curious about that. But like that is the most interesting guy like I have left on my list. We'll see what the Knicks end up doing. They've been more intelligent lately.
Eric, just so if you missed it, there were reports after the Ivy pick that the Knicks still were trying to come in, swoop him, and that part of that deal would be Jalen Duren at 11. But our guy at The Athletic, James Edwards III, Pistons beat writer, has, I don't want to say refuted those, but says he has sources that Jaden Ivey will be staying with the Pistons. But that's where that question came from, just if you were curious there. What about the Pistons?
Can I throw in something real quick? Just to bounce off. So, Laz, you mentioned that, like, the AJ Griffin fall and, like, when's he going to stop? And, like, I'm looking at just, like, the Tankathon board right now just to see who we've got in front here. And obviously we've got New York right now. But I think, like, OKC next, like, having him go to OKC, help them with shooting. He can figure out his body. He can figure out all that stuff there. Again, another place where, like, they can take time to figure out if you can play or not, because in the end, by the time they're good, it might not matter. And he's not going to, like, you know, take time away from Dort. He can play with Dort. He can play with SGA. He can play with Giddey. Like, they've got room for a shooter like that because they're so bad. I think that's a good fit for him if that's where we go with it when he gets there.
I actually just saw the Knicks pick through a different means, and so I cannot wait for this to drop. Brady, you dropped something in the private chat. This is kind of the range where I just brought up the trades and how those haven't happened. Are we did you see it, Jack? Has it come?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is it? Tell us.
Usman Jang. Oh, sorry. We're not meant to say.
Knicks fans can't be happy right now. Steve,
I wish I could hear the boos.
I wish I might have. They're clapping. I can't believe they're clapping. There's no way Knicks fans are excited right now, is it? No way. Steve, tell us about Jang, because he's not a guy I've done.
He got
very
traded.
Much work
He's being traded. By the way,
trade coming. Okay, good.
Not to Detroit, right?
He's going to OKC. I don't know what for, but Jake Fisher said that. So just that makes a lot more sense.
I just saw multiple first-round picks. I assume not 12, but they say multiple first-round picks for.
Well, 12 would make sense, right? Like they trade down one spot.
Well, they have so many.
They have to start doing something, right?
Well, OKC doesn't have the roster spots to roster all these guys. How are they gonna? Yeah, I don't understand.
They can cut bait on some of these guys. They don't need to keep all these dudes. I watched them at the end of the year a couple times. They got plenty of roster space over there.
That's true. Aaron Wiggins is not going to stick around. Actually, no. But Steve, tell us about Jang, because I don't know anything about this dude, and he just went 12 or he just went 11. So that's not a good sign.
Well, the positives are that he's 6'10" and he's like a wing, and he can handle the ball. He can pass some. You get into the shooting numbers and the other counting stats, though, and he shot 39.8% from the entire field. He shot 27.1% from three, and then 66.7% from the free throw line. In New Zealand this year, he only scored 8.9 points per game, 3.1 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1.3 turnovers. Raw. He had a terrible start to the season. I don't think he even scored double digits until halfway through the year. He's somebody I don't like and actually had as in priority undrafted free agent territory because number one, he does not look for contact and he turns away from contact, which is really bad. He can't get to the free throw line. The shooting, obviously 27.1% isn't great. A lot of people try to talk you into he had a good stretch towards the last 8 to 10 games, but that's when the Breakers season was gone. They were tanking. They did not care. They just threw him out there. I don't know, Jack, if you can talk a little bit of NBL stuff, but the Breakers just were sucked by that point. They lost over all but 200 games. So
the Breakers just sucked. There's no draft or anything over here, but I think as you said, Steve, he started off the season shooting 24% from the field in his first 11 games, but he did improve. And I'm not sure if someone touched on it, but he showed some chops in the pick and roll, actually made some nice passes, but the finishing is a question. And the stroke looks okay, but I don't know, the percentages just are pretty horrible. So
yeah, and he can barely dunk.
Upside.
For being that tall, he can barely dunk. That's really alarming. When you see him dunk, it's he gets his fingertips over. Yeah. No elevation.
Yeah.
He is physically not ready to be in the NBA, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I second that.
Have we got the full
Do you think
details on this
it could
trade
be
yet?
Sorry, go ahead, Bryce.
Have we got the full details? Has anybody been able to find that?
All I saw was multiple first. I don't
Multiple
think they've
first.
got details.
Do we think this could be a stash then? Like Sam Presti stashing a dude away at 11, which is just frankly ridiculous.
I think
but
he gets the
also
Poku treatment. Yeah, I think he gets the Poku treatment because Poku barely even played that first year, right? He was mainly on the blue. It's probably the same thing.
But that was also the bubble year, right? Like they were playing the G League bubble, right? Poku's first year, if I remember correctly.
I do not remember, but you're probably right there.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, this maybe just like a stash for OKC.
So this OKC pick at number 12, we assume is now actually selecting for the New York Knicks. So I'm still interested why OKC.
Woj says the Thunder still have the 12th pick.
Okay, all right. So this was other first round because I say that wouldn't make sense for OKC to move up one spot.
He is not happy.
Laz, you don't like any of this.
It's just like, what are they doing? Like, it's like I know that they're in OKC, so like no one's paying attention, right? Like no one in the national media is paying attention. No one in.
I'll be there tomorrow. I'll ask all of them.
There you. But like, I just
it'll take an hour.
I don't get it. Like, what's the end point, right? Like, at one point, are they supposed to start winning games? It's been like they were in the playoffs in the bubble. That was 2 years ago. It's like they're just gonna wait for Wembanyama, or like they're gonna wait for like Amen Thompson or whatever. They're just gonna wait until they get super duper lucky in the lottery. Like they just drafted Chet too. Like that's as good as you're gonna get. Like, when do you start like trying? It's like that's
I've said
it's just like it's crazy to me.
If SGA stays the entire time and they're finally good and he's still there, that man deserves a statue in front of that arena because the patience he would have shown is beyond anything I've ever seen from any other. Like no one is that loyal. Like losing sucks. Having to like only play 50 games because they don't want to play you the last 20 sucks. Like I can't imagine that it's sustainable, but I think you're right. It's just when they get Victor or Scoot or whoever it is in the next 2 years, then they're like, okay, we can start to kick this into gear. And, you know, whether they can trade 50 million first round picks for like, I don't know, Bradley Beal or something, like, sure, try it. But like, it's just a lot of uncertainty. And like, there's a lot of Pistons fans think the Pistons should do stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't know if it works. It worked in Philadelphia one time. And now
it worked in Philadelphia because they picked like first, third, fourth, first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, OKC, like that, you can't rely on that level of lottery luck anymore to the point where it's like I doubt you'll see a run like that again. But yeah, sorry, I'm just like eternally frustrated by this.
I want the Thunder to take AJ Griffin. Like I think that he would be a really nice fit. Like, and they still can do it here at 12. Apparently, like I just don't understand moving up to 11 to take Jang. Like when you have. And maybe this means that 13 is on the move for the Hornets. Like they couldn't, maybe some of these other picks are on the move and that's why they couldn't just make a move for those. I mean, and what are the,
So you're not, oh, sorry.
go ahead.
How about we
Jack.
roast the Knicks? How about we roast the Knicks? What are you doing?
So that's where I was going. Like, what are they doing?
They took their ball and went home because they
picked up extra. They picked up extra stuff. They need all those future firsts to offload Julius Randle onto somebody unfortunate.
Maybe it could be Detroit.
Oh,
they need a power forward, don't they?
Oh my gosh. So we got Oklahoma City on the clock, still at 12. Is the pick in yet?
Yeah, he's coming up on my screen. He might be
just
there
hypothetically. If the Pistons traded for Gordon Hayward and got both Hornets picks just for fun, who are you hoping the Pistons could grab?
Duran
and
Tari Eason.
Yeah, I'm big Tari.
A lot of bouncing big guys.
Wing defense. Like, who do we have on the roster now that can defend? Like, Sadiq's not going
to
be
defense. We need shooting. We need playmaking.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Wes. Shout out to Wes, by the way.
So
yeah,
Usman Ding and Jalen Williams. I don't even know where to go with this. Steve, break down Jalen Williams. High rise. Like this guy was a second round pick a few weeks ago. No. And now he's in the lottery. Both of these guys, essentially.
Big time riser. I think the main thing is he went to the combine and he measured. He didn't even have to play. He just measured and he ended up being 6'6", like he's listed. But he has these 7'2" wingspan, like Condor-like wingspan. which it makes a big difference for a lot of people. And he did shoot 39.6% from three this past year. He was the primary creator and primary everything almost at Santa Clara. Not a big time school. He also dished out 4.2 assists, 55.1% from 2-point range, 80.9% from the free throw line. Defensively, that is the question, though. I mean, you don't exactly go up against the best competition when you play at Santa Clara, so it's hard to tell man-to-man how he'll hold up, but that wingspan gives him a lot of versatility. He did play lead guard on offense, so he can create on his own, get his own shot. See the free throw numbers. He got to the free throw line 4.3 times a game, 141 total attempts from the free throw line. So he does dribble, pass, shoot, get to the line, checks all these boxes. I'm not sure of his upside. Again, I'm not sure of his defense. I just don't know why you take him over AJ Griffin, even with the medical concerns, to be quite honest. Jalen Duren's still there too. Even Malachi Branham is still there. I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
Jacob, this made me laugh, my friend, and I feel like this is going to start coming for OKC, and I don't even feel bad because it's like how does this happen? Like, how do you just keep drafting all the same dudes? And I don't even know what to think about it. So,
I mean, I would watch them on League Pass if they threw that lineup out there. That would be a game to watch.
I mean, I understand the philosophy of just being like, we're going to throw out Shea, Chet, and like 3 6'8" dudes and just like see what happens. But like, if the 6'8" dudes suck, or if we don't think the 6'8" dudes are going to be anything anytime soon, like it makes it weird. I haven't watched a lot of Jalen Williams. I did like what I heard. But yeah, I don't get what OKC is building towards.
I mean, it's an accumulation of assets and not caring about winning. So like, you literally are best player available on your board no matter what, knowing that you have like the runway to develop like the potential big hitters, and then you just eventually, when you're ready, you consolidate into that one big move for who the hell knows who's going to be disgruntled in like 3 years. Devin Booker,
Anthony Edwards. That's my guess. That would be my guess of a guy who's young now, who could be like a super stud then. And like, say the Timberwolves just like don't go anywhere. Maybe he's just kind of a quirky guy. I have an opinion on that last comment that like, why do we keep saying Press is a good GM? I think he was just a very lucky GM. He had the most like incredible streak of 4 picks in 3 years, where he got KD, Harden, Westbrook, Ibaka, and like that's great. And he's had other good picks, but like otherwise, I just think obviously hitting on 3 superstars is pantheon worthy. But like we're right, he hasn't done anything since, and they really haven't had a good draft pick. If you think about it, like they didn't draft SGA, they traded for him. Giddey is good, but like we can't really go too far with that. Their last good pick was like Steven Adams, and that was a long time ago. He's like an old dude now.
So they turned Ibaka and Sabonis into Oladipo. They turned that into Paul George. It's like Sabonis was like a good draft pick, right? Like he didn't do anything for them, but that was a good pick in retrospect. It was like, yeah, it seems like they're just like consistent after the Westbrook Paul George season. Dame kind of infamously just like dropped the mic on them and like kind of ended that. It's like it seems like they just kind of been spinning their tires. They traded for CP3, right? Like CP3 like remember that was just like a mirage. That feels like that was like 18 years ago.
The worst contract in NBA history. That was Chris Paul back then, and now he's steered that back to being Chris Paul.
So we got Charlotte on the clock at 13. I mean, we're getting close now to this trade that everybody's been talking about. Whether it's 13.
I don't think they would make a move.
It sounds crazy, right?
For Hayward, I think they would like to trade back in like with Charlotte for 13 or 15. I don't think. Sorry, go ahead, Brady.
James just tweeted, hearing the Knicks are taking one last serious push at the Pistons for Ivy, laced with the picks from the OKC trade that happened at pick 11. Stay tuned. So they're taking everything. So they just dealt for all those, which we don't even know what the OKC stuff is. But they're like, we're just gonna fill our clip, and in Troy Weaver's words, we're gonna empty the clip on you guys and see if you like it. Like,
but that leaves the Pistons with that leaves the Pistons with nobody in this draft class. Like that's just all future assets.
Well, they probably get
I mean,
you're right.
but
I don't know what the hell they do.
There
Yeah.
got to be a player involved,
Yeah,
but
you get something from the Knicks,
but
right?
who's the player that they realistically would give away quickly?
Obi Toppin again?
I wouldn't say RJ's
No.
completely out of the question. I mean, he didn't do as well this past year. It's not exactly like they're putting him up on the banners at Madison Square Garden, whatever his jersey sales are. I think if they really are like superstar shopping and like that's their words and they want to find somebody they can build the entire roster around, I honestly don't think RJ is really off limits, and that would be. I don't know what else would have to be involved for the Pistons to get into it, but I really don't think he's completely off limits. I mean,
would
unless you guys
like
really like
RJ if he's
Julius
on the
Randle
team.
as like number 2
Shut-
Pistons.
Durant's gone off the board. Charlotte took him.
At 13.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the only reason he hadn't been mocked there is usually he was mocked higher and then everybody took Mark Williams for them. But that was a major need for that Hornets roster. I mean, I don't know how much we all feel about Mason Plumlee, but Jalen Duren is going to be a factor there. A player I really like. We talked about him pre-show, athleticism.
Wait, we got more. We got more.
We got something.
I'm just on James's page. Hearing the Pistons are working on a deal to get Jalen Duren, who was just picked by Charlotte. Sounds
Yes.
Yeah, Woj has it too.
Yes.
Okay, stuff's
No,
happening.
Okay,
Let's
what's the
go.
deal? What's the deal? They got to take back.
It doesn't
Hayward?
say yet. We don't know yet. This is crazy.
Oh, Wes says bombshell in the chat. Come on, Wes, get it out.
So Ivy plus Duren is again just like
Wow.
a huge infusion of athleticism into the team.
Yeah, I love
Right?
this. I love
Yes, I love this. I mean, this is one of the better scenarios that could have worked. He says it hasn't all come out yet, but it looks like Duren to the Pistons. We talked about it pre-show. I'm okay taking back the Gordon Hayward contract, guys. This maybe I feel like this all explains the Jeremy Grant trade. Would we agree? Like, to me now it's you got 13 along with Jeremy Grant or along with the 2025 first and all that, because that's how you absorb this contract from Gordon Hayward and still be a player in free agency.
This includes Hayward, right? We're pretty sure this has to include Hayward.
Or
Hayward in the 13th pick.
What
right?
else are you can't sit? What are the Pistons going to send back that's just for the 13th pick would be my question. If it's not that, like, what asset do they have?
I mean, like you could construct something around like Oubre, who they don't really need, and have been like Terry Rozier. Terry Rozier makes a lot of money, and he's not as good as you would like him to be to make that much money. Shams is saying Duren's going to the Knicks, so I don't what. We'll see if this actually ends up being.
I got Jake Fisher saying Duren to Detroit, and it's a 3-team. Wait, to be honest, I don't know where Jake Fisher, our guy.
If Ivy goes to the
Nuggets.
Knicks, so we can get
No.
Duren, I'm going to be so mad, Brady.
This is Jake Fisher goes. To be honest, I don't know where Duren is going, but this sounds like a 3-team trade with Detroit, New York, and Charlotte, which is like the least helpful tweet I've ever seen.
So here, if you're watching us, you can't blame us for being a little bit frazzled right now because the best in the business, Woj, doesn't even know what's going on. So bear with us here. Let's just talk about Jalen Duren, the player, and then we can talk about yes, Eric, this has got a lot of fun, and this is why we are so excited to do this. Thank you for being with us through this whole thing. Let's talk about Jalen Duren. Steve, get us the breakdown on Jalen Duren, and then we can talk about the other stuff.
Again, this is a guy that is 18 years old. He should have been a high school senior. He should have been going to prom when he was in March Madness. He should have been graduating right now. So everything you have heard about him, limitations and whatever, I think are overblown. 12 points a game, 8.1 rebounds, 1.3 assists, 0.8 steals, 2.1 blocks, 60% from 2-point range, 62.5% from the free throw line. I have a shot chart up here too. He was 104 of 140 directly at the rim, which is 74.3%, and then 20 of 44 in the paint, which is 45.5%. Both good numbers. Obviously, the at the rim numbers are a lot better. He led Memphis in points. He led Memphis in 2-point shot attempts. He led them in free throw attempts. And this is all from a guy who's supposedly limited, has a lot more potential on the defensive side, can switch some. Really good rim protector, amazing lob catcher and pick and roll guy. Has a lot of potential as a short roll passer, which I think is a big thing. I mean, he could be like 6'10" Robert Williams if he really develops that part, and he can be a huge mismatch threat to whoever he gets. I mean, if Cade he ends up with Cade, he's going to be one of Cade's biggest new favorite partners.
Sean, give the listeners what you just dropped in the private chat.
So Jaden Ivey just had his press availability with the Detroit media. Now, maybe he doesn't know everything, but the people behind the scenes know enough, I would imagine, to hold him back if he was about to be moved in 3 minutes. So the fact that he talked to the media about playing for the Pistons, playing alongside Cade, makes me think he is not part of any deal with New York and Charlotte. That is my guess.
So Kemba Walker to Detroit.
He will be waived.
Let's sin together. Let's sin together, guys.
Yes, finally the Brandon Knight trade is undone. The Brandon Knight pick is undone.
So wait, is he just released, or is he going to be stretched by Weaver?
Kemba only makes $9 million.
Yeah.
Kemba
keep him around. Honestly, keep him around. I don't see. I know he's not good, but like Kemba Walker's a guy who, like I was talking about with Mathurin, like Kemba Walker's a dude who has an alpha mindset. And I don't know if maybe the reason he's bounced around so much over the last few years is because he's not cool being like Wes, you're killing me.
So what's the deal?
Knicks acquired Duren, sent Duren and Kemba to Detroit for no idea. This is not productive reporters out there. Anyways, I was going to say.
So this seems like sin eating, right? Like we're taking Kemba, we're picking up a first round pick. Like this is good. This is
does that fit into the trade exception? And that's it.
I think that's going to end up being straight cap space. Johnford, it sounds like we are not getting Jalen Duren. It sounds like Jalen Duren is going to the Knicks. The Pistons are going to take Kemba Walker, and I would hope that we're
okay. Here we go. So Woj has the Hornets getting the 2025 first that the Pistons got in the Jeremy Grant trade.
Okay,
sending that to the Knicks and getting back Duren and Kemba, I think.
Sure.
So they got a bad contract and traded a bad pick for a potentially good pick.
So my main issue with the Jeremy Grant trade was that they didn't get anything tangible right away. And now they have something tangible right away.
Okay, Laz, outline that again for me.
Yeah, can we recap that?
Yeah, do that.
Yes.
So Charlotte.
Jack's drunk too much this morning.
Yeah, Charlotte picked Jalen Duren at 13.
Got it.
Knicks traded Jalen Duren to New York for stuff. Knicks traded Jalen Duren and Kemba Walker to Detroit for the 2025 Milwaukee pick.
And cap space, essentially. Like they're trying to clear cap space for Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, to sign Jalen Brunson.
So Jalen Duren is coming to Detroit. That's all that matters. That 2025 first is gone. And they take back Kemba Walker's contract, which, like you say, Laz, is not like this. So what's that make Jeremy Grant's trade? Jeremy Grant got traded now for
Jalen 3 second-round picks and Jalen Duren.
And $10 million still in cap space.
This is like the ACT.
That's a good point, Brian.
I take back everything I said yesterday about that Jimmy Grant trade. Like, I have done a 180 immediately. Like, this is all I needed was just a human body with like warm blood who could play basketball, and we got it. So like,
question.
Like Brady is like, please, like, don't give me any 10th graders. I don't need any 10th graders. Like, give me a dude I can handle right now.
So now that we've got Durant,
I can't do it.
Are we still going for Ayton? Like,
I have no idea. Honestly,
I think they can. I think that Ayton thinks he can play with somebody like Jalen Duren. Like, I think Ayton thinks he can stretch the floor a little bit. Like, I'm not saying he can. I think Ayton would think he can, but it comes down to does Troy Weaver, Dwayne Casey, and the staff think they can.
So you're going with like Aiden is Al Horford and Duren's like Rob Williams, and like you're trying to make that work.
I'm not necessarily trying to do that. I'm
the second person talking.
I'm just trying to piece it together. Like,
why is Corey Joseph still on this team?
Yeah, that's true. Because he's friends with Dwayne Casey. That's why.
How many point guards? They have too many point guards.
Real quick.
Well, Killian might be involved in a certain sign-in trade for a certain big man. Who knows?
Huh?
I just want to bring this back to the rec. This is from Rod Beard, like Detroit News, 2 years ago. Pistons, Troy Weaver. Let the record show. When people say we were collecting centers, I love centers. I welcome all the center jokes because I do love centers. Like, the man is true to his word. He is not bullshitting.
Oh, whenever I listen to podcasts sometimes and they're like, man, we've just gone off the rails. Like, I feel like we held it together so well for 2 hours, and the last 15 minutes we've just gone off the rails. Jack, I feel like we haven't heard from you in a little while. You either, Steve. Jack, what do you think about everything that's transpired?
First of all, 10 a.m. beers are not ideal. Horribly. And I ain't gonna lie, for about 15 minutes there, it went like I was feeling a bit like dizzy, which I don't know if it's because of the morning, but I'm back now. I went to the toilet. I don't know. I love Durant. Like I really like. I'm just really happy. Like normally, like I think Brady tweeted out like the Pistons drafts of the last decade, and like you see the ghosts of Henry Allenson, Luke Kennard, even like I liked him. Stanley, the broken one. Like I'm just happy we've had 3 drafts in a row now where I feel like there's genuine excitement, and you know there might be some debates, but we actually have prospects. Which I'm just looking at the timeline. People are saying I'm buying stock on Detroit. Like, what the hell is that? Like, do you know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm just happy, and yeah.
Okay, I do want to like bring it back just a little bit because we did have a pick. Not the Pistons, but Ochai Agbaji went 14 to the Cavaliers. So just real quick, guys. Steve, give us your breakdown on Ochai, and then we'll get some thoughts from around the crew.
So Ochai Agbaji should be the KCP guy that gets the KCP comp, honestly, in my opinion. He's that kind of a player, 6'5", 210 pounds. Had a Kansas national title winner this year, NCAA tournament player of the year. He shot 53.4% from 2-point range, 40.7% from 3-point range, 74.3% from the free throw line, 18.8 points, 5-point rebounds, 1.6 assists. So yeah, he's like I said, KCP type where he's going to dunk. He can handle the ball a little. He'll pop some threes and do good on defense to be able to handle guards and some wings.
Any thoughts on Ochai? I think that's a nice fit with Cleveland. Brady, what do you got?
I like him in that role because I think Cleveland is the one team picking in the lottery that I think will not be back here for a while. I think it also kind of signals, and luckily Jaden Ivey kind of prevents this from impacting the Pistons potentially. But like, I think this means that Sexton's probably gone if they still have Karis LeVert around too. So like, yeah. LeVert, Ochai, like.
They probably start all 3 of those dudes together, right? You go Garland, Sexton, Ochai, right? And it's Okoro who's kind of like shifted into backup small
Okoro,
forward
right, yeah.
role for them.
That's just the one thing with like.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying Cleveland was like the team that like here they are, but they still have a lot of talent, and they're not like the rest of these teams,
Yeah, I know the Cavaliers guys, the Chase Down crew, the podcast duo, they were really in on the idea of Ochai because like from their perspective, all they really needed was another like guy who could shoot who wasn't a complete zero on defense. It's like you saw how close they were to the play-in game. If they hadn't been decimated by injuries, like they would have been out of the play-in anyway. They were the 4 seed for half the year. And so like they think they're really close. And so this pick makes a lot of sense if for a team who thinks they're about to be like really close to making a lot of noise in the conference.
All right. So the next pick 15, the Hornets still get their guy, or what a lot of us felt like should be their guy, in Mark Williams. So Mark Williams, Charlotte is able to nab him at pick number 15. So they ended up with the 2025 first for that number 13 pick in the earlier deal as well. So they acquired that extra asset, and
that's all we have so far. It doesn't.
They didn't get off any money. They didn't get off any money in that.
I mean,
deal?
the Knicks got off Kemba, right? Kemba's not.
Yeah,
nothing.
But Charlotte didn't.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay,
it doesn't seem like it.
So Mark Williams, number 15 to the Charlotte Hornets now. Kind of the same thing.
Troy Weaver's sitting down for his conference, so I'll be back with comments and clarifications.
All right, thank you, Sean. Do you guys feel like that means he's now done for the first round? Like, I feel like that'd be really tough as a GM to go do a presser in the middle of the draft. Like, they pick in 20 picks. Like, that seems crazy. It's like when a coach has to do a sideline interview. As a coach, I feel like I'm a nice guy, but I'd be like, no, find me every game. I'm not doing that.
Maybe they gave up 36 and like that hasn't come out yet, and so like they are done. I'm spitballing like that. That's something that like makes sense to me. Yeah, no, Eric, that's a great point. It's like so far this has been like a very low cost targeting by Troy Weaver, right? They got Jaden Ivey, they got Jalen Duren, huge infusion of athleticism for this team, and all it cost them was like a dude they were already going to trade in Jeremy Grant, and they're renting out their cap space for Kemba, who, as Brady said, has like positive locker room knock-on effects for a guy like Jaden Ivey, for a guy like Killian Hayes, for a guy like Cade Cunningham. Like Kemba's been a legit star in this league. He can probably help those dudes navigate what stardom is going to be like more than Corey Joseph could. So
first comment from Troy Weaver per Sean Corp, the boss. I don't think we're done yet, but we'll see. So, I mean, all he's going to do is keep us up all night, and I'm here for it because I'm having a blast. I don't know about you guys. Steve, Mark Williams, number 15, Charlotte Hornets. Give us a little breakdown on Mark Williams.
So, traditional center, shot blocker, scored 11.2 points per game at Duke, shot 72.1% from the field. He didn't take any threes, and he shot 72.7% from the free throw line, 7.4 rebounds, 2.8 blocks per game. He is listed at 7 feet. He went to the combine and actually found out he's 7'2" with a 7'6" and a 1/4 inch wingspan. He had the biggest wingspan at the combine. As he's in the NBA now, he will have, I think, the second or third biggest wingspan of anybody. I believe Azubuike on Utah has a bigger wingspan than him, but other than that, he's a big dude, man. He's going to get in there and provide that beef in that center position that Charlotte is severely lacking. Hopefully he can be as good of a lob threat as Jalen Duren is, but too bad they passed on him. Huh?
My question with Mark Williams is that I know he was a pretty highly touted recruit, went to a big prep school, stuff like that. And I know, anytime a guy plays on a stacked Duke team and they don't put up big numbers, it's always like probably a byproduct of K and also like having a bunch of other probable, NBA players with you. But, I know he's big and long, and I read today or yesterday that he's like working on his 3-point shot. Does he have the potential to be that kind of guy ever? Because that's what will keep him around, because I just feel like he's so big that I don't see how you can have a guy like he's kind of it's Gobert-ish, like, is it going to work when it matters? And like teams should not be thinking about, the Utah problems now because they need good players. But like, that's my question is like, can he be, a playoff performer? And I don't know the answer to that.
Steve, what did Mark shoot from the free throw line?
72.7%.
So maybe. Yeah. I never felt like it's like with Jalen Duren, like you could tell he wasn't a good shooter looking at him shoot free throws. Like I think he shot like 60-something-ish% from the free throw line, and like just everything's very robotic. It's like it looks like an old like PlayStation game where like his wrist would go forward and like then the ball would go forward. And so I don't ever think like Jalen Duren like figures out how to shoot. Mark Williams, I never had those same concerns about. I don't care if Jalen Duren never learns how to shoot, right? Like if he becomes an impact defender and gives the Pistons like an element of offensive like vertical threat that they didn't have before, and that like you don't have to like have Marvin Bagley on the floor for, then that's a win. That's
okay. So that was my question more than even DeAndre Ayton. Like, is Marvin Bagley unnecessary now?
Well,
like,
Stu,
I'm not saying
what's Stewart gonna do, right?
I'm not
like,
saying
is he gonna be planted on the perimeter now?
I'm not saying you don't need 2 jumpy jump guys, Laz, but like Jalen Duren can do all the stuff Marvin Bagley can do, but I mean, he's not quite as skilled right now, but he's better defensively. Steve, would you agree? I think Jalen Duren's way better defensively than Marvin Bagley, and at least has a potential to be switchable. Marvin
Bagley plays defense?
No, he does not.
That's my answer to that. Sorry, Marvin Bagley, if you ever see this, but yeah, he's never been a good defender. That's the big thing. Yeah, Jalen Duren is like far and away way better. This does seem like Bagley has to go at this point, right? And they must feel confident that Stewart has to develop some kind of range, right?
Yeah.
They have to feel that if he's going to stick around. And I think that's good. And maybe it's not a 3-point shot. Maybe it's like the Al Horford 16, like elbow, top of the key type jumper, which I think is enough to help space out the floor and not get things so crowded.
So real quick, the
That is
Hawks
the
at
crazy
6.
thing.
Okay, go ahead, Brady. Go ahead.
No. I just wanted to say the crazy thing is like this whole like we've been in this assumption the entire time that like Troy traded for Bagley because he wanted Bagley, and like maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but like as this unfolds, I think you're right. I think Duran does 80% of the Bagley stuff with 100% more of the defense, and like I'm still not convinced. I'm still trying to process the idea of having Duran and Ayton. That seems just ridiculous and seems like a Joe Dumars idea to have two guys like that. But I think
Hey, Joe didn't like that comment.
Sorry, but I think it's just like I don't know. I feel like Duran's. I wasn't high on him before recently, but I think he has enough skills, and I think they need to just have a lot more shooting to make that work. I think they need to find more guys who can shoot the ball around him, and Ivy's not going to help that initially. I don't think that Bay and Cunningham are like consistent enough. So there still needs to be another shooter they need to find somewhere in here to make this offense less crowded. It's going to
still need like
a shooting.
They still need a shooting guard.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Ivy is going to be an off guard, a combo guard, but they still need like a shooting guard. I was going to say what Brian was going to say. Like Duran doesn't have to start, right? Like Duran can just be like Killian's new best friend. It's just like I need a guy I can throw like passes to the top of the backboard to and get assists for free.
Is Killian going to get a play between Kojo and Kimba and all these other guards? Okay, you guys brought up shooting. Let's do because we're behind 2 picks now. AJ Griffin went 16 to the Hawks. I like that for the Hawks. Yeah, a really good shooter. The defense, like he fits in not very well defensively there because he doesn't play a whole lot. But
let's like Kevin Huerter.
And then Houston Rockets, Tari Eason, a guy who does play defense. I actually like this for the Houston Rockets at 17. Steve, what do you think of either one of those picks? What do you think? Which one interests you a little bit more?
Well, Eason interests me a little bit more just because I think like he can guard 3 through 5, depending on how they utilize him. And he's better off the ball shooter. He started the year kind of shooting pretty bad, somewhere in the 20s, but then second half of the year, he shot over 40% from 3. And he's what I like to call a monkey wrench player on defense, to where he will just run in there and disrupt everything. And whatever your actions are, you're just going to have to go to the secondary ones or something else, because he will really just mess everything up along the way. He's listed at 6'8", like 215. So he has good size. He really stood up a lot of centers and big men that he went against too. And also, he didn't start very many games. He mainly came off the bench for LSU, but LSU was a kind of a train wreck of a team. They obviously had their head coach leave by the end of the year amidst all that scandal and stuff. And they really didn't have a ball handler or like somebody to rely upon other than Tari Eason as well, which is a lot of times why they just kind of threw the ball to him and let him create. So I think
Tari Eason's cool
here for there.
He's a cool pick for a team that's not trying to figure it out right now. I think he's like a ball of clay, and people have sold me because initially I was looking at it, and I know Scott from Detroit Bad Boys was like, he was big on Tari Eason because, physical tools, things like that. And people have since kind of sold me on the fact that he doesn't actually know how to play basketball quite yet, which is fine, because when you put those numbers up, you're obviously doing something right. But I think in Houston, with all of those guys, it kind of feels like it's going to be chaos, and I'm not sure that it's going to be good, but like, I mean, they have another guy too. Didn't they draft a very similar European, like kind of power forward around this spot last year too?
The Garuba's a little bit different though. I think Garuba's more off the ball in terms of offense, and he's better like power forward center, whereas Eason, you could technically throw on LeBron and PG in a couple of years if he works out, whereas Garuba is like that Robert Williams with a 3-point shot in there as well.
But a lot of 6'8" guys, they're kind of doing that thing where you just find a bunch of tall dudes and figure it out later, which I can appreciate. And I think that, the Pistons should find more of those big, tall, athletic dudes, which they're starting to do, which is great. But
yeah, I like the Jabari Smith, Tari Eason like front court as a concept, right? Like that's a lot of shooting, that's a lot of spacing. Oh, what up, Wes? That's a lot of spacing. That's some good defense when Eason like pays attention to what he's supposed to be paying attention to. Like I think that can absolutely work. Rockets are building something really intriguing. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, that is an interesting combo there, Jabari
Yep.
Smith and Tari Eason. So, Laz, you said James had tweeted this out. Eric, appreciate you dropping all this stuff for us to use. Woj said that they'll buy out Kimba. So essentially you take that $9 million and add it to what's the number? 13 million of dead money. Like, that's what's crazy. The Pistons, now are going to have $46 million in cap space with $23 million in dead money. Like, how insane is that? They won't have that much in cap space because that number 13 pick is like Duran will be on the books for $3 million. So it's a little bit less, but Wes isn't going to like this. But if you don't need to bring back Marvin Bagley III because you have Jalen Duran, Wes really likes Marvin Bagley III. So the point is you can absolutely still be a player in free agency. No question about it. And I think it was you, Laz, brought up, you don't need to be a player for Colin Sexton, Jalen Brunson, Anthony Simons. You don't need to be a player for any of those guys. Why would you? So really it's like DeAndre Ayton or nobody. Miles Bridges maybe still fits with the roster. Yep. Or does fit with the roster?
Bridges would be like that. We're talking about like adding athletic dudes, right? They've added an athletic guard, they've added an athletic center. Bridges would be the athletic wing, right? Like that would be kind of the triumvirate. Staring at the SPO track, they got DeAndre Jordan at basically $8 million. Dwayne Dedman at basically $3 million, so that's 11. Zaire Smith at $1 million, so that's 12. Add Kemba's 9, that's 20. That's 21.
The worst part about that is that like Zaire Williams sucks. He's playing in the basketball tournament, so obviously that was a smart move to get rid of him. But Dwayne Dedman was like a backup center on a Eastern Conference Finals team. Like they could have used him. Like he could have. Like that was a stupid decision to waive him, even if it like allowed them to acquire, I don't know, whoever they signed, but like, Rodney Magruder, but like they should have kept some of these guys. He should not be so quick to just, fire into the sun like he does. I will say that because I remember like the stretch provision when Stan did it with Josh Smith, I was like, oh shit, this is dangerous. And now Troy's just like boom, 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 like firing him off every time he can.
Well, I think what Troy's figured out is like you can stretch dudes, you just can't stretch them for like 5 years. You can stretch them for 1 or 3. But like 5 is a lot. And Dedman I think is stretched for like 4 years, but it's only $3 million. So it's not terrible. But yeah, like having like a full mid-level kind of missing is painful.
This isn't interesting from the London's dark. Like who starts at power 4? I actually think Saddiq Bey can start at the 4. Like I'm comfortable with that, but I know some people may not be. I don't know what the free agency class looks like, just some lower level free agents at the 4. Maybe there's another move to be made. Do you guys think that's the plan here is actually, for Saddiq? We all thought when Jeremy Grant got traded, obviously Troy Weaver didn't get to select Keegan Murray, but that meant, Murray was going to be the 4. Is it Bey or do we think that another move has to be made here?
Saddiq Bey only played, I was looking at this earlier because I saw, I don't know what website it is. I wish I could cite them. They post those like face graphs where it's a bunch of headshots and it kind of shows how guys are trending offensively, defensively. And they did a defensive one and like the least impactful defenders, both in like damaging their team and also like giving other teams points. Saddiq Bey is like near the bottom. And like people don't care or notice it now because the Pistons are bad, but it's going to become a problem very soon if they keep improving. But he only played what percentage? He played 34% of his minutes at power forward last year and 26% as a rookie. So I'd be interested to see that number flipped just to see if he can use his body more at that position. But I think too, then you need to find somebody else who can fill that small forward role and defend perimeter guys because we know that Cade can do so much, but Ivy might struggle with that too,
Yeah, and I think that's where Saddiq Bey actually struggles is defending on the perimeter. That's why I kind of like him at the 4. I think he's better defending there. So where are we at in the draft? We're at number 18. The Bulls have not selected yet, Wes?
No, not yet. I actually accidentally jumped the gun with how quickly I sent out Atlanta and Houston. So the pick's in, and I'll get it out in a second.
Okay. Sean, you're back. You just talked one-on-one with Troy Weaver, right? It was just you and Troy?
Yeah, we were just shooting the shit, talking about future deals.
Who are they taking at 36?
Oh, they're taking I can't even remember the guy from Toledo.
Sean, were you talking about your dogs?
Ryan Rollins.
Ryan Rollins. Wait, what was that last?
Sean, you guys were talking about your dogs.
Oh yeah, we got some dogs in this draft, and we're ready to go.
All right. Seriously, anything from that? I know we mentioned what you put in the chat in terms of, hey, we may not be done, but any other quotes that are of note from Troy Weaver as you set in on that?
Well, Jaden Ivey is happy to be a Piston. He was very impressive in his interviews. You'll be happy to know that Jaden Ivey is a worker.
Does he make his bed?
He will improve as a shooter because he's going to put the work in. That's about all I got.
Did he wear the buffs to the press conference?
He wore a polo, as he usually does.
I heard he was wearing a pair of buffs in the red carpet. So I was just making sure he didn't, bring them with him into the press conference too.
Oh, are you talking about Weaver or are you talking about Ivy?
Ivy, not Weaver. No, if Troy walked in buffs, that would be the most power move ever.
I mean, I would have liked it. I'm not gonna lie. Ivy was he had his hat, he had his chain, and his nice suit. He had no buffs.
So Sean, like that sounds like nothing, but you will remember, right, that like James brought up the questions about Ivy's mental makeup, right? Bryce, this is something you and I had talked about.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Like whether or not he was not like a selfish player, but like a self-centered one who was like more concerned with like how can he perform well than how can the team perform well. It's like that seemed to come through, bubble up a little bit of the time at Purdue. And so for Troy to mention that he interviewed well, it's like they probably got some answers that they liked about his competitive level. They probably got some answers that they liked about,
nice.
That's an interesting pick.
Steve, there you go. Show the jersey, Steve.
Yo.
The floor is yours, Steve. Chicago Bulls, Dalen Terry. I think I like this.
Well, it pains me a little because now we're going to have to whoop his ass twice a year or more than twice a year along the way. But Dalen Terry, my guy here out of the University of Arizona, 6'7", 195 pounds, is a point guard. Like you can look at his regular whole total season stats and be like, whatever. It was like 8 points, 3.9 assists. See 50.2% from the field, 36.4 from three, 73.6% from the free throw line. But that doesn't tell the whole story. Like he started the year off kind of on the bench, like not really knowing what to do. But then as conference play started, he really found his role. I equate him to the guard version of Tayshaun, where he's like the mortar that fills in the brick wall. Like everything that you need from that fourth or fifth starter, he's going to be able to do. And again, if you look at his numbers from conference play that started on January 3rd of 2022, again, the points aren't that great, 8.9 points per game, but he had a 4.0 assist to 1.6 turnover ratio. That is legit. Like that's super rare that you find a near 4-to-1 assist to turnover ratio. It shows you how much he's taking care of the ball, how good of a point guard he is. And his shooting splits by that point were 58.7% from two, 41.1% from three, and 72.1% from the free throw line. He did a lot of damage in the tournament too, in both conference play and in NCAA, where he scored double digits in all but one of their games there. And really, like, that was one of the big things, I think, is why Arizona didn't go as far as they should have stuck with him at point guard, because he really did a lot of things that Kurt Kaprizov couldn't with that size, and really big defensive mismatch, being able to guard ones and maybe even to the three. But definitely if he's guarding ones as the point of attack point guard defender, 6'7", with like a 6'9.5" wingspan, I believe. Like that's a big mismatch, and shooting 41.1% down the way for the majority of the season, big time mismatch.
Yeah, Dalen Terry's a really good player, and like you say, I love the way you explain that, Steve. Like he just kind of fits in where he's needed, does a little bit of everything offensively. So I like that. You know, the big question in Chicago, right, is what's going to happen with Zach LaVine. I mean, I can't imagine he actually leaves. Is there anybody that thinks there's a realistic chance of that? Looking like a no on that one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
What I wonder with this pick is, sorry, Laz, it's just real quick, is like the Bulls got so much hype over having a like gritty like master of none in AO last year, who they found in the second round, obviously. And like I wonder if like this kind of just like a younger, like bigger version of that. And like I mean, it's not like AO is good enough to not draft somebody, but like it just feels like that's a redundant role that
Well,
they both
they were
can't
trying to
occupy.
build good defense, like guard first, right? Like between Caruso and Lonzo, and trying to protect Vucevic. Like that's how they were building their defense, kind of like from the outside in. I mean, like there's the Gobert rumors, right? Like they could be putting together something like that. Terry would be interesting to the Utah Jazz, I think, as a guy who is tall and can defend, which was something that they sorely needed last year. So like maybe this is that, maybe this is nothing. But when you think about like guys who can pass and can play make and can defend at a high level, it's like that does seem kind of like what the Bulls under this new front office are kind of targeting.
So at 19, we have the Minnesota Timberwolves coming up. Not really talked. We talked. Oh, there we go. Jake LaRavia, another guy. Wes, go ahead. Memphis.
So Memphis traded 22 and 29 for 19 to take Jake LaRavia.
Okay, Steve, this is, I'll be honest, a guy I've heard people talk a lot about out of Wake Forest, correct? But not a kid that I did any film study on. And I just feel like he was a fast riser. Like his age was wrong the whole season or something. Like everybody thought he was 22, but he's only 20. But who is Jake LaRavia, the player now going to the Memphis Grizzlies?
So he measured in at 6'8" tall at the combine, 227 pounds, 6'9.5" wingspan. He had one season this past season at Wake Forest. The previous two, he was at Indiana State. At Wake Forest, he scored 14.6 points per game, 6.6 rebounds, 3.7 assists, 1.7 steals, 1 block, 61.6% from 2-point range, 38.4% from 3, and 77.7% from the free throw line. He also got to the free throw line 157 times. So this is a multi-skilled, multi-talented combo forward. A lot of people might think he'd be able to play small ball 5 too.
Yeah.
But the 3-point shooting is a little bit misleading. He took 122. This is the first year, or he took 73 attempts from 3 this past year. But this is the first year where he's taken more than 32 threes in a game. So that was my biggest concern. Everybody else, for some reason, just kind of waved him off of like, oh no, he's going to be fine as a 3-point shooter. He did win that 3-point star drill at the combine, so that is something else that's in there. But I mean, Christian Coloco came in second in that 3-point star drill too, so take with that what you will. I'm not a big like drills guy that really factors into there, but getting the free throw line and dishing out 122 assists means something. I'm not even sure what his comp is, because the way he can pass and the way he can get to the line and like do some positional defensive stuff, it's hard to find like a really good 1-for-1 comp. But that is also a good thing a lot of times, because a lot of really good guys end up being somebody that you can't really get a good comp on, but you see there's things in their profile that I know are good and I know probably can translate. So he's an interesting guy. Maybe not athletic enough to be the 3, might be stuck at the 4. That might also be something that's stuck there, because I'm not sure he has quite the strength to handle the 5. But like I said, passing, getting a free throw line, that's got to count for something.
All right, Sean, I'm going to get to you in just a second with some press conference stuff. Brady or Laz, any thoughts on this trade? Memphis flips these 2 late first-round picks to move up, take Jake LaRavia, maybe his fit after hearing Steve break him down a little bit.
I think it's just like a team trying to find guys who can fill roles. I mean, the thing is, most mock drafts had Jake LaRavia picked like near Golden State and stuff at the end of the first round. And I think Memphis just saw it as, we need a shooter from the front court and we can go up and get him, because they do have a lot of first round picks. I'm not sure the details of that trade. But just in general, I mean, they, went up and got the guy they wanted. And when you're good, you can go and do that. You have the freedom to just say, forget value. We need people who fit what we want to do. And that's what they did. So I think it's a good pick in that regard. I'm not a big fan of him, but for a win now team, it makes sense.
22 and 29, right? Right, Wes? It was 22 and 29 to move up to 19?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, Laz?
I am shocked that Memphis traded up to draft the guy that draft Twitter would not shut up about. I'm shocked. Memphis draft Twitter strikes again.
They're never wrong though.
They haven't been wrong. Yeah.
Crush it.
So we do have we got from a Hornet source, in order to get Jalen Duren to the Knicks, the Hornets got 2023 first round pick from Denver, 2023 second round pick from the Knicks, 2023 second round picks from Utah, 2023 second round pick from Dallas/Miami, and a 2024 Knicks second round pick. That's 1 first and 4 seconds to move down 2 slots to send Duran someplace else. It's a lot of stuff.
So the Knicks sent
We had
out
a road,
all of
baby.
that, and then all they got was off the Kimba contract and that 2025 first.
Yeah. But like they getting 5 picks for 1 and getting off a contract, that's not bad.
Yeah. All right.
Could you throw me a link, Laz? I got to update my story because my information is now wrong.
Sure, no problem, Sean. I got you.
Okay. Who do we have on the board now at number 20? The San Antonio Spurs, who earlier in the draft took Jeremy Sohan. Who are some of the guys still left on the board?
Malachi Branham,
Malachi's really fell here, right? Like I think there was a lot of end of the lottery buzz with him. So somebody's going to get a nice pick here. And as we're getting closer to pick 36 for the Pistons, there's some of these guys that may end up falling. And this is what we talked about earlier. Moving from 46 to 36 in that Jeremy Grant trade may end up proving to be like not inconsequential, even though that trade looks so much better today than it did last night. Just think about the 24-hour spin on that. Brady, what do you got?
Here's a question is like, and this is like not a strong point guard draft. Like there was nobody that was really like super elite off the top, but is Dalen Terry the first quote unquote point guard we've seen drafted? Because that's pretty crazy that a guy who averaged 8 points per game at Arizona was picked over the starting point guard or one of the point guards at Kentucky. And also like an athletic but tiny guy from Tennessee. Like it's pretty crazy that like this has just been such a slow draft for such an important position.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really bad point guard draft in general. Like, I'm not a huge Ty guy. I did a breakdown on him and didn't come away super encouraged. Kennedy Chandler, I mean, I think most people have him lower even than Ty Washington. I mean, I guess I don't think Dyson Daniels plays like true point guard in the NBA. I guess maybe you could say he was the first point guard off the board. But that is a good point, Brady. Like, they said it. I've heard from the very beginning that this wasn't like a primary creator point guard draft, and it's proven to be true leading up to the draft. And then as we see these picks unfold as well. There we go. Malachi Branham. That's a really nice pick in my opinion for the Spurs at 20.
That's a good Lonnie Walker, the third replacement, or Lonnie Walker, the second,
fourth, I thought.
Lonnie Walker is a good.
You gotta update your Roman numeral game, Laz. Steve, give us the breakdown on Malachi Branham.
So Malachi Branham does have shot creation potential. I'm a Michigan alum, so I'm gonna poo all over Ohio State right now. Boo! All right, so that's out of the way. So he shot 53.0% from 2-point range, which is really good for a guard. 41.6% from 3-point range, and then 83.3% from the free throw line. Again, 13.7 points, 3.6 rebounds, 2.0 assists. The main thing with him, number one, is why did he fall? He doesn't play defense. He dies pretty much on every screen that he had out there. I'm sure a lot of teams just said, no. If he even gave half of an effort on defense, I think the Knicks would have taken him. I think that would have been a perfect one to actually have a shot creator. But I mean, Thibodeau famously doesn't like rookies and famously doesn't like guys that don't play defense. So that's probably a big reason why he fell so much. Also, the 3-point shot, it seems good because he shot 41.6, but he had a 27.7% 3-point attempt rate, which is low for a guard.
Low volume, right? Low volume for Branham.
Yeah, very low volume. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know that's one of the lower volumes of any guard that I personally looked at this last season. If you look at his shot chart too, let me see if I can actually share my screen here. Let's see. Window.
You can just describe the colors. Blue, red, bad.
All right. Can you guys see it?
No, I don't see anything.
I
can't see it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so he's pretty much cold from one corner where he only took 15 attempts, 26.7, really hot from the other corner, 62.5, and then red all around the rest of the way, but it's 20% on one wing, 20 shots on one wing, 25 shots on the other, and then 13 from the top of the key. That really isn't a lot of shots that he's putting up there. And again, this shot chart's courtesy of CBB Analytics, if anybody is wondering where this is all coming from. So let me stop sharing my screen. So again, it's not a ton of attempts. So I'm sure, again, that's something that factored into it. This is somebody that's probably more or less operating in the mid-range for a lot of his shots. Can he really shoot threes at a high level? Is he going to care on defense and turn that around? We'll see.
Brady, you got something for us here?
Yeah, this is a great. I'm just like looking at the kind of feedback of prospects and stuff, and this was from Dale and Terry's post being drafted presser. This is from Mark Carmen, a reporter in Chicago. Dale and Terry on his reason to come out after his sophomore season. Quote, I haven't played basketball since I was 2 years old to be a college player. Like, that's great transparency, because I think all of these guys agree with that. But like, I just love hearing it from somebody, right after they've been drafted. It's great. But
yeah, no, that is true. Like, and I love when those guys, we talked about it pre-show, right? Like they've been coached up so much. They just tell us the same stuff whenever they get asked questions. And I feel like now that he's been drafted, those guys open up a little bit more and like, hey, I'm drafted now. I can kind of speak my mind. So I love that personality. And then here, Eric again coming through with some great comments, said that Zeke is retweeting Jaden Ivey stuff on Twitter. I think Jaden Ivey, I don't know that we talked about it enough. The emotion, I'm sure it was part of being drafted and all sorts of things, but it does seem like he wanted to play for the Detroit Pistons. I know that was a huge thing with Cade Cunningham, and I don't know why it changes now. Like, I know I get excited whenever the reports come out that DeAndre Ayton wants to play with Cade Cunningham in Detroit, and so I think that's really cool to see Jaden Ivey excited about becoming a Piston.
Well, I know for him it was a lot about his family. He has a lot of family ties here in Detroit. Through his mom playing for the Shock. I know he has family ties on his dad's side too. So I just saw an interview with him at the airport yesterday on Instagram where he was saying it's like family. So going there would be like being amongst family. And I think that's the biggest thing for any player here in Detroit. And also I think Troy Weaver has a lot to do with it. The Jeremy Grant trade, I think, is just more than anything, it's him doing right by his guy, of saying, hey, I'm going to get you here. I'm going to show that you're a featured guy and then get you to a destination should you want to leave. And I think that speaks to players to be like, we know this guy's going to treat us right. We know he's a straight shooter and we're not going to go here and be like overrun by an owner. Troy's with the guy. We believe what he says. Look at how he's treated everybody else.
Sean, you got something for us?
It wasn't that real quick, Sean, that wasn't that long ago the guys were directly trying to not go to Detroit. Like Tyrese Halliburton's agent was steering him away from the Pistons just 3 years ago. So like quite the turn that Troy's done since he came in, before that draft to now, where we've got guys who are bawling their eyes out to play for the Detroit Pistons, whether that's the full reason or not,
Yeah, when Jaden Ivey first started talking at his press conference, of course, the first question that was asked of him is, did you want to go to Detroit and did you do anything so that you didn't go anywhere else? And he had the biggest grin on his face. And then he simply said, this is a dream come true for sure. I really wanted to be here. It felt like home.
Yeah. So
he did not admit to anything, but sometimes facial expression kind of gives you away.
And we'll get back to the Denver Nuggets pick right there. But here's a quote from his mom. Jaden's dream come true to be in Detroit. We have so many, so speaking to both of what you guys have been talking about with Jaden Ivey. So that is interesting, right? It came out and we all wondered if it really meant anything or not. Whenever he had only worked out for the Magic and the Pistons. And so, that's very interesting. Christian Brown, the national champion out of Kansas, goes 21 to the Nuggets. I think a kid that can come in and be a part of a rotation. He's not a ton of upside, probably not going to be a superstar, maybe not even a starter, but part of the rotation there in Denver. Steve, what do you like about Christian Brown?
Well, he probably gets the award this year for the best and the most trash talker amongst anybody. I mean, you're in Kansas. I'm sure you saw it firsthand there, Bryce. But, man, this guy talks in unbelievable
He's actually grew up in a small town in Kansas. Not near me, but in a small town. He ended up going to a bigger school. But, yeah, you hear a lot about the attitude and the mentality he plays with in a positive way.
Yeah, definitely. Always in the good light, and it's a guy that you love playing with, but you hate playing against. He measured in at the combine, bigger than people thought. 6'7" in shoes, 6'6" 6.5" wingspan. So that's always a bad thing when your wingspan's less than your height. 209 pounds, but this past season, as he's a title-winning player as well at Kansas, 14.1 points per game. 6.5 rebounds, 2.8 assists. He can pass it a little bit. 54.5% from two, 38.6% from the free throw line or 3-point line, and then 73.3% from the free throw line. 132 attempts from three, 135 free throws, 111 assists. That is a very good combination of stats that you can pass, you can get to the free throw line, and you can shoot a little. Definitely improved his true shooting to 58.5%, up over 30 points from last year's 52.9%. But the main thing is like the 3-point shooting, I'm not sure is legit either. 31.6% from three. He had Akbaji, he had Remy Martin to take some pressure on him, but he's a good athlete too. That's the thing he doesn't get enough credit for. He shot 68.6% on shots at the rim, which was 83 of 121 attempts. And in the paint, he was 47.5% too, 67 of 141. So he's a finisher. He doesn't necessarily need to be a fantastic 3-point shooter with the way he can handle and dish it out. I think if he has even an average 3-point shooter, then this is somebody that's maybe like a Dante DiVincenzo in a couple of years.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that people like to bring up with Christian Braun is like he is a better athlete than what you would think. And I tend to buy the shooting more than maybe the numbers, just as somebody that watches a lot of KU games, obviously. I think the shot looks good, it's definitely not broke by any means. Now, we had this conversation earlier about, maybe a slower release actually ends up messing with the shot a little bit more, but I think he's going to compete defensively. He's going to get out in transition, better finisher, good passer, unselfish player, and then just bring it. Oh, wow. Minnesota Timberwolves. So this is part of that Memphis Grizzlies trade. So this was the Grizzlies pick at 22. They take Walker Kessler, and I'll just say it straight up. I think this is way too early for Walker Kessler. I wasn't a huge fan of his. You alluded to this earlier, Steve. He had a historically good shot blocking season, but I felt like he chased every shot block in sight. So Minnesota Timberwolves, part of that trade with the Grizzlies, select Walker Kessler. Steve, what do you think about Kessler?
Well, Scott FL and I from Detroit Bad Boys is the Scott reference part of the stream, I guess, is he and I went back and forth on like somebody probably will convince themselves this guy can be Rudy Gobert because he did have a historic shot blocking season. How historic, you might say? Well, he blocked more shots than Patrick Ewing did in a single season at Georgetown. He blocked more shots than Dikembe Mutombo did in a single season at Georgetown. So he has the number one of all time record for block percentage in the NCAA history. But the asterisks on that is they've only tracked that stat since like 2009, I believe is when it started. So sadly, I mean, I'm sure like Hakeem would probably have that record if they tracked it back then. But his block percentage was 19.1%, which is bigger than his usage percent, which was 19%, which is absolutely ludicrous. I mean, that just never happens. 11.4 points per game, 8.1 rebounds, 0.9 assists, 1.1 steals too. I think that also does factor into it in terms of his defensive potential, 4.6 blocks per game, 70.2% from 2-point range, 20% from the 3-point line on 1.5 attempts per game, and then 59.6% from the free throw line. This is another guy that I think the 3-point shot is there in the ether, because in high school tape, if you listen again, Game Theory, Matt Penny is kind of like the high school guy, does a lot of grassroots recruiting on the Under Armour circuit. He talked a lot about Walker Kessler shooting threes as a trailer three in high school stuff, EYBL. So he has that in his background. Maybe Minnesota believes that can be a thing. And it's just obviously that percentage in college, the 20%, not fantastic, but teams can fall in love with that stuff and get it. The main thing with him though is he just chased a lot of those blocks. Like he did all that he could to block it. He's a big guy too at 7'1", 245 pounds is what he's listed at. I'm not sure if he measured at the combine. Let's take a look. He's somebody that I didn't pay attention too much of the combine. So he did measure 7'1" at the combine. He has a 7'4" wingspan, and he weighed 256 pounds. So big dude.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing with Minnesota is he's not gonna play with Cat in the starting lineup, I wouldn't imagine. So you're gonna bring him off the bench, and he can be a good anchor with the second unit, and that's probably not bad value here in the 20s. Brady, I think since you had to step away for just a second, Branham went to the Spurs, Christian Brown to the Nuggets at 21, Kessler here to the Timberwolves in that trade with the Grizzlies.
I took a look into the future of Woj's secret Twitter account, and the Grizzlies are about to do the most Grizzlies thing.
I saw it already. Omari tweeted it out.
What is it going to be?
I want to see your reaction whenever Wes puts it up on the screen.
Okay. I'll say this about Walker Kessler is like shot blocking is great. He really strikes me as a dude who is like somewhere between the 2002 style of like being a center and like sort of now, because you're right, Steve. I've heard people talk about his shooting potential, even if it hasn't really shown itself to be true. But guys who can block shots like that always have a role. I mean, he'll be around for 10 years just based on that skill alone, it seems like. But I always am like sketched out when a guy, oh my God, this dude sucks, dude. I'm sorry. David Roddy is
careful.
I can't believe. Okay, I don't think he sucks, but I can't believe he's a first-round pick. This is
a 23rd overall pick by
this is
the
insane.
Memphis Grizzlies.
This is insane.
He's a 6'4" center who couldn't shoot threes from the NBA line in all of his workouts and all of his combine stuff. Like, good luck with that. Like, I'm sure John Hollinger will give them an A+ because he gives them an A+ for everything. But this is the worst pick of the draft so far. I'm sure he's a nice guy though.
Wes, how did they get this pick? Because this was the Philly pick.
Yeah, so the Grizzlies traded DeAnthony Melton for the pick.
Really? Okay.
They also, I think, traded
Danny might be coming back.
Danny Green.
I'm not sure.
Danny Green was in it.
Woj hasn't tweeted that one out, but I think Shams did. So I'm not sure
So
which
did
one's
Jake
which.
Fisher.
Yeah.
Is Jake Fisher trying to make this a little trio here and become part of
I think he
this?
is.
I mean, he's got Philly connections, so
okay. All right,
so I trust him here.
David Roddy, again, a guy I like a little bit more than Brady. And I did do a breakdown on him. Steve and I actually teamed up for that, but I never watched him and thought first-round pick, Steve. I don't know about you. Hold on real quick, Steve. Laz, David Roddy just went 23 in the NBA draft.
I saw. That's very surprising. I know
that's
Philly
a much nicer way of saying it than
reserved.
Brady.
But
Brady
Philly was
said-
trying to like
punchy,
sell
Laz.
that
We're
pick
supposed
to
to-
anybody who would purchase it.
Brady
so I'm not
says
just got it.
Brady's just straight up said he sucks. Like
Well,
he minced no words.
I've been gone for like 3 picks. I don't know who's on the.
I'm just saying they drafted Grant Williams with the 23rd overall pick at best, and like that just doesn't make sense to me because as we saw in the NBA Finals, Grant Williams was not very useful unless you're playing Milwaukee Bucks. Grant Williams wasn't that useful, so I don't know.
So
I just think
Woj
it's
says
a weird
they're trading it to Memphis
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
DeAnthony Melton, and so
Yes.
like that's kind of worth. Why does Memphis want David Roddy? Okay, like that's one where like the
mean-
draft Twitter guys like got in a little bit over
Yeah,
their head.
it's such a Memphis-y type move.
Grant Williams got David Roddy drafted this high.
Yeah, I mean,
Can-
he might not be useful in the playoffs, but you need those kind of players in the regular season to help do
All right.
things to win games.
Okay, so now that we've crushed this pick, Steve, give the people still watching a little breakdown on David Roddy.
Who guarded Giannis in that series that helped them win?
Not David Roddy.
It was Grant Williams. If you're saying Grant Williams got him paid, I mean, to me, that's a useful player. Another one that I don't really love, but I'm sure some people will convince themselves he's PJ Tucker type of a player too. He's listed. He's measured in at the combine. David Roddy at 6'6" tall, 260 pounds, 6'11.5" wingspan. He's an incredibly unique player. If you look at his sports reference page, they list him at guard. They also list him in it shorter than what he's at. He put up 19.2 points per game for Colorado State, shot 62% from 2-point range, 43.8% from 3, and 69.1% from the free throw line. 7.5 rebounds per game, 2.9 assists, so he can pass. If I remember correctly, He led Colorado State in points, in blocks. He was second in steals. He was second in
calories.
He was first
Oh, Sean.
in 2-point attempts. There's a lot of skill there that you don't see in a guy this size a lot. So again, screener, can be in that Grant Williams type of role to be able to shoot the three more. And I actually think he's a little bit further advanced as Grant Williams in the 3-point shot, but he is behind him on defense for sure. I think he's
like
going to be limited more to power forward, to center type way. He can rebound as well. He can set screens. So he's a nice complementary piece. Yeah. 23. I agree. I think that's too high. I had him in like the 30s. Yeah. Especially when there's somebody like Jaden Hardy around up there. I think Kendall Brown's still out there too. I think somebody's coming in.
Go ahead, try it again, Steve.
All right, yeah. So yeah, especially with somebody like Jaden Hardy's still out there, Jovic is still out there. I know it's like, up and down on that. Ty is still out there. Like there are a lot of guys that are younger that have a lot more upside that I think would have been out there. But I think Memphis, they've shown this in the past that at the end of the round, they want to identify role players. And that's what Roddy is. That's why they took Santi Aldama last year, who looks like a stretch 5. That's why they took Desmond Bane at the end of the round like they did. And more often than not, they pan out. So until it stops panning out, I really wouldn't poo on a pick for any Grizzlies late rounder.
The Grizzlies are in this mold now, right? Like they get the benefit of the doubt until we see that it doesn't work, right? Like they're that team now, it seems like. Fair or not?
I mean, they've aced like 3 to 4 drafts in a row. Like everybody, just let them take their shot because they get it right way more than they get it wrong.
So we have pick 24, the Milwaukee Bucks. Have we seen anything that says they are not keeping this pick, Wes?
No, they're making the pick. I'll just throw it up there.
Wow. Marjon Beauchamp out of the G League Ignite. So now we've actually seen 2 G League Ignite players go before the one you've been talking about here, Steve, and Jaden Hardy. So real quick before we get the player breakdown, what do you guys think about this, Laz and Brady?
I'm a little surprised Milwaukee didn't get anyone I think will make a little bit more of an instant impact. I was thinking about them getting a guy like Christian Brown who went a little bit earlier, just like another wing 3-and-D guy who could help them out in a playoff setting. But there's some upside with Beauchamp, but I don't really love this pick. I would have, I don't know, like EJ Liddell is still on the board, right? Like they're.
I really like EJ Liddell, actually.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. Like ready-made can come in and play at least 2 years fair in your rotation. I feel like is he gonna like playoffs?
Brady's coming to us from inside an aluminum tube.
Yeah.
I am very
connection is drunk.
I'm dry.
I think Brady took his headphones out. I'll message him in the chat. Yep. So Steve, give us the breakdown on Marjon Beauchamp and what he showed this year with the G League Ignite.
All right, let me find his draft. He's combine info here. He measured in at 6 foot, 6.5 inches tall. He has a 7 foot and a 1/4 inch wingspan. He is 196 pounds. He has one of the most unusual paths in this year's draft. He is from the Yakima Nation. So if you don't know, I'm native, so I'm going to pump up anytime we got some native players in the house. So he's from the Yakima Nation up in the Pacific Northwest. He actually went to Yakima Community College out of high school. He was one of the top recruits. Really didn't know what he was going to do. He had some academic eligibility stuff he had to take responsibility for, which is why he went to Yakima Community College. When he was there, he scored 30.7 points per game, pulled in 10.5 rebounds, dished out 4.7 assists per game and 1.7 steals. I mean, it was clear the level of talent he was far and away from anybody else. on that court in community college. That got him again noticed by the G League Ignite, which he came in and he had to accept a lesser role. He had to accept that he wasn't going to be the man, that he wasn't going to be given the ball and just ISO all the time, which is what he did at Yakima. In the 12 games with the Ignite, he shot 39.8% from the field, and he shot 24.2% from three. Obviously not great. 15.1 points per game, 7.3 rebounds, 2.5 assists, 1.5 steals per game. So he has a lot of defensive versatility, which is why I think the Bucks took him. And he also has this background of being a shot creator from like the 2 guard position. So he can be anywhere from the 2 to the 4. He can guard anywhere from the 2 to the 4. This is a very interesting pick for Milwaukee, I think, because they can go a bunch of different routes with him depending on what they see his primary skills as.
Guys, I just, looking at the board for the Pistons coming up in like 10 picks, you got Bryce McGowan's on the board. You have Jaden Hardy on the board. I know this isn't like a name people may get, but Patrick Baldwin Jr., who like maybe at 36 all of a sudden is good value. Like Kendall Brown, who like a completely different type of player.
Jovic.
Yeah, like there's some names on the board right now that it's like, I'm telling you, like at 36, we may still get a quality player here. This is going to be really interesting as these next 10 names come off the board. Steve, is there anybody you specifically are like, man, if this guy continued to fall, this would be perfect?
I think Jovic and Hardy and Brown are the 3. Jovic, I think, is still sort of the top of mind just because I think that size at like 6'10", and being able to handle the rock and being able to pass. And he was the primary floor spacer for his EuroLeague team. Again, the percentages aren't going to be great, and I'll get to them when we get there, whenever he gets picked. But Luka's percentages weren't great, and he's an 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid that's being relied upon as the primary floor spacer for a professional team. And he's also being asked to be the secondary creator. Defensively, he's terrible. There's no way around it. He had the most per like what type of calls when he got the defensive call in this draft. Like there's no way around it. That's going to have to be number 1. I mean, I would take Jaden Hardy far and away over him on defense. Can be that bad, but the offense is so good that if he can even be halfway decent and at that size, you can put him at the 4. It's a lot easier to make sure he's covered up on defense than if he was, say, at the 1 or the 2.
A Hardy question now.
Yeah, I know Richard Saman at Mavs Draft like really, really likes him, like had him as a lottery pick. And so, you get him at 36 and that would be really, really interesting. So I think, again, I'm kind of excited to see what the Pistons end up landing there. San Antonio Spurs on the clock at 25. Any other trades or anything to work out, Wes? Everything's still kind of going as is?
So we figured out what
still
the Knicks...
pretty smooth. Yeah,
Sorry.
I was about to say the same thing. Go ahead, Les.
Yeah, no, we figured out what the Knicks got, or what the Knicks got from OKC in the Ousmane Dieng trade. Remember that from like 3 hours ago?
Yeah.
They got 3 first-round picks from OKC. They got our first from Detroit. Yeah, our first next year.
Okay.
That's the super protected one that won't be a first-round pick until they're out of the lottery. They got a protected first-rounder from Washington and a protected first-rounder from Denver. And I think they used that protected first-rounder from Denver, and they sent that immediately to Charlotte. That was the first they gave up in the Duran deal, yeah.
So, like, I'm New York has made all these moves, and I'm having a hard time figuring out, like,
all signs point to Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, they're clearing out cap space for Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
More or less. And roster spots.
So wait, Les, what did Detroit give up then ultimately?
So Detroit gave up they gave up that
2025 first.
The 2025 first, and that was it. Right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so what you just laid out, there was no additional Detroit.
That is what
the Oklahoma City traded the Pistons, what they have from the Pistons currently.
Oh, gotcha.
The heavily protected first. That now when we talk about that, we'll be talking about it with the Knicks, not with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Correct, Laz?
Right. Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I mean, all Detroit ended up trading Jeremy Grant for Jalen Duren and the second round picks, essentially, is what it is now, right?
And Kimba. You throw Kimba in there.
And Kimba, who they're going to waive.
Yeah. That's
the cap
not free,
space.
right?
Yeah.
That's not free, but that's still, it's not $20 million in cap space. It's $12 million in cap space.
They ended up trading Jeremy Grant for what we all wanted, which was a mid first round pick.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So and
so
some
I feel
seconds.
a lot better about that.
And some seconds. And, they moved up to 36, 2 future seconds, including getting their own back. All right. We did have a pick as this was all going on. Blake Wesley. Did that stay with San Antonio, Wes?
Yeah, it did. And I'm always rooting for more Westleys in the NBA. So let's go.
I mean, I know there's a lot of Blake Wesley fans out there. Like, why is Jaden Ivey, for one, so much higher than Blake Wesley? Again, not a guy I dove into a lot, but San Antonio just stockpiling guards over and over and over. So a good player. This was probably his range. Steve, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I honestly thought he'd go a little bit higher than this. Like a lot of people said, if he returned to school, he could be the Jaden Ivey of next year. He doesn't have that type of talent. He led a Notre Dame squad that didn't really have a lot of things. He also kind of went under the radar because he committed early on to Notre Dame. He's from South Bend too. So the minute recruiters saw, this kid from South Bend's going directly to Notre Dame, like we're not even going to bother looking at him, which is partially why he went under the radar. Scored 14.4 points per game. This past season, pulled in 3.7 rebounds, dished out 2.4 assists, 1.3 steals, shooting splits of 47.1% from 2, 30.3% from 3, and then 65.7% from the free throw line. He's obviously going to have to work on his shooting. The free throw numbers and the 3-point numbers aren't great. That's going to be the number one thing he's going to have to shore up. He is listed at 6'5", 180 pounds. Let's see if he measured in at the combine, and it's looking like he did. 6'4" and a quarter inch was what he measured in at. 6'9" and a quarter. His wingspan 187.2 pounds. So again, he's kind of stuck in between positions size wise. If he's not going to shore up that 3-point shooting, he's going to have to get to the free throw line and pass better.
Real quick, let's change gears here just a little bit. Arthur, you said the Pistons still need shooting as we're talking about pick 36. Laz, Sean, Brady, Wes, any guys you're thinking about shooting wise before we go to our second round guru and Steve?
I still
have
like
no
the idea.
insight.
I still like the idea of like Caleb Houston as a developmental shooter for the Pistons. That's not going to be an instant impact guy. That's going to be a guy you stick in the G League and tell to get stronger. But I really like the way he shot the ball off the catch. I liked that Michigan had him running like the Spain pick and roll stuff where he shot the ball off movement, like lifting up from the wing. He was really good at that. You like to see that. And so I'm curious about Caleb Houston at 36.
Caleb Houston over Max Christie. Who are you?
Max Christie didn't look like his shot was going to go in as much. It makes me sad. He's like, Steve, it's literally tearing me up inside. There's going to be so many Michigan dudes on the Pistons, and I hate it.
I love the way Laz, you can tell when he's trying to like find the nicest way possible to say it. It slows down. Just Brady, any shooters in the second round here at 36 for the Pistons?
I pulled out the heavy guns here. Do I sound echoey still?
No, you're perfect.
All right, we're good now. I had to pull out the big headphones. We're good. Okay. I listed up a couple guys in our internal chat here. I think Wendell Moore's a good shooter. Andrew Nemhard's a good shooter, but those guys are limited. They're kind of role players.
Wendell Moore just went off the board.
Speaking of Wendell Moore, Houston and Christie are the other guys, and I too am a Michigan State fan, and I was very unimpressed by Max Christie overall. And so that was one of those guys. This is actually just to throw some bets out there. I did have both of those Michigan State guys being drafted in the first round just as like flyers late because I figured that some good team would and kind of go with it. And so far, it's kind of weird. We've seen a lot of good players falling this late, whereas I feel like in past drafts, this is the point where like those foreign guys or some drafting stashes have happened. And, it's kind of weird that, oh, here we go. We have a trade.
No. That's so I was just letting everybody watching just be able to read it. This is what Laz outlined a minute ago.
No, but like just before I was unable to speak before, but like I'm surprised that Jovic hasn't gone yet. Like that he's like a big, interesting ball handler who can shoot a little bit. Like I'm just surprised that guy hasn't been, chosen yet because this is the range for those non-glitzy, the guys who don't have all of the the hype, the European guys usually fall. And so I feel like in the next 5 or so picks he'll go, but like this feels like the range for a guy like that.
Steve Wendell. Oh, well, hold on, Wes. That was originally a Rockets pick, no? So was there a trade there at 26, or did I have my notes wrong?
So it was a Rockets pick that went to Dallas and then ended up in Minnesota
Oh,
for
Okay.
the 29th pick.
Okay, yeah. That was a Christian.
I believe. It was getting confusing there.
That was the Christian Wood trade. That's my bad. Okay. Steve, Wendell Moore, Brady was just talking about him as a shooter, gets lost in the shuffle because of what is this, 4 Duke guys in the first round now? And so what did you like Wendell Moore Jr.'s game? I thought maybe he'd slide in the second round, but he goes at the end of the first.
Yeah, I'm with Brady. If he was there at 36, he'd be somebody, especially if we need shooting, that you want to come around on. He didn't shoot it well until this past year. That's the big thing, though, is he shot 41.3%, which is obviously great. But before that, the year before, he shot 30.1%. The year before that, he shot 21.1%. But he shot over 80% every single year from the free throw line. So there is at least that little caveat in it. He also is a good passer. He pretty much operated as Duke's point guard with Jeremy Roach not really catching on until the tournament pretty much. He dished out 4.4 assists versus 1.9 turnovers, which again, close to 4-1, 4-2 assist to turnover ratio. That's really good. 54.4% from 2-point range. Again, the 41.3% from 3, 84.5% from the free throw line. He got to the free throw line 118 times. 126 three-point attempts and 172 assists. Like Christian Brown, that's a nice combo of things you want from a wing guy that can be a wing defender. He's not the athlete that Christian Brown is, though, unfortunately. But again, a nice guy that's just going to fill in all the gaps. That would have been a good one at 36 as a shooter and as another secondary playmaker.
What's crazy is that one of these good, because I might be behind on the draft order. I'm just looking at ESPN's website, but I see it as Miami, Golden State, Memphis, and OKC picking the final 4 picks of the first round. And this is more for the latter 3 and not OKC, but like somebody's going to get an instant impact guy in EJ Liddell. And I am shocked that he is still here at 27. Like, I think that guy has, everything we said about David Roddy, and like, I reacted kind of out of the blue, and he's probably going to he'll probably be around for a long time. But I think that EJ Liddell is the guy who, is that 3-year, 4-year college player who's able to do a lot of different things that help you win games. And like, if Golden State gets their hands on that kind of guy and they can bring him out there for 13 minutes a game next year, like just, the rich get richer,
Yeah, I mean, and there's some bucket getters there. And all. Apparently, I also turned into a meme tonight, Daniel. So I don't know. There's something going around on Twitter. I have 62 notifications on Twitter, and I was hoping it was for one of my breakdowns, but I have a feeling it's because of something different, thanks to Brady. Well, what was that my reaction to, Brady?
That was
the wind tunnel I was in for a short time.
All right. Yeah, Brady, you're absolutely right. I'm looking at it from the Pistons. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, let me break in. I know we're not quite talking about the Pistons specifically right now, but I did see James Edwards just surmised that the moves tonight went so well that perhaps they don't really see a point in putting Ayton in their plans, considering everything they would have to do to get him. I don't think he's basing that on any specific reporting other than knowing like what their long-term strategy was. But
what do you
for
do
those
with the
wondering
cap
if
space?
Duren and Ayton made sense together, maybe the fact that they have Duren, maybe now they pivot.
What do you do with that cap space though? Like, I mean, there's still, even if you bring back Bagley, Frank, and Hami, there's still a lot of cap space there. Is it another one of those contracts?
You don't have to spend it.
Yeah, take on another bad one.
And Kyrie Irving's still out there. Who the hell knows who's going to want to be desperate to open up space to sign him? So maybe you make another.
Okay, that makes more sense. I thought you were advocating for the Pistons bringing in Kyrie, and I was about to. Be like,
how long have you known me, Laz? I would never.
Miami.
So yeah, you make a deal for future draft assets. You sign a veteran. You overpay Bagley, which is going to excite me. We'll see what happens.
I still like, we talked a little bit about how the Pistons still need shooting. They still need a like quote unquote shooting guard. Now that everything has gone so well and we're out and perhaps we're out of the DeAndre Ayton quote unquote sweepstakes. Like I wouldn't mind calling Pat Riley back up and being like, hey, like if you really want to like make some splashes, like we'd be more than happy to take Duncan Robinson off your hands. I think that would add a really important element to this team that
and Nikola Jovic along with him.
Yeah, maybe. I'd be in for
I like it. I like the way you think.
Yeah, calling up Pat Riley and trying to see what Duncan Robinson is in for. Robinson's contract only runs for 2 more years.
2 more years, right?
Okay. It's like that's doable, right? I know you can't play Duncan Robinson in the playoffs or whatever, but like let's worry about making the playoffs first.
Would you rather bet on Duncan Robinson shooting well or Joe Harris getting healthy and playing better if you were going to take on one of those bad contracts?
Harris makes a little bit less, doesn't he?
It looks like Duncan has a player option for the he has 4 years, with that 4th year being a player option, it looks like.
Okay, that's more.
Yeah.
That's not as good.
Let's see. Joe Harris is for the next 2 seasons, fully guaranteed 18 and 19. And then Miami. I'm looking at Duncan Robinson, and I'm seeing.
Or is it a club?
The next 3 years plus a player option.
Player option. Yeah. 4 year. The 4th year is a player option. So
it's at less than I thought, though. Like I thought he was making like 25 million. Like 18 is doable. Not, great, but doable.
What's funny though is I actually, as the Michigan guy, I would take Max Christie over anybody.
Laz, we're missing it. You're muted. Laz, you're muted. We're missing it.
He swore a lot. And
let's try it again.
Like, Nathan, if Izzo could get off his butt and recruit some guys that were actually worth like taking in the NBA draft, I would be so happy. But like that hasn't happened in like 3 years. So I don't know what to tell you, man. It's frustrating as hell.
Let's not get into this conversation.
We're off the rails again.
We don't need to talk about Tom Izzo. There's nothing about Tom Izzo in the NBA this year we need to talk about, or next year. So let's just skip this.
Let's get back. Daniel was driving. So did he miss anything since the Duren trade? Pistons wise, no. We've been able to outline a little bit what all went into that trade. It's super, super confusing. All I've been able to really take is Pistons brought in Kemba Walker as well, and it sounds like, according to James Edwards III, right, has Woj reported that as well, that they'll waive Kemba Walker, or was that just a James report? Can anybody provide clarification on that?
Bobby Marks tweeted out that Kemba Walker was on a $9.2 million salary expiring. He gave $20 million back to New York as part of a buyout, and that Walker's going to go into the trade exception created by the Grant trade once that's finalized.
Okay, so
that's kind of new.
Sorry. I see Longshot 99 mentioned a James Edwards tweet that the Pistons are having discussions about moving 36. There's no indication whether that's to move up or to move out. I'd be curious which direction they're thinking.
Here's a question.
Knowing Weaver, I'm going to say up because he's always super aggressive and doesn't care about the future. But
who does another pick like move out of the picture here? Because I think I'm thinking obviously Duren adds another person to the fold. 36 or higher pick adds another person to the fold. I mean, the obvious answer, I guess, is Garza, but it seems like they have some sort of odd infatuation with Garza. So like, is it Frank or is it Garza who would be the odd man out? Because one's going to cost pennies, the other one might cost a little bit more.
Has anybody actually heard legitimate reporting that Garza's likely coming back?
I saw it somewhere that wasn't like illegitimate. I'm not going to tell you it's legitimate, but it wasn't just like some random Twitter user.
I personally would be surprised if Garza came back, considering what he showed and where the Pistons are at with their big man rotation.
Yeah, Saban Lee only makes $1.7 million.
Because you're kind of good at the big man spot, but like, who's your backup two?
Yeah.
Like,
Probably just 3-man rotate Cade, Killian, and Ivy, right? Like 2 of those guys are always at the floor.
which I'm fine with that. Like, I love the idea of an actual only playing an 8-9-man rotation.
They got to add
staggering
shooting
minutes.
on the wing. They
Yeah.
have to add shooting on the wing somewhere.
I mean, you got Livers in that second unit, and I mean, I guess it's Frank maybe, but
Are we going to finally see the unleashing of Isaiah Stewart's jumper? Is that going to happen finally?
I mean, for job security, I think he's going to be hitting the gym tonight, working on that jumper with Duran in the fold here.
Hey, those practices, there's going to be some battles there between those two. That's going to be interesting. There we go. Patrick Baldwin. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I know Steve will break him down a little bit more. Came into his freshman season, played for his dad at UW Milwaukee, a highly rated recruit, and then just had an awful, historically awful Steve season efficiency-wise. I'm not trying to crush the kid. But, the grassroots, the high school stuff sounds like it was really, really good. So, Steve, maybe you can give us just a little bit more insight on Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Yeah, I mean, you got to just throw out the Milwaukee tape. He was in a bad situation. He had guards that couldn't get him open. He went there. His dad was the coach. A lot of people just speculate that this was, number one, him trying to help out his dad in his job. And also, when's the next time you're going to be able to play for your dad? He could have gone to Duke to be like the second or third guy there. That was the other thing that was on the table. So he ended up going the more difficult route, and he knew that. Going in, he has a hurt ankle. I'm not sure when he hurt it, but it is something that's come out more that he has to get right first. At the combine, he measured in at 6'10.25". He weighed in at 230 pounds, has a 7'1" and a 3/4 inch wingspan. He profiles as a shooter. You got to really go back to the FIBA U19 tape last year. He didn't shoot it at a good clip either, but he did provide consistent spacing. He was known as a shooter in high school. That ankle injury really kind of sapped everything from him. Start over, fresh start here. Golden State's going to give him the opportunity to get right. He can be a 4. He can probably be a 5 as well at that size. Definitely keep him away from 3. He fell into a perfect situation, in my opinion, of just get him healthy for 1 year. Him and Wiseman can hang out in the trainer room, I guess, in the meantime, but he doesn't have to get in right away, which would have been even if you went to the Grizzlies or somewhere like that, where immediately the cool draft Twitter thing is put on you, it would have been a bad spot. But he's on the world champs. He has time to learn. Hopefully he can get healthy, and hopefully he ends up being at least a solid role player.
Brady, this is what you brought up, right? Like, these teams picking at the end of the first round are going to get some players. Like, this was a top 5 recruit coming in as a freshman, and now he's going to play for the Golden State Warriors because he made the wrong decision on where he went to college. And maybe it would end up the same, but that's a huge part of it. Like, Golden State may have struck gold again here, and this is what you spoke to earlier.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where at this point, this draft has really broken perfectly for these late first round teams. And just looking at who's left again, I keep saying EJ Liddell, he's still freaking there. Someone's got to take that guy. And he seems like a Troy Weaver guy, but doesn't seem like they're going to go get him. But even so, I mean, Chandler's still there. Ty Washington is still there. Hardy. I mean, there's a lot of guys who we thought would be picked in that early 20 range who are still floating. I mean, I think the over-under on Ty's draft position this morning was 20.5, and that's going to just get blown out of the water. So it's just wild that so many guys are falling, and it's not like there's a bunch of no-name guys getting picked in front of them. This is just legitimately a lot of people who are good. But my question is that I'm not watching the broadcast. Is there anybody left in the green room at this point? Because I know they invited a ridiculous.
Hardy was. I'm almost positive Hardy was the last green room invite.
I saw him in a suit, kind of on the dais.
Was it good or no, Sean? Was it good suit?
Oh, it was a solid, nice, crisp white suit. So he gets a pass.
There's some players there. You brought up EJ Liddell, not a guy I was super high on, but at this point. Yes, give me EJ Liddell. If he falls to 36, I just said, maybe the Pistons have enough bigs, but you figure it out. You take EJ Liddell and you figure it out. So
I think he's a 3-4 in the NBA too. I think he's enough to be able to fill that role. And I think him and Sadiq are kind of interchangeable in that role. So maybe Liddell's not super athletic, but he gives you enough. And if his shooting does come around, which he got a lot better over the course of his career, like that gives him a lot more flexibility too. And I think that would be a good fit. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but I think that'd be a good fit.
I like this question from Daniel. What do you guys think? I mean, Isaiah Stewart, do you think – I think the Pistons think he's eventually going to be able to play the 4. That's my opinion, like no sources or whatever. Maybe James or Omari or somebody has reported on that. What do you guys think about his ability to do that?
I mean, there has been reporting that indicates the organization thinks that he'll be able to play the 4 once that shot develops. I don't know if he has the same value as a 4, even if the shot is pretty decent, because, well, for a center, he keeps up on the perimeter pretty well. You know, as a full-time 4, I think he's going to get lost a little bit. But, I mean, he'll put the work in. He's not gonna not try and you know, throw some elbows. So,
yeah, I think he can work as a 4 in like a 2 big lineup. Okay. But that's not an optimal usage of what he can do defensively. So especially you're thinking about like a switching scheme where you're just switching 1 through 5. I know this irks Bryce to no end, the switching. But it's like, yeah, you could make that work. But offensively, he needs to be more aggressive just in general. But if he's not doing like dribble handoffs, it's like he'd be like Draymond, but we don't have Steph, right? He would be a very like teams would sag off of him, make him pass, make him drive, make him like do something with the ball. And right now that's not really his skill set. And so it'd be tough. I mean, like I'm sure they'll try it, right? Like that was what the whole playing him and Marvin Bagley at the same time experiment like was for the last like 15 games of the season to see, you know, what kind of pairing that would be. And I think like if he can play next to Marvin Bagley on offense, he can play next to like a Jalen Duren, because they didn't like want to space Marvin Bagley out anyway. But yeah, it's going to be tough. I know like it might just be that like Stewart now settles into what I always thought his NBA destiny was, as like just like an elite level backup center, right? As like just the 8th guy, your Grant Williams, right? But better defensively and less useful offensively. I don't think Stewart's going to hit like 7 threes in a game 7 anytime soon. But yeah, as a complement to a starting level, maybe a center who can't do as much switching as Stewart can type of situation.
So 29, we finally get that point guard, Brady. Ty Washington to Houston. And I've actually heard people talk about that being a really good fit for him in Houston to go and be the point guard there. Steve, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. Jalen Green actually gets a point guard defender now next to him too that can handle the actual point guard duties. Also, Ty is an interesting case because he had an ankle injury. He injured his ankle January 22nd against Auburn, and then he was really never the same player down the stretch. So people look at his numbers and they don't realize like he was dealing with a major injury down the stretch. Before the ankle injury, he was scoring 14.2 points per game, 4.6 assists, 4.2 rebounds, 1.2 steals, and only turning the ball over 1.8 times. Shooting splits were 54.4%, 40.4% from 3, and then 77.4% from the free throw line. So before the ankle injury, he looked like super. I mean, it's not like a game changer or anything, but he definitely looked efficient. He looked like he could run the point too. And he was also stuck in a terrible in between positions. Severe Wheeler played the point at Kentucky. He's 5'11". He couldn't shoot threes. So Ty had to make up for the size and the shooting there. And then Kellen Grady was his small forward who couldn't pass or defend at all. So, but he shot threes very well. So he just had to give up that primary floor spacer to Grady, but he also had to make up for defensive deficiencies of one guy who should be guarding somebody bigger and another guy who's smaller than him and should be quicker than him, but not. So, and then he also had to handle primary and sometimes secondary playmaking duties along the way. After the ankle injury, his points per game were 10.2. He had 2.5 rebounds, 2.9 assists, 1.5 turnovers, shooting splits of 41.2, 28.3% from the 3-point range, and then 72.7% from the free throw line. So clearly the ankle affected his 3-point shot more than anything off. He couldn't really get lift off of that, which is why I think he went more to the mid-range game. He is a very good mid-range shooter, which, as we know, is incredibly important for point guards in the NBA.
Wes, are we sure this went to Houston? I just saw something on Twitter about Memphis. Can we double check that maybe?
I'll double check right now. It says Rockets from Woj.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
so that's
Okay.
the second Minnesota pick that they got for Jake LaRavia from Memphis that they sent to Houston as part of the move up to 26 to take Wendell Moore.
Okay. All right.
I think
Very
that's
good.
the team.
Basketball is so friggin' confusing sometimes.
Okay. The live feed is over. Peyton,
Wait, what just happened?
Bryce is like, thank you, everybody. We're done. Just cut it. I've had enough. It's like the thought of examining the daisy chain that led us to Ty Washington at 29.
and then followed by Peyton Watson getting drafted in the first round.
Imagine averaging 7 points plus rebounds per game for an entire season, and you just got $3 million per year. Like, that's all it takes is being tall and doing that little.
I thought you were gonna say he played 7 minutes per game. I mean, like the fact he averaged that many points, rebounds, and assists is actually a little bit impressive because I literally thought you were going with minutes. Bryce Hendricks is gonna kill me whenever he hears that I've said this on a live feed of Detroit Bad Boys. Steve, I don't know where you stand. I just don't understand it. But that's why these guys are scouts and get paid big bucks. I'm sure you've watched some more film on him than me, but this is crazy to me that he went in the first round.
Hashtag tools, baby. That's all that it's about, mainly. I mean, see, he went to the combine. He measured in at 6'8", 7.5-inch wingspan, 8'11.5" standing reach, 203 pounds. The stats are 3.3 points per game, 2.9 rebounds, 0.8 assists, 0.6 steals, 0.6 blocks, 35.6% from 2, 22.6% from 3, 68.8% from the free throw line. If you talk to anybody Pac-12 related, they will tell you that Mick Cronin hated this kid and buried him in the depth chart, didn't give him a chance at all. That's going to be their song, and they're going to stick to it. And honestly, it's a little bit true, just because I don't know why they recruited him in the first place, to be quite honest, because they made the Final Four run last year. They didn't have time to throw in this guy that a lot of people thought could be like a point forward. Jump shot needed a lot of work. This is a title team, so they were never going to give him time unless he just came in and was like, Reggie Miller or Kareem, coming through those doors, which didn't happen. So that's partially on UCLA. Is like they were just never going to give him a chance unless he showed that he could contribute to winning the national title right away, which was everybody's goal at UCLA.
I have some additional stats that might be helpful.
Yes, please crush him.
1.8 million, 1.89 million, 1.98 million contract for the 30th pick of the 2022 draft.
It's almost like, that like hypothetical conversation that like bro-y dudes have when they're pretty drunk on like a Saturday night in college, where they're like, could you average 3 points per game if they gave you 10 shots in an NBA game? And
are you telling on yourself right now?
No, I could not.
Brady,
I'm just saying.
That's where I was going to go, Brady. Like, I don't talk about this very much, but I average more points per game than Peyton Watson. I did. Like, legit average more points per game on a torn ACL. Now, the conference was a little bit different, the level of competition, but that's
go Eagles, though.
Okay, all right, that's enough. He is tools. He is toolsy. I am happy for the player and the young man and the kid.
Where did he go? Where did he go again? I missed that.
Denver
needs him, though. That's the main thing. The main thing everybody keeps saying is Peyton Watson can come in and be a wing defender, forward defender. That's honestly what they need. So maybe he can make a difference in a couple of games rookie year, and they work on things down the line.
All right, we are into the second round, which means these are going to fly fast. I believe it's 2 minutes on the clock in the second round. So the Pistons are up in 6-7 picks. As the chat said, Arthur, talking about the guys Hardy, Liddell, Kendall Brown, like there's some names that are really here that, can be really exciting if Detroit
Some people
stays
seem to think that the Pistons traded the pick only because James Edwards said that they were thinking about it. As far as I know, they still have the pick. There's no indication that they've already traded it or that they're still interested in trading it at this point.
Okay. And we have, who do we got? The Pacers on the clock here at pick number 31. So we will continue to roll through those as we go through this.
I mean, they need floor spacers, number one. So I would be thinking like Vince Williams from VCU, Caleb Houston, obviously, again, even Max Christie. There are a lot of people that do believe in his shot, and I'm one of them. Honestly, it's funny now. The Michigan guy is advocating for the Spartan, and the Spartan guy is advocating for the Wolverine. But I always agree that I have a sucker, then a soft spot for Tom Izzo coach guys. I think he gets them right. I know how he coaches, and I know what he emphasizes. And there's just a long track record from guys of Zebo and Jay Rich all the way to like Brent Forbes and Jaren Jackson Jr. and all these guys that end up working out in the league. Even Cash is still around here in the Wizards right now. Xavier's on the Memphis Grizzlies. So I always just think like second round, who's available for Michigan State. And I believe in Max Christie for sure. And he is a good point of attack defender too. I think that is very undersold, has some ball skills that quite frankly, Caleb, I don't think will ever have. Defensively, you're always going to have to hide Caleb too, I think.
Caleb is gone, went to Orlando at 32. Now that we're in the second round, like I feel fine just like spoiling stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
And they're gonna go like this.
Wes, we don't have to. We're good with the banners now. We'll just you guys see it, you throw it out there, and we'll keep rolling. I have seen this as well. Like Woj even stopped and gave the Pistons like hit it out of the park compliment on Twitter.
I think they're probably going to be called the winners of the draft by
I agree.
Them in San Antonio.
I'm not saying it's right, but I mean, there are people that loved Ivy. There are people that love Duren. It's aggressive moves. It fits with Cade. It's a young core that makes sense. So I think they're just going to, I like what they did. I know there's people that doubt Ivy. I know there's people that doubt Duren a little bit. So I'm not saying it's, infallible, but I think
if they end up with Jaden Hardy at 36,
my gosh,
this is going to be.
Don't let yourself get that worked up.
I'm getting worked up.
There's still time.
Who went 32 last? Who'd you say went 32?
Caleb Houston with 32.
I have a Hardy question that I tried to ask when I was in the wind tunnel. Was that is he comparable to Cam Thomas as a player in that he's very shoot first, offensive focused, doesn't really give you a ton defensively, but can give you that punch off the bench? Because if so, I mean, Cam Thomas went like 20, mid to late 20s last year.
Yeah.
At 36, it's
great value.
The kind of guy I'd like to have because at least there's some potential there and he can score. And this team needs guys who can score.
Yeah. Like he got. I know people may hate the term NBA buckets, but like when I watch the film, I'm like, that translates to the NBA. That translates when you watch EJ Liddell, like, and don't get me wrong, Brady, I like him in this. Like, I'm like, that's not going to happen in the NBA. That's not going to. When you watch Jaden Hardy, almost every bucket, you're like, he'll be able. Like, if he can do it, that's how you're going to get your bucket in the NBA. You're going to do it coming off the bench. You're not going to do it as a starter. But at 36, if he can just come in at the 2 next to Killian and try to get buckets, like I think that's incredible value. And maybe he just plays a little bit harder defensively, so he's not a major negative because that film is pretty bad defensively. Probably the worst I personally watched.
I think Casey wouldn't play him if he doesn't play defense. Casey won't even put him on the floor. Yeah, like point blank. Like Frank Jackson at least tries and he can't play defense, but like you're right. Hardy doesn't really have that big of an effort, and that's like number one. That's like. We talked about why is Corey Joseph still around? He gives a shit on defense, and that's like the one thing that like he tries to do, and that's a big thing in Casey's book. Yeah, that's I guess once a game.
Solid gold as long as he's the only guy on the whole friggin' roster that can hit a 3.
I think Hardy's actually more comparable to Bones Highland because he has that ball handling, and he'll just put up threes like bombs away 3-point shooter that actually goes in quite a bit. And defensively, he's going to be more of kind of a gambler there. And I mean, it's hard to say too in the G League where defense is optional to really put that guy down to, and especially when Scoot came in like a couple games in, so he had to readjust his role. And then the way that I don't want to knock Jason Hart, but this is the first time he's ever been a head coach anywhere. The difference in coaching staff from last year where they had Brian freaking Shaw, who's, studied under Phil Jackson. He was the head coach of a Denver Nuggets team that made it to the playoffs. And now you shift to first-time head coach Jason Hart, who just was assistant at USC, it's a big shift. So I think their role was more like, let's feature these guys in roles that can translate to the NBA, and we don't really care about like actually doing other things. And when Amir Johnson ended up like being on the team further down the stretch too, you saw a big difference in Jaden Hardy being able to operate better, where he ran pick and roll with Amir. He was able to give him lobs and able to feed him easily, and he actually got somebody that could screen for him. I mean, Michael Foster and Amir Johnson were really the only guys that like provided actual big man thing too, that goes severely underlooked, I think.
So before we answer the question on the screen, because I do think it's interesting, we have any other picks yet? Anything been dropped?
No, it's been quiet.
Okay, very good. So,
No.
Well, it does look like that Nemhard ended up. I don't think he was drafted by Gonzaga, by the Pacers, but he ended up with Indiana. It looks like, just based on the draft cast here on ESPN.com.
okay.
Drafted and ended up with the Pacers. Yep.
First and second units. I actually started writing this down on my little notepad here that I keep whenever I record. And I have a major hole at the 4 in the starting lineup. So as much as we all wanted to trade Jeremy Grant, I don't know what the answer is right now. I'm not saying it matters. I'm not saying it's a big issue, but I mean, I think Cade, Ivy, Bay, and Stu or Duran or whatever it is, but I don't think you're starting Stu and Duran. So is it Marvin Bagley the third? You know, if not, then you have like KO, Duran, and Marvin Bagley the third off the bench. Your guys' thoughts?
I kind of like KO and Duran in the starting lineup. I think that could be fun, interesting, and like you said, there is a hole there right now. We have seen the Stewart Bagley pairing. It worked fine, I guess, to the point where if that was the second unit front court, it's like that'd be okay. So then you go like Killian.
I think there's a hole at the 2. Like that's, I mean, you got Hami and Livers and then the bigs, but like, so I think the starting 4-man and the backup 2 is kind of where you have quote unquote a little bit of holes right now.
Yeah. And I guess, what do you do with Hami? Is Hami your backup 3?
Yeah, but where do you put Livers in? Is he, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
Are we
Livers.
starting Isaiah Livers just because he's the only guy who can shoot?
Hey, I threw it out to Wes the other day, and I said, Wes, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I would consider starting Isaiah Livers just because, like, he's a connector, knock down shots, and he's going to defend his butt off. Like,
I mean,
but
this
can move the ball.
That they will participate in free agency. This is
yeah.
They don't go after agents. They will not be sitting out.
Well, yeah,
I
mean, we threw out some names in our private chat. Who'd you guys? Gary Harris, Joe Ingles, T.J. Warren, Malik Monk. Like, there's names out there that can fill some of these spots that we're talking about right now. So yes, Sean, that's a great point. That even if they don't hit a big fish, they could sign 2 or 3 smaller. Just like,
I mean, I'm still all in on trading for a bad contract. Who's a shitty power forward that somebody's trying to offload?
Tobias Harris.
Yeah, that's true. I'd take Tobias Harris.
I take it all back. That's a long contract.
but like, if you depends on what you get from Philly too, and they did trade a lot of assets with Danny Green tonight to do that. But I would say the one thing about Kelly O is that expectations were pretty high last year for him, and the injury and COVID specifically, I think COVID really impacted him because he looked so slow and labored for times in the second half of the season. But I think with Ivy, if we talk about how Ivy struggles as kind of that passer creator type guy, like I really think a Cade, Ivy, Bay, Kelly O, and Duran lineup gives you some spacing. It doesn't have much defense, which is fine, I guess. It'll be fun to watch at least. But at least Olynyk can kind of give you a secondary playmaker who's, comfortable passing under the high post, can do things, on switches. And like, if it weakens your bench, so be it. It gives Killian the ball more off the bench in that situation. So I don't think that's a bad alternative. I just think a front court of Bay, Olynyk, and Duran just sounds terrifying. Just like in terms of offenses on the other team are going to score so many points against those 3 because it's just such a, so limited in different ways from all 3 of them.
It's almost like the Pistons are still a bad basketball team that needs to get better.
Hey, you know what's going to be fun, though, is Summer League. I'm even more excited.
Summer League is going to be great.
I was a little nervous that I'd already booked my flight and all that stuff. And I'm like, man, like, and then Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duran, like, yes, please.
So
like,
wait, Bryce, you're going to be there in person.
Oh, 100%.
You have to pick who throws down the best dunk. Is it going to be Duran, or is it going to be Ivy?
Killian Hayes.
How dare you?
Hey, he's got some sneaky bunnies. Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey, I think, is – and I feel like those two – I think they're going to play hard too. They'll probably only play a couple of games. That's why I always go out there first for the first night. And Detroit's in prime time. There's only 2 games on Thursday night or all day Thursday. There's only 2 games, and Detroit got one of them. So they'll be
Steve, Toronto picked up your boy, Koloko, at 33.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a good pick for them. They needed a center. So.
Yeah, I agree.
So we are 3 picks away. The Thunder, Lakers bought them a second-round pick at 35. And then our Pistons. And then we may shut it down.
And we don't know if they're actually going to keep the pick. I mean, we don't know if anybody keeps these picks, but if they like, I remember years where they draft a player I really like, and then they end up trading it.
Oh, yeah, you go to sleep and you wake up and they're gone.
Well, who was the guy they drafted for Houston one year, and I was so excited that they
Chandler Parsons.
Chandler Parsons.
I remember that because I loved. I lived in Florida back then, and I loved Chandler Parsons at Florida because he was just this big shooter who dunked a lot. And I was like, we could use one of those. And it's like, sure, we got him. Just kidding. Here you go. And I mean, that didn't play out very good for him. But here's the thing: is we've mentioned a lot of guys who are at the top of this list, like Hardy and Liddell and whatever. And Trevor Keels is a guy who got a lot of like first round buzz toward the draft, but obviously that kind of faded away because he's kind of just not a specimen physically. But what about Bryce McGowan? I know people at DBB like him. He can score. He played on a terrible team.
That's the Nebraska kid, right?
Yeah, they were bad. Brady.
They were real skinny.
Yeah.
He was
very skinny. But he gets to the free throw line.
Yes,
like
he's good.
Yeah, because a stiff breeze knocks him over, and they call it like.
Yeah, 6'6", 179. That's like very. That's Austin Day skinny.
I mean, he's got to go to OKC then, right?
They're not going to take any of these guys. We know that at this point, right? Like it's going to be a Balsa Koprivica pick here at 36.
I mean, I think there's a legitimate reason they wanted to trade up 10 picks.
I agree. I think you're right, Sean. I do think.
I think they knew how that. I think they had a handful of guys they probably knew were going to be there or wanted to be there. Was confident one of them was going to be at 36, and they're like, okay, let's prioritize this in the grant trade because if they didn't care about it. It probably would have been included in the trade for Duran if they didn't really care about this pick.
What happened, lads?
The Thunder got both Jalen Williamses. They have both Jalen Williams.
I love big Jalen Williams and small Jalen Williams. I like both of them.
Sam Presti's just like, hey, he's gonna fudge the paperwork so they only have one roster spot for both Jalen Williams.
Literally, they can't put those names and fit them on the jersey, right? Because Williams is a long name.
They're spelled differently, right?
There's an E in and an I in.
All
the way, the whole name.
5 letters deep in the first name.
The whole first name. Because then it looks funny if you just go Jayli and stop.
The Lions have the same problem, actually. It's funny. The
Lions W, is that legal?
No, they'll have to go Jay. Jay Williams, it'll say.
Why don't they just put their first names on the back of their jerseys instead?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Just no last name.
First name, last name.
The Thunder are in a slippery slope right now with what they're doing. I feel like we talked about it a little bit earlier. Lakers on the clock.
I mean, if any team was going to purposely kind of tank the draft and make sure they drafted super projects because they really want the top pick next year, this could be OKC.
They missed an opportunity to take John Butler, by the way. If they wanted to get a monopoly on 7 foot tall guys who weigh 150 pounds, they should have taken John Butler too to really complete the trifecta there with Chet and Poku too.
Steve, big Jalen Williams is like actually a guy, right? Like he's a legit player, right?
Yeah, he's been compared to Shane Battier because of how well he takes charges. And the reason he can take so many charges, he had like 55, I think, is because he's like always in position. People knock his athleticism and stuff, but you watch the film and you're like, man, he's in the right spot like every single time. It's actually pretty impressive. 6'10" tall, 7 foot 1 inch wingspan, 236 pounds. Developing 3-point shot, you can squint and see like in a couple of years, this could be an Al Horford type of guy, which again might be why OKC. Took him, the first Vietnamese player ever selected as well. He's half Vietnamese, so I forget on which side. So another first here at the draft. So I'm sure Nyla Madison somewhere out there in Portland fandom is celebrating.
Took a charge at the combine. From all reports, he was the first player ever to take a charge in the combine scrimmage. I mean, as a high school coach, I love the charge, but it's like, okay, is that going to actually translate? Is he going to be getting those calls? Because I remember I've scouted some other players and they're playing against him, and I'm like, now he's just getting it off reputation. And so then he's going to have to.
I think the main thing is
being in position. IQ. Yeah.
Being in position.
Max
Even if he doesn't get the
Christie
charge,
off
he
the
just
board
messes
at 35.
up. Who?
To the Lakers?
To the Lakers,
Max
yeah.
Christie.
That's interesting because they need help right now.
I'm saying
and
he's like
Christie's
he's
still
gonna
a developmental.
Start. He's going to start at the 2 for them.
All it
He can
takes for
defend
Max
better than
Christie
he can
is-
defend better than anybody on that team at the guard spot though right now.
I mean, yeah.
honestly.
All
Wayne
it takes for
Ellington.
him is just playing with LeBron. That's all he needed to unlock his potential at Michigan State was LeBron James.
So
So,
now Pistons are on the clock? Or
Pistons are on the-
not technically,
yes.
but-
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Oh.
now, Steve, what's the one name? Who's
Yeah, give us your
literally
name,
on top of
Steve.
the board?
I have mine. Go, Steve. Who's your
Hang on,
guy?
let me unmute myself. Look at this. I mean, it's probably between Jaden Hardy and Alondis Williams and Vince Williams would be my 3. Alondis Williams is another one I know they had a workout with. He's like jumbo Reggie Jackson. He gets to the free throw line a lot. A really good point guard. One of the best live dribble passers in this draft. Can get to the free throw line a lot. Good defender as well. Shooting's going to have to come around a while. I can get you those numbers here as I look this up. But again, 6'5", like 210 pounds. He's 201 pounds. Excuse me. He's a big dude. But 28.2% from the 3-point line is obviously not great. But he had to sit behind a couple guys at Oklahoma, transferred to Wake Forest this year, and then finally was able to break out with pretty good numbers. Again, 18.5 points per game. His assist percentage was 31.2%. Anybody that gets over 30% is legit passer for sure. So pure point that can attack the rim, needs to work on a 3-point shot.
I did not think one of the storylines coming out of this draft tonight was I wish the Pistons had more second-round picks. But right now I'm like, I wish they had pick number 39 and 45 also or something. Because I mean, Brady, to continue on your bye, Brady. EJ Liddell is still on the board as well. Like, I mean, and Ryan Rollins, the kid out of Toledo, is a guy I like also. So it wouldn't have been a bad year to have some multiple. Oh, shoot. My bad. There you go. EJ Liddell still on the board, Brady.
no, I think you've sold me on Jaden Hardy. Like the idea of getting somebody that young with that skill set is better. The Pistons don't need an EJ Liddell right now. Like in general,
Sure.
I mean,
Does
he's
that
fine.
sound like a Troy project though? Like,
It's a Troy guy. It's a Troy personality for sure. I've thought that for a long time. But I
okay.
just think that like taking a swing on Hardy, and honestly, if they didn't get Duren, I'd love. I'm not going to pronounce his name wrong. Kamagate, the guy.
Oh
from,
yeah, I
Ishmael
love
Kamagate.
Kamagate. I love
Yeah.
Kamagate. That was a guy I was.
I don't think it makes sense anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
definitely
guys that
not.
are interesting that we've talked about, like Justin Lewis. I've heard a
Yeah.
lot of good things about. Josh Minott didn't do anything, but like he's a physical freak, and then like Kendall Brown's another physical freak. Yeah, there's a lot of
Josh
interesting
Minott
names. You're
is
right.
the guy that all the NBA nerds love, like the
Say
the
again.
analytics
Who, Sean?
guys.
Who, Sean? Minot?
Minot or Minot or
Josh
Mhm.
Josh Minot, out of Memphis.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing, like, so what? There's 23 picks because 2 were forfeited. Like, maybe Troy scores like a somewhat interesting undrafted free agent as well. Like, it's not all these guys because somebody's going to draft and stash and some of those other things. So it'd be interesting to see what Troy can pull in undrafted free agency also.
so. We
No,
know
Tyler, I
there's
don't think they care that he's from Detroit and would sell tickets to Motor City Cruise games. I don't think they care about that.
Is Liddell from Detroit?
No, Hardy is.
Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Bryce, you said you had your guy, but you didn't.
No,
say who it
Jaden
was.
Hardy, 100%.
okay.
Like, I think there's a hole there. I think he slots in as the backup too and would be a perfect fit. And it kind of just goes with everything else that's happened in this draft. Like, it would just be exciting. And play faster. And I actually kind of like the fitting with Killian Hayes in the second unit. So I don't know. I feel like these picks are coming in slow for it only supposed to be 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
there's
agree.
a trade.
Uh-oh.
They might have traded it to Portland.
No,
No.
this
What is
was the
showing up?
Portland.
This
Oh,
was
okay.
Portland's
I was
pick.
thinking
Yeah.
of it the other way around. That's right.
yeah.
Sorry.
Just a thought on Hardy is that, and obviously the SB Nation like blog mock is just, people like us, crowdsourcing our selections, but just for what it's worth, Jaden Hardy went number 23 in that. So it still feels like a really good value at this
It's great.
point.
Yeah.
No,
I think that's where it is now. Like if you took him, if they traded back into the first to take him, you're probably
no. The Italian kid.
Procida?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ryan Rosillo loves him. Ryan Rosillo absolutely loves
Spagnola.
him.
Which one is it? Gabriel Procida or Spagnola?
Procida.
Yeah, Rosillo loves him.
Draft and stash.
Yeah. He's not ready, right? He's 20, but he's not ready.
I'll have to text Richard.
He makes some amazing the few highlights I've seen, he makes plays that are above the IQ level of the guys he's playing with over there. And like there was one play I remember where I think Rosillo was on or Sam Vesney was on Rosillo's podcast. They were talking about it where he makes this behind the back pass and it's absolutely the right pass and it's a good pass. And this, balding 35-year-old European big man drops the ball and is just so pissed. He's like grabbing him and it's like, throw a better pass. And like, in reality, it was the best option there. And like, he's creative, but like I don't know. He seems like a very, the flashy kind of European guards that we've seen in the past. He kind of reminds me of that from the very little I've seen.
Oh man. All right. Kings are trading 37 to the Mavericks, and the Mavericks are taking Jaden Hardy.
That's awesome
instead.
for the Mavericks. That is awesome for the
That's
Mavericks.
really good. Okay.
Well,
you know what? It was a good night. I'm not gonna get mad about this. I'm not gonna get
It's
mad about
a
Gabriel Procida.
I mean,
it's the second round. So yeah,
One
you're
thing
right.
I
Thank you,
wanted
Laz.
This was me last year with Luka Garza, where I was just like, this isn't gonna work. Like, why are we doing this? It's like, you know what? It was a good night. I'm not gonna get mad. We got Cade. It's like stupid Luka Garza. Like,
I mean, I can give you the Procida breakdown and why they took him over Hardy. I mean,
sure,
more than
go
just
for it,
defense.
please, absolutely.
So yeah, he fits. We were just saying they need shooters, and honestly, out of the international guys, after Jovic, it was really kind of a drop off, and Procida was the only other one I thought had any like kind of actual NBA talent. He's 6'7" and 3/4 inches, so he's almost 6'8" with a 6'8" wingspan, 192 pounds this past season. Fortuito Cona Bologna, he shot 38.3% from three. On 2.3 attempts per game. He scored only 6.9 points per game, less than 1 assist. So he's 20 years old, though. And if you know how European basketball works, you got to kind of like work your way up the rankings and be like in your early to mid-20s before they give you anything. But a super tall shooter, he gives you more sauce and he gives you more fire than a Caleb Houston. And he's pretty much the same size. So I think this is a good one. He's also been labeled like the best athlete out of the international class for what it's worth. So I think it's a good one. This is what you wish Davidas. This is what you wish Davidas Servidis was. Is all I'll say.
Oh, Dave.
I mean, he sells tickets to the drive. Or
Steve's gonna make me check who Gabriel's agent is just to make sure.
So I will say, I asked 30 minutes ago who the best shooters remaining in the draft were. I had an Italian-based respondent answered 28 minutes ago that it was Procida. So apparently somebody really believes in his shooting. So congratulations to @Mirko Lucarini.
Okay, you're right.
James says he's going to be stashed, most likely.
Okay.
So, sure.
So, I mean, I don't think we've really reckoned with what the Pistons did to their team overall in this draft, like with the Jeremy trade and then adding the 2 first-rounders. Like, it is going to be a radically different team because they've not had athleticism in forever.
Now they have a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of...
You say forever, but like really think about it. I was trying to make this comparison with Ivy or Mathurin, in that, like, when was the last time they had a like legitimately like good to great athlete in their backcourt? If you think about it, like even going back to the going to work days, those guys weren't like super athletes. Like I don't know when that was, how often they've had guys like that. And I mean, center Duran and Drummond kind of similar athletically, but like the guard thing with athleticism is very out of character for this franchise, just historically.
ACP erasure. I won't stand for it. That dude was fast and could jump. He was an athlete.
Yeah, I was thinking like Rodney Stuckey. Like Rodney Stuckey could kind of run and jump a little bit, but yeah, it's been a while.
And I think I mentioned this before, like the Pistons' allergy to the free throw line has been something that has plagued them for so long. Just being able to create points at the free throw line has been so missing. And so, I mean, when I think about what I'm looking forward to in Ivy, I'm not sure what he can do on his own with the ball, like creating on his own. But I know that Cade can find him on cuts that get him either the bucket or a trip to the free throw line. Like that is going to come in some abundance pretty quickly, I think.
I guess the question is, does Ivy move without the ball, and does he have the willingness to do that? Because a lot of this roster doesn't like to move without the ball outside of Hamid Diallo. So that's another thing I feel like, and Bryce, you have the playing experience here. I feel like moving without the ball is a skill or a desire you either have or you like to wait and create for it yourself. It's not something that you just inherently or instinctually always do.
It's a mentality adjustment for Jaden Ivey. So like I've prefaced all of my, hey, Jaden Ivey will work with, if Jaden Ivey wants it to work, it's going to work with Cade Cunningham. If Jaden Ivey is sold on being the primary creator and primary ball handler, that's going to manifest itself whenever he's not on the ball, whenever he's playing off the ball. And I would like to think his IQ is good enough. He'll learn when to screen and all those, or when to cut and all of those things. But that's a lot different than like at Purdue when he was running off design staggards. So he's definitely going to have a learning curve a little bit. But I think it really comes down to, is he willing to do it? And if he is, then I'm still comfortable with it.
And I think that is, again, I'll be a broken record on this for like, I don't know, 10 years. That's why it was the right choice to take Cade Cunningham, because it's sometimes with young guys, it's about the hierarchy and where you fit into it. If you join Cade Cunningham's team, you know it's his team. You're working off of him. When you think about like what Cleveland dealt with Garland and Sexton as two young guys who were kind of both fighting for the alpha dog status, they couldn't figure out how to work together. That's just because you're young, you think you're really good, and it's not really clear whose team it's supposed to be. But in Detroit, you know it's Cade's team. You play off of Cade and you'll get rewarded. And I mean, I think that's the mentality Ivy's going to come into this with is, I'm going to eat because Cade's going to feed me the ball all the time. So I just got to work.
Yeah. I wonder about the mentality shift. Like one of the big questions I had about Ivy was like his processing ability, right? Like he moves so quickly. You could kind of see him moving before his brain decides like what he actually wants to do. And so if they can, get him to think faster or get him to slow down and consider like what he's doing, like he could be like a really devastating off-ball guy. Absolutely. And I think that is something that like, because it's Cade's team, to echo Sean, like it's something that he will get practice at, right? It's something that I think he will get experience with. Oh, Caleb, Gigi Datome, my heart. I forgot about Gigi.
Oh, that's Gigi is the reason that they couldn't outright sign what's his name, who was the first overall pick with the drive.
Robert
Covington.
Yeah, Robert Covington, because they had no open roster spots.
I'm still a Gigi Datome truther because you don't win EuroLeague MVP and not make the like rotation for a 35 win Pistons team without like something going on. Like that dude was not that bad. I just refuse, because didn't he play for Boston and like have a decent little stretch for Brad Stevens like before he was like, forget this, I'm going back to Europe?
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't an NBA player. He was a very good player. because after he left, he played 7 more years in Europe at least. I think he's still bouncing around somewhere. He might have retired by now.
He was a shooter who couldn't shoot in the NBA. It's kind of a problem.
Oh, Walter Herman. Oh,
Have we hit the remember some guys section of the live stream?
How many European
Bryce
guys
doesn't
can you
even know
remember?
what we're talking about.
I don't. This was pre me being a Pistons fan.
Oh,
It's
Bryce,
so
what did you
good
miss?
that you don't know these people.
I
You're
miss-
mentally healthy.
I miss honestly, I've realized sometimes when we're talking about stuff, I'm like, why are you so nervous about this? Why are you so worried? It's like you have scars from being a fan of this team.
Oh my god.
That I simply just don't. Like, I'm like 56 million in cap space, hell yeah. And everybody else is like, last time we had this much cap space, it was a disaster. So I just it's a blessing and a curse some days.
You seen that video of the dog looking at the cupcakes? And it's like flashing back to like the Vietnam War. Like that's us. That's us.
I have one more European guy that played for the Pistons to mention before I leave, and that's Slava Kratsov. In the like vaunted hashtag that existed for like 2 weeks before the slam dunk contest, which was hashtag let Slava dunk, because he like had one game where he must have dunked like 3 times and scored 6 points in a 30-point loss, and people just got hyped over it, and it was like a big deal for like 2 weeks in a 29-win season. So the dark days for sure.
Slava Krafstov the boy mop water guy?
I was legit gonna ask that, Sean. Like I think that's the guy.
So in some preseason game, he ran into somebody and caused a problem on the court. And because it was English as a second language, he just overheard on the mics. You just heard this 7-foot dude go, "Boy, mop water." And it became a meme in Detroit bad boys land for a long time. I've probably pulled it out within the last year in the comments.
I feel like we're in a therapy session now for Pistons history and the trauma that goes along with it. All right, 4 hours. I had a lot of fun. I hope the listeners and the watchers had a lot of fun. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. Any last thoughts? Let's just go around the room here. Wes, I know you didn't get to talk a lot, but guys, Wes was doing everything behind the scenes. All the ticker at the bottom, okay, all the stuff that came up, that was Wes. He did it all. This is what he does on the Pistons polls for me and Amari. He keeps us in line. He's the real GOAT behind all of it. Just some final thoughts here, Wes, about tonight.
I'm just excited. Like you guys have been talking about, you get a bunch of athletes. And then I really liked Ivy coming in so that he somehow fell past the Kings. That's just fantastic. So, yeah, I'm just pumped. Great draft.
Steve?
Summer League can't start soon enough. But I will say in terms of like where the gap is now, it seems like this might be a Kyle Anderson or a Bobby Portis type move next in free agency, if I had to guess.
Laz?
I can't wait to talk about tonight with Ben. Ben had a very long thread about how the inefficiencies in the Jaden Ivey Cade Cunningham backcourt gives him a lot of pause, and I'm excited to talk that through with him on Sunday.
Sean?
I feel a lot smarter listening to everybody else tell me about all these players. And I got to head out because Troy Weaver's talking at a press conference. So I'll see everybody.
Nobody judged the fits like you, though, Sean. Nobody judged the fits like you.
I bring what matters.
Brady.
Came out of this better than I thought going into it. I think getting that second pick really changes my perspective entirely on what happened yesterday with Jeremy Grant. I don't know what Jalen Duren's going to be and how he's going to fit, nor how Jaden Ivey's going to be or how he's going to fit. But I think that their physical skill sets, even if they have, rough spots as a basketball player, I think it's just a thing that this team needed, and it's not an easy thing to find. So being able to get that and to get it at low prices and not have to dip into that cap space, it's exciting. It's going to be fun. And, if it slow rolls this rebuild, so be it. I'd rather slow roll it with 2 more young guys than slow roll it with, guys making $28 million a year.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I just had a blast. Whenever you first said this went better than I thought you were talking about the live feed, and I was like,
This went great. This went great. Expectations were already sky high.
So this was awesome. The draft was awesome. We couldn't win any better for our first time doing this. Hopefully we make it an annual thing. And Wes and I are going to stay up here. Omari just texted us. He's got another hour, and then we're going to record the Pistons poll. So we'll have an episode in the morning for you guys if you're still watching us here. But I had so much fun. It's a great time to be a Pistons fan, and I'm with Steve. I can't wait till Summer League. And so until next year when we do this again, I hope you guys take care, and we will talk soon.